Xer.
Yo, his name is Yahuwah, put respect on his name. I ain't wearing no cross on my neck with no chain. I don't bow down to Jesus, I don't bow down to idols. Hey, I bow my head in prayer, I submit to the Bible. Christianity itself is religious deception. And these pastors take your money, they traditions is pagan. Hey, I gotta tell the truth, and I may lose some fans, cause I'm as real as I am. Hey, I may lose some bands. Tell me why they mad, hey, tell me why they mad. Tell me why they mad, yeah, they oh so mad. Tell me why they mad, hey, tell me why they mad. Tell me why they mad, so they all so mad. Yeah, hey, ooh, hey, da 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 da. Yeah, hey, ooh, hey, da 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 da. I'm like, ooh, why they mad at me? Yo, they running from the truth, grab their bags and they flee. The Most High don't lie, the truth matters to me. I don't let a lie fester unilaterally. Messiah and his people, yo, they didn't speak English. And the Grecians changed his name from Isis to Jesus. If his name doesn't matter, then why did they remove it? There is power in his name, they don't want you to use it. Yasharel waking up and we forming a movement. We returning to his laws and we see an improvement. You presented with the truth that's been laid in this beat. Yahuwah and Yahusha, whatever language you speak. Yeah, tell me why they mad, ay, tell me why they mad. Tell me why they mad, yeah, they all so mad. Tell me why they mad, ay, tell me why they mad. Tell me why they mad, yeah, they all so mad.
Hey Xer. Hey Xer.
Hey, Yahusha coming back, so the wicked watch out. You must search out the scriptures when you are in doubt. Toss them idols at your house, you better cleave to your spouse. And that blasphemy you speaking, don't let it come out your mouth. They reject the Father's name, cause they only want clout. If I still claim to be a Christian, I'll be part of the crowd. If you know the true names, let me see you do your dance. I esteem him in advance, victory in his plans. Through the blood of the Lamb, escape the place of the damned. Keep the Torah on lock, we don't eat no ham. Don't get it twisted, I'm committed to the Torah, so be it. And Yahusha kept the law, but Christians say you don't need it. What? Sounds so conflicted, but they never admit it. Without his law, you coming up short, just like a midget. If you say the law was done away, you just as complicit. Give me about 3 minutes, I can disprove your bishop. Hey, I boast in Yahuwah, I boast in Yahusha. Ruach alcoholic, raise a glass, hallelujah. Shots of Sirach, I'm not talking about that bottle, but I'm talking about the wisdom book that's found in the Bible. Hey, what you saying, don't be hating, I'm gon' boast, look. I ain't playing piss off Satan, I'm a boss. Yeah, I heard what they saying, yeah, I'm doing the most. Demon slaying, chain breaking, yeah, I'm doing the most. I'm a boast. Yaks are gon' boast, watch me boast. Yaks are gon' boast, watch me boast. Yaks are gon' boast, I'm a boast. Boast. Yaks are gon' boast. Yo, the devil is my op, he stay under my feet. And the righteous will prevail, Yahuwah abides with the meek. And Yahusha coming with a sword, it's not to bring peace. And the one who promotes lawlessness described as the beast. Yeah, Romans 12:2, I'm not a friend to the world. I offend cause I contend that I'm pinned to the word. Hey, Torah and Bashura, that's that spiritual food. Get off the milk, get the meat, get out that pitiful mood. We don't serve pagan Jesus, that is Caesarea Borgia. We ain't complying with the system or no new world order. Turn my mind to the Father and my heart from the streets. I ain't taking no jab or the mark of the beast. No, young Yahudi, tribe of Yehuda. Malki by Yahusha, ha'alua Yahuwah. All esteem to the Father, and he I will trust. And he made us in his image, we was formed from the dust. Hey, I boast in Yahuwah, I boast in Yahusha. Ruach alcoholic, raise a glass, hallelujah. Shots of Sirach, I'm not talking about that bottle, but I'm talking about the wisdom book that's found in the Bible. Hey, what you saying, don't be hating, I'm gon' boast, look. I ain't playing piss off Satan, I'm a boss. Yeah, I heard what they saying, yeah, I'm doing the most. Demon slaying, chain breaking, yeah, I'm doing the most. I'm a boast. Yaks are gon' boast, watch me boast. Yaks are gon' boast, watch me boast. Yaks are gon' boast, I'm a boast. Boast. Yaks are gon' boast.
Hey Xer. Hey
One day every nation, they gon' all know his name. Let everything that have breath call on his name. Yahuwah is Alua, bring no harm to his name. Palms to the heavens, I belong to his name. One day every nation, they gon' all know his name. Let everything that have breath call on his name. Yahuwah is Yahusha, bring no harm to his name. Palms to the heavens, I belong to these names. Bow down, every knee shall bow. Yahuwah is his name, I proclaim it out loud. Bow down, every knee shall bow. Yahusha HaMashiach, I proclaim it out loud. Those that worship Yahuwah must worship him in spirit and in truth. How can you do that if you attach your worship to a lie? There is no power in the name of Jesus or any other name given to man other than Yahuwah Yahusha. Barabba Hashem Yahuwah Yahusha. Tarasha Kanan Ukasad Yahuwah Alua Heinu Bashamayam. One day every nation, they gon' all know his name. Let everything that have breath call on his name. Yahuwah is Alua, bring no harm to his name. Palms to the heavens, I belong to his name. One day every nation, they gon' all know his name. Let everything that have breath call on his name. Yahuwah is Yahusha, bring no harm to his name. Palms to the heavens, I belong to these names. Bow down, every knee shall bow. Yahuwah is his name, I proclaim it out loud. Bow down, every knee shall bow. Yahusha HaMashiach, I proclaim it out loud. All esteem to the Most High. Welcome back, family. So this is another one of those impromptu lives. I know it's early. I never normally go this early, but the Most High have been kind of leading me to do a show like this. I think testimonies are so important when you are joining into this understanding, right? I think testimonies are important because it speaks to the power and the movement of the Ruach in different people's lives all across the world. And so I thought it was important for us to do a testimony show where people can call in, people can tell their testimonies, and so on and so forth. So we're going to go ahead and jump into this. I posted the link in the chat. I want you guys to call in. Now, to some of y'all that are nervous and like, oh, I'm nervous and I'm shy, there's no reason to be shy. You know what I'm saying? There isn't. Like, we're all family here, you know, and I don't normally require that people call in if they're not comfortable with doing that. But it's like, if we're really a family, we can't be shy to talk to each other. We definitely can't be shy when we're talking to, you know, the nation, right? We're all getting to know each other. We're all family. So we shouldn't be shy and nervous to talk to each other and to tell our testimony, especially when it comes to Yahuwah. We shouldn't be shy or nervous. So I'm posting it in the chat, and I'm going to start out talking about my testimony just so more people can come in. And let me get some shout outs. We have Praying for Ali Shah in here. We have Shalom to you. We have Danielle here, Christopher here. Shalom to you guys. Ben Yadai is in the building, and we have Melanated by Yahuwah. All esteemed to Yahuwah. I guess, like I said, more people will come in as we build this up. Like I said, I know it's kind of impromptu, and some people are probably still sleeping for all we know. So we're going to carry this on for a while. But I want you guys to call in. Just tell me about how you came into the truth. What personally led you to the truth, and we'll go from there. Okay, I'm looking for Lady Al-Udi in the chat. She says she commented, but I don't see her. Give me a second, y'all. I just want to make sure everything is good. Okay. Jeff is in the building. Shalom to you, Aki. Tanya Thompson is in the building. Shalom. Good to see you. All right. So for me, okay, you know what? This feels kind of weird. I'm gonna add some background music. I
I normally don't do that, but I just want to add a little bit of background music to this. So give me a second, y'all. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right. So for me, I have been raised Christian. You know, my mom was very Christianized, and the house that I grew up in was very Christianized. We went to church Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was just all the time. You know what I'm saying? It was a religious thing. And I always knew something was off about Christianity. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I just knew something was off about Christianity. And I hated going to church. And, you know, in the church, if you say that Christianity, something is off about it, or you say you don't want to go to church, they call you the devil, and then they want to lay hands on you. Then they want to say this, then they want to say that. And, you know, I always thought something was wrong with me because I just felt like church was off. So I was always forced to go to church every Sunday. I was forced to go to choir rehearsal. I was forced to be an usher. I was forced to just do all these different things, do the little Christmas speech every year, Easter speech every year. And I just didn't want to do it, dude. I really didn't. Something about church just made me feel uncomfortable. But like I said, what these churches do is they shame you and say the devil's in you. Yexer, the devil's in you. That's why you feel this way. It's the devil. So Ben Yadai says, sorry, I'm at work, so all I can do is listen. It's okay. It's okay. So, you know, I was like, okay, well, you know, whatever. So I went to church every day, all the time. And then I started noticing things in the church that was off too. I started noticing that the pastor was preaching the same message basically every Sunday. They open up the Bible and they tell you like, oh, you know, they read like 5-6 verses and they pull just a small piece of those 6 verses and then they make a whole story about it. Build a whole sermon around it. And I'm like, wait a minute, but I want to know how this story ends according to the Bible. And you're going to take this one little small piece, get one precept out of 6-8 verses? That don't make no sense. Then I noticed a lot of people in church were in competition with each other. Choir competitions, singles conferences. You know, like I think I went to like a youth conference. And I remember they were always constantly asking for money every time we stepped into the church. And, you know, it's like people felt like it's almost like they were being pressured just to give up whatever little bit that they have to pay rent. And they made you feel like if you didn't give, the Most High Yahuwah is not going to, or who they call God, is not going to bless you. So that was another thing that didn't sit right with me. And then I'm like, y'all having a singles conference, and yet y'all are in hotel rooms or suites. What's to stop people from hooking up? I just saw a lot of things that just didn't add up. So one time I went to this youth conference. I was forced to go to that too. And I remember the first night, because it was like a 7-day event. The first night, bro, they were like, I want everybody to give $600. And then I'm looking up at them like, y'all realize y'all dealing with children, right? And you're asking for $600 a piece? And then the pastor, what they do to lull you into it is they're like, okay, I'm giving $200. So they make it feel like they're not feeling the bite. You know what I'm saying? Or they're not feeling the effects of how much it could cost to do this. So, you know, you think, okay, well, if the pastor gave $200, I could surely give $600. So that was another thing that was off to me. And then another thing is I was noticing there was a lot of homos in the church. I mean, a lot of them. Just straight up sissies, bro. You know, and I'm like, no wonder y'all worship White JC. I mean, he's a sissy. It's only natural with y'all being a bunch of sissies. Y'all gonna worship him. So when I was at that same conference, I remember like there being these young boys, and they was like humping each other. And I was looking at this and I'm like, what is this? This is off. So it's just more and more things started. I started to question, and it all looked weird, bro. And so as I got older in the church, I started to develop more of a disdain for it, because I just realized, like, this is not the truth. This is wickedness. This just ain't it. Then there was this lady that is a pastor, which is already against scripture. And I found out that she's a lesbian, and they invited her to come to our church and preach. And she's, well, I can't say married, because marriage is between a man and a woman, right? So she was in a partnership with another woman, and this woman was called the First Lady. And I'm just like, I talked to my mom, like, Mom, this ain't right. This is wicked. This is evil. She's like, yeah, sure, don't you say nothing. I'm like, why? Why not? Why is the pastor not saying anything? Why is the pastor not condemning this perversion? And then the fact that my mom wanted me to shut up about it did not sit right with me, because it's like, you love this church so much, you'll look past sin. The Messiah wouldn't look past sin. Okay, I called him JC at the time, but I'm like, JC wouldn't look past this. He would rebuke them. Then I realized, a lot of the musicians is gay. A lot of the choir directors is gay. And so they use these people's talents so that they are able to, generate more people coming in, because, a lot of the homosexuals in the church are the most talented ones. And I'm not saying the most talented, but a lot of them are talented. And so by the time I got 18, I realized I did not want to go to church anymore. And I just said, I'm not doing it. When I first got taken in by my aunties, coming from my parents, like, I was very awkward, socially awkward. And I didn't really look people in the face. And I kind of just used to sit in church and just kind of draw. You know what I'm saying? I was very socially awkward, very, like, closed off and withdrawn because of what I had been through based on what my parents had done to me. Because I was abused, right? So I was very socially awkward and just inverted. And I would just sit there and draw. And, the children will always make fun of me. Like, Yexer's weird. Yexer's a weirdo, blah, 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 blah. So by the time I got like 15, my aunties was like, okay, you need to pay attention. That was really where everything messed up. So by the time I was 18, I decided to leave and not go to church anymore. I still believed in the Bible. I did. I just didn't believe what Christianity was teaching, right? And how they were teaching. I didn't believe that people shaking their wigs off in the church was Yahuwah. I didn't believe that was the Ruach. People running around and screaming and crying on the floor. I used to laugh at them, and they said something's wrong with me because I just knew this was off. So fast forward, I was about 20, 21 years old. I was in the world. I kind of completely left the church. I still believed in the Bible. I was still a Christian, quote unquote, but I just I didn't have the spiritual righteousness that I should have had. And so I started hanging around certain people that weren't a good influence on me. So I had like what I call my godmother, and she was a Christian at one point. And she ended up taking this dark turn. And I asked her about her Bible because I was asking if we could study from it. And she told me she threw it in the fire and burned it. And I was like, why would you do that? She's like, Christianity is this and Christianity is wicked. It's the white man's religion and so on and so forth. And I didn't understand. But I still trusted her because she had a lot of wisdom and insight about the world and stuff like that. So I was always around her. And so hold on, I want to respond to this comment. Annie K says, I always wonder why their community is so talented in music. It's not, it's their community. It is because Yahudim are talented, period. It's just a spirit comes on a lot of them because homosexuality is a spirit. The Yahudim, period, are talented at music. You know what I'm saying? Most black people can sing, can dance, can write, can, you know what I'm saying, produce and stuff like that. So I just think that it's just the Yahudim itself are talented. I don't think it's just limited to the gay community. But yeah. So I got around her and she, started having this influence on me. And she was like, I remember one time she said, Yexer, can you get me a shrunken head? And I didn't understand why you want a shrunken head. And I just thought that was kind of strange because she didn't have a PayPal account and I had eBay at the time. And so I was like, okay, I'll get it for you. But I just thought that was weird. Why do you need a shrunken head? First you burn your Bible. Now you want a shrunken head? That's kind of weird. So after that, she got it or whatever. And then I remember I was curious. So I was about 22 years old. I was out of my mom's house completely. And I was renting a room from this lady who was kind of back crap crazy. You know what I'm saying? And out of curiosity, bro, I went to a toy store and I was like, I just want to try this Ouija board because I was watching YouTube videos on it. And I didn't really even know what I was dealing with, right? I just was curious, really. My auntie had passed away. I was really close to her. And I just wanted to talk to her. And like I said, I did not have the understanding of who I was and what the Bible says, the Torah, obviously, not about not communicating with the dead because the dead can't communicate with you, so on and so forth. So I went to the toy store, and Toys R Us is what it was, and I bought the Ouija board. And I'm like, bro, if they sell this at the toy store, there's no way this is real. There's no way that this actually works because I watched a few YouTube videos on it, and people are like, oh, it's scary and it's real. And I'm like, yeah, right. People just doing stuff for clicks and views, right? Speaking out of ignorance. So I brought it home and it wasn't working. So then I went to my godmom's house and, she was like, you're not doing it properly and this and that. And I was like, I don't think it works. I think it's fake. And so we were using it or whatever. And like, I noticed she closed her eyes and it's like something was taking her over. Anyway, her son came in and I had to leave. So I left and I went back home and she said, light some candles when you do it and turn the lights off. And I did it. Nothing happened. So I took the game or the Ouija board and I packed it inside of the box that it came in. I threw it against the wall. I was like, bro, what did I waste money? I wasted $25 on this. What was the point of buying this? This is all cap. All these YouTube videos is cap. All this stuff they're saying is cap. This stuff ain't real. So I threw it against the wall and then the planchette started spinning in the board by itself. Like that little triangular piece that you hold over the letters started spinning in the box. And I was like, holy crap. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what I was doing, but I was like, whoa. So that got my attention because obviously the piece is not magnetized or anything of the sort. So I said, I'll give it one more time. Picked it up, laid down the Ouija board again, lit the candles, and I played with it again. The moment I started playing with it, I started hearing like these scratches on the wall, like scratches. Now, keep in mind, I was home alone at the time. I was getting freaked out, bro. Then I started feeling the temperature in the room get very, very cold. I didn't realize it at the time, but I had opened the door to the spiritual realm. I had let the Shadim into the house. And after that happened, I got freaked out. I said, I need to get my money back. I'm not playing with this no more. So, yeah, I know some of you guys are at work, so you're probably not going to be able to call in. So we're going to just try to get as many people as we can to call in, and we'll do another show maybe on Shabbat or something like that where you can call in, okay? So I ended up getting my money back, and I, turned the game back in. I didn't realize it, but at that time, I was already possessed. Already. And so from that point forward, something came over me in that moment, and I started to hate the Bible. I started to hate the Most High, and I couldn't explain why. Like, when I would see people with Bibles, I'm like, bro, you ain't gonna find no answers in that trash. Throw it in the garbage. I was getting arrested a lot. I was having a lot of, spiritual satanic issues that I couldn't explain. I hated anything that had to do with the Bible. I hated the name of JC. I hated the name of God because that's what I knew at the time, right? And so, I was with and then at that time I was with this girl, this black woman, this Yahudi black woman, and she was a Christian, and I hated her. You know what I'm saying? And I loved, like, it's like I loved her, but I hated that she was a believer in the Bible. I hated she wanted me to come to church. I hated that she was so, like I said, she was a Christian, but I just hated the fact that she even believed in the Bible. And I used to bash her so much, dude. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad looking back because she probably would have been a good wife to me. But I had the anti-Messiah spirit on me. And so she used to always say, "You're so disrespectful, Yexer. You're so disrespectful to me. You're so disrespectful to my, what I believe and to the Bible." And I said the Bible's trash and, just stuff like that. I was just constantly, coming at her. Yeah, I did hate her. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to understand, it was a spirit on me. This was not Yexer. And I knew it wasn't me because I looked in the mirror and I saw something else. I didn't recognize myself. There was like a black, when I looked at myself in the mirror, I saw like black rings around my eyes. I saw a devil or a shadi, a demon over my eyes. There was something else in me, y'all. Y'all gotta understand, like this is why I'm making this testimony show. Y'all need to understand what Yahuwah has brought me through. So the relationship wasn't working out and we ended up going our separate ways or whatever. And for 6 years, my life was hell. I was brought to this service, and I remember like I ran up to the altar and like snatched the mic from the pastor, and I just started like singing and dancing uncontrollably. Because I used to be I used to dance and like sing and stuff like that back in the day. Uncontrollably, I started dancing. Uncontrollably, I started singing. Uncontrollably, I was just like, got kicked over the altar. And, I was just wilding out, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up getting arrested that day or that night for causing a public disturbance or whatever. Just kept going to jail over and over again. It was crazy. And so 6 years, bro. 6 years, I dealt with this spirit that was on me, and it was just the worst time of my life. So I dealt with 6 years of hell. And so, one day I was at home and I was on YouTube. Now this was before the algorithms changed. So, when you were looking for Enoch and stuff like that, you would find it. And so Enoch, the book, popped up on my YouTube feed, and I ended up listening to it and reading it, and it talks about the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim or the Shadim, the demons. And when I listened to it, I was like, bro, this is what happened to me. And so I realized in that moment, the reason why my life had been so bad is because I was demonically possessed. Because when you read Enoch or Karnuk, it talks about the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim or the Nephilim. And it talks about how they roam the earth and they cause chaos and they affect people and they oppress people and they make people do wicked stuff. And so when I read it, I came to that realization. I cried out to who I called God and JC at the time, and I was set free from it. Now, it wasn't the names. Okay, let me tell y'all something before I continue. People think that because I call the name JC and God, I was set free. That's not what it was. There is no power in the name of Jesus and God. There is not. Okay? It is your belief. It is your amunah that moves mountains. Not the name JC. Not the name God. Now, is there power in the name of Yahuwah? Absolutely, 100%. But if you don't know the names, it is your belief that sets you free from, things. People say, I saw power in the name of Jesus. No. It wasn't the name Jesus. The Most High would not demonstrate power through a pagan name. Why do you think Peter was able to walk on water? Because of his amunah, his belief. But when he lost his belief and he started to doubt, he started to sink in the water. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got to understand the power of amunah, not the name JC and God. All right? So it was my belief of the Most High that he was going to set me free that set me free. So fast forward. Okay, hold on a minute. I gotta address this. Relationship with father, mother, and son. There is no mother. There is only the father and the son. And when you say son, S-U-N, and you relate that to the Messiah, that's paganism. The mother, paganism. Father, mother, and son, Trinity, paganism. There is no mother. That's Roman Catholic paganism. There is no mother, all right? I mean, yes, did the Messiah born from a virgin woman? Yeah, but she's not divine. She didn't die for my sins. So we don't believe in no pagan Trinity. Anyway. So fast forward, I got set free from it. And in 2019, I have been watching Truth Unedited. I think I started watching him probably like maybe a few years after I was set free. And so I have been watching him for a very, very, very long time. And for like 6 years, I think collectively I've been watching him for like 8 years. And so he ended up uploading the video about the curses of Deuteronomy 28. And when I watched it, it hit me. And I was like, wow, this book is about us. And it made so much more sense because I'm like, bro, like this is why Black people have gone through what we've gone through. This is why we are in poverty. This is why we constantly deal with so much, oppression and hatred, no matter where we go, if we're here in America, whether we're in Europe, whether we're even in Africa, amongst some of the white people that live out there. This is why the things are the way that they are. Now, keep in mind, prior to Truth Unedited making that video, I had received the truth through a Hebrew Israelite, which was like 2013 or something like that. But I didn't receive it because of how they were presenting it. They seemed very angry, very hateful, full of rage. And then when they said they don't believe the white man can be saved and so on and so forth. So when I heard that, I didn't receive it because I'm like, well, that's not what the Bible says. And so I showed him Yehukanan or John 3:16, for Yahuwah so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. He said, no, the white man can't be saved. And I said, well, that goes against scripture. Then I gave him another scripture, and he couldn't even answer the questions. And so I knew he didn't know what he was talking about. He had been indoctrinated. So I had to come from an authentic place of the Ruach of Yahuwah in order for me to receive it, and that was Truth Unedited. So, as I moving forward, so when he made the video about who we are as the people of the book, it hit me, and at that moment, I cried out to Yahuwah. I cried out, y'all. I was in tears. I felt so grieved in my heart because I didn't realize who I was. But there was a mix of emotion too, though, because I'm like, I was angry. I was okay. So it was a mixture, right? So I was relieved because I realized who I was. I was angry, and I was also regretful and sorrowful. And I was angry. I'm explaining each of these emotions. I was angry because I had been going to church all these freaking years, and the pastor never told us that this book is about us. Maybe I would have never messed with the Ouija board. I'm not blaming him because that was my decision. But maybe I would have taken the Bible more seriously if these Porky Pig pastors would have told us we're the people of the book. Here you are, knowing, or I don't know, some of them, maybe they don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of them are Freemasons and they do know, but they're not allowed to talk about it. So I was angry at the pastors because this information has been here all this time. You didn't tell us this. So I was angry about that. I was regretful because I had made so many mistakes in this Christian walk, and I realized this Christianity thing ain't nothing but lies. And I was grieved because I realized that I had been going about serving Yahuwah the wrong way, based on the white man's interpretation, based on the pagan Christian interpretation. It wasn't truly knowing him. It wasn't truly following his ways. It wasn't truly understanding who I was. So I can, and the thing is, even with the Bible, I couldn't really connect with it in some instances because all I saw was white people in it. It's like, where's the black people? Then when I realized that the Bible says in Deuteronomy 28, you will serve your enemies' idols of wood and stone, I was like, okay, so then that means that Christianity is part of the curses. Therefore, it's not our religion. It's the white man's religion. Then when I thought about slavery and how white Jesus was used to control us, when I thought about how Christianity was introduced to us. So if Christianity was introduced to us and we're the people of the book, that means this is not the ancient way of Yahuwah, Yahusha, and the Yashraelim or the Israelites. Therefore, it's a lie. So I felt a mess of emotions, but I started to I said, you know what? I need to start the Bible all over again and throw out the Christian stuff. I had to throw it all out. And so I started the Bible from Bereshit to Genesis. Kiara says, no disrespect, but you are Catholic. No, he's not Catholic. He's pagan. Let's just call it what it is. Catholicism is pagan. Christianity is pagan. Religion is pagan. Yahuwah said, I want a relationship with you. I don't want religion. The Messiah never taught Christianity. He never taught you to worship his mother. This is what these white heathen Edomites have taught you. And not you, sis, but I'm talking about this Abbott dude that keeps on talking about the mother. Shekinah, that's literally a demon. That is literally a devil. And I don't want to get sidetracked. I can show it later, but I want to stay focused right now. So don't even respond to him, y'all. When y'all see foolishness, don't respond to him. Let the pagans be pagans. So anyway, I said I'm going to start the Bible all over again, and I'm going to approach it from a Bari mindset because I'm a Bari. So I still was saying the name JC because I did not know the name Yahuwah and Yahusha yet. So I was still saying Christ. I knew who I was. I knew the Messiah was black. I knew the Jews were imposters, but I still did not know Yahusha yet. I didn't know that. So I did know the name Yahweh. So I was calling Yahuwah Yahweh because I thought that was his name. Then fast forward, Truth Unedited did a video about the name Yahuwah Yahusha. That was all I needed, and that proved to me the name is Yahuwah. Then I started doing a little bit more research on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I started seeing his name, the Yod He Uah He, which is what you see in my upper right screen. Yod He Uah He, Yahuwah's ancient name. And so when I saw it in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which the scriptures are translated from, then I had asked myself, why did they remove it? Why do I see L-O-R-D and G-O-D? Then I realized L-O-R-D is a name for Baal or Baal. Then I realized that G-O-D is Satan's name. Isaiah 65, verse 11. Gadriel. And I just started digging deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And I realized I was calling on a pagan deity when I was saying G-O-D. Then I was calling on a pagan deity, pagan deities when I was saying Jesus. And that's what led me to make my song, Jesus Christ. I was so mad, y'all. I was so angry. As soon as I found out that that was a false name, bro, I said, you know what? I'm about to record. Because I'm an artist, right? So I record and I make songs based off of how I feel. And that's what led me to make the JC song. And when you listen to the song, bro, I might play it before I continue so you guys can understand how this ties into my testimony. When I made the song, you could just hear the raw emotion in the song. You can hear the anger. You can hear just the in me because I was mad that the pastors told us these pagan names. They put the pagan name in the Bible, which proves that these heathen Christians and Romans and all that are nothing but a bunch of impious bastards. They don't have no reverence or no respect for our Father to really remove his name and remove his son's name. So I was so angry that I made the JC song. And at that point, I said, I am never, ever, ever in my life calling on the name of JC ever again. I'll expose the name JC. I will let you know about the name JC and how wicked it is, but I will no longer call the name JC as my LORD. because I'm just saying that JC is my bail by saying JC is LORD. So because this is part of my testimony, I'm going to play a little bit of my song, JC, Jesus Christ. I'm going to play just a little bit of it. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I want to continue and not get too sidetracked. But I just want you guys to hear the emotion in my voice when I recorded this song. I just got on my beat maker, started programming my drums because I knew it was going to be an aggressive beat. I knew I was going to go hard on this. You know what I'm saying? And then I said, when I thought about like the Roman Catholic Church and how they have that heat, hoot, heat, 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 hoot, heat, like, you know what I'm saying? They kind of have like that choir chant. I said, you know what? I'm going to use that. That's going to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? For this instrumental, I used some strings on it. You know what I'm saying? And then I just made the beat. I wanted the production to be very minimalistic. So there's not a lot of bass in it. The instruments are very minimalistic because I really wanted my vocals to tell the story, not so much the instruments. So I made the beat so minimalistic, and immediately I recorded it. And so keep in mind that when I made this song, I had done enough research about Negro Land, done enough research about West Africa, done enough research about Caesarea Borgia, and that's what brought me to make this song. So this is part of my testimony. I'm going to play just a little bit of it, and we'll continue on. Hey, sis. All esteem to Yahuwah. Shalom to you, beloved. So with all things considered, this is how this song came to be. And we're going to just listen to just a little bit of it.
Around 400 years ago, after fleeing from Roman persecution on the west coast of Africa near the kingdom of Yehuda, Judah, they took your so-called African ancestors into slavery. They refused to let you speak your language. They rewrote your Bible. They told you salvation could be found among the good ship Jesus. They deceived you under this false pagan name, and in doing so, they changed your Messiah's name. To this very day, they are keeping the black people mentally enslaved to the white slave master under this false name, Jesus Christ. So many of you don't even know who you are. You don't know your culture. You don't know your beliefs because they were kept from you. You don't know that you were forced to accept Christianity or suffer persecution and or death. Sadly, most of you to this very day still do not know the Messiah's true name. His name is Hebrew. He is Hebrew. He is also an African American. He is also from the tribe of Yehuda, Judah. His true name is Yahusha HaMashiach, and the so-called African American is the chosen tribe of Yehuda, Judah. Wake up, people.
Hey, Yexer.
Wake up out of deception.
Wake out your deception. Jesus Christ is pagan. The law ain't done away where we rest on day 7. Yeah, wake out your deception. It's doctrines of these pagans won't get you into heaven. They use JC as a weapon. Hey, wake out your deception. Jesus Christ is pagan. The law ain't done away where we rest on day 7. Hey, wake out your deception. It's doctrines of these pagans won't get you into heaven. They use JC as a weapon. Yeah, the letter J is new and it don't exist in Hebrew. The Bible is black history. The Christians won't believe ya. Yahuwah Elohim, yeah, the Romans changed his name, and it's same with the Messiah. Yeah, the Romans are to blame. If Yahuwah doesn't change, then how can you change his name? Exodus chapter 3 verse 15 says his name, it doesn't change. Yahusha HaMashiach, yeah, he is a black Messiah. The scriptures giving truth and they will detract a liar. These Ashkenazi Jews telling lies that will backfire. Deuteronomy 28 told us how this would transpire. I do not pray to JC because that name is pagan. The name Jesus Christ, yeah, kept you on plantations. Wake out your deception.
Hey, so you heard what I said. I said, I do not pray to JC because that name is pagan. The name Jesus Christ, yeah, kept you on plantations. I was mad, y'all. I was so freaking angry. You know what I'm saying? Because it did. The name of Jesus kept us subservient to the colonizer. It kept us subservient to the slave master. It kept us subservient to deal with being raped and pillaged and massacred and you know what I'm saying, hung from trees, all in the name of Jesus. These heathens literally gather their families around to watch us be hung on a goddamn Sunday. And you mean to tell me that our people want to sit there and follow this colonizer stuff? You must be out of your mind. So when I understood the true name, bro, it really just lit a fire in me and made me hate the name of Jesus. And I still do to this day. And I always will. You feel what I'm saying? Because I realized the name Jesus ain't nothing but paganism, lies, colonizer stuff. How you have to really ask yourself something. Why would the chosen people of Yahuwah and the colonizer serve the same Messiah? There's no way under the dome. There is no way. And then there's this book that came out called How to Make a Negro a Christian. And I listened to it. It's on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It is on YouTube if you just happen to want to listen to it. But that was more proof that they said we did not know who JC was. Our ancestors that were brought in from the slave trade, the white colonizer in this book admit we had no idea who JC was. We didn't even speak their language. So if you would have said Jesus, my ancestors would have looked at you like you're crazy. They would have been like, is that an earth pig? Is it pig? You know what I mean? They would have not known who Jesus was. So there's no way under the dome. Once you connect the dots, we're the people of the book. We are descendants of the slaves. We are the true people of Yahuwah, right? And you say that, and you see the colonizers say that we didn't know who Jesus was, which is why they had to give us the so-called gospel, right? It would make sense to you that the deity they gave us was not our Messiah. It was their Messiah. It was the king of Edom, the king of the heathens, but not our king. Then when you understand what our people went through as far as the deprogramming, when you think of the Lynch letters, the Willie Lynch letters, even when you think about some of the stuff that our people went through when it came to our language. Hold on, let me go to DuckDuckGo. I'm going to show you guys some of the images here. So they had to totally deprogram us from the Abari way, okay? So many ways that they did this was flogging, lynchings, so on and so forth. But the first thing they had to do is they had to deprogram you from the language first, okay? So when you think about, you know, your name is not Kuta Kinte, your name is Toby, right? That was a way that they had ended up kind of pulling us away from who our identity was, because we all know, based on the slave trade database, that we all had Hebrew Abari names. We all had Abari names. Most of our people, most of our ancestors that showed up over here in the Americas, we had Abari names, bro. So let me show y'all this real quick. So, of course, obviously, our people had chains of iron on their necks, as it mentions in Deuteronomy, okay? Now, look at all these devices right here, okay? Like, take a good look at these devices, bro. These are the many devices they used against our ancestors to deprogram us. One of those main ways to deprogram us was to remove our names. Okay, our Abari names that reference the Father, so we would forget the Father's name. Okay, these are some more devices of torture that they used against our people when it came to deprogramming them. So as I started to just kind of like come into a more understanding of this stuff, and you know, we kind of heard about the slave trade. We kind of heard about, you know, what happened in history, but we were never able to make the biblical connection to these things. We didn't understand how biblical it was to end up on slave ships. We didn't understand how biblical it was we would be enslaved 400 years. We didn't understand how biblical it was we would be serving JC because of these curses. So once I was able to connect the dots and really truly know the names, I've been standing in this ever since. And that's kind of my testimony, how I came to this. I went through demonic possession. I went through hating the Most High, hating the Bible, hating my girlfriend that was, you know what I'm saying, at least, you know, a Christian, right? But still believed in the Father, believed in the Son. You know what I'm saying? I went through getting locked up constantly, having struggles with the law, being under these curses all my life. I done seen too much, dude, for me not to believe in the Most High. I done seen too much for me not to go so hard for him. And like I said, when you be on the other side, you see nothing but wickedness and darkness, being demonically possessed and stuff like that. You can't do anything else but come to the light or sink further into the darkness. So, you know, in a nutshell, that's my testimony. Now, I don't know what's going on, but Lady Audi says that she's in the chat, but I don't see her. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I don't know if something happened to her or like in the chat, but like I don't see her name at all because, yeah, this is kind of weird. I'm a little confused. I got to figure that out. If you guys see her in the chat, give me a 1 because she's telling me she's typing, but I don't see her name at all in the chat. So I don't know what YouTube is doing or what's going on. And she said her wrench is not there either. So if you see her, give me a 1. If you don't, give me a 2 because I don't see Lady Audi in the chat at all. Okay, you don't see her. I don't see her either. Okay, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Okay, you guys don't see her. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why she'd be shadow banned. That doesn't make any sense. Oh boy. Okay. All right, sis. I don't know what's going on, but we're not seeing you in the chat for some reason. I've been scanning the chat. I don't see your name. So, yeah. But anyway, that's my testimony. That's all I got to say. I'm going to allow somebody else to come on and share their testimony. Your testimony does not have to be as extensive as mine is. You know what I'm saying? If you want to just keep it brief, that's totally fine. But that's my testimony. So the link is pinned to the top of the screen. Feel free to call in. I really want you guys to call in because it's important people understand testimonies, right? To see what Yahuwah is doing and how he's waking up all of us. I'm really interested to hear how you came into the truth. As I said, it's not, you know, you don't have to be as deep as I was. I just felt like, you know, I'm the leader of this gathering. So I felt it was important for me to discuss my journey. But the link is in the chat, so feel free to call in whenever you feel ready. I am just going to go through some of these comments. Bro, that's so strange, bro, that Lady Audi's not even showing up in the chat right now. That's really, really weird. That is crazy. Because she said that even her wrench was missing. Try to go out and come back in. Yeah, Lady Yaudi, try to do that. All right, let me read. When I rewatched the live stream yesterday, I saw people replying to her, but I didn't see her comments. What? So the fact that her wrench is missing and we can't see her comments is kind of strange to me. Sis, I don't know, Lady Audi, I don't know what's going on exactly. I don't know what YouTube is doing. I'm a little confused. So I'm not really sure what's going on. But I would just try to maybe close out the YouTube app completely and then come back or something of that nature. I'm really not sure why it's not showing up. Kiara Ewing says, it makes more sense that we are the people. He's always been in our hearts, but we forgot because of the curses. Facts. That's why Black people are the most spiritual people. And any Gentile will tell you that we're very spiritual. Hey, sis.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, shalom. Shalom, Miss Raka. Hey, Yexer. Okay, I'm literally, and I mean literally, just waking up. I'm just starting my day, but and surprise, what a wonderful blessing to turn it on my phone. There you are, and the gathering. It's wonderful.
I'll sing to Yahuwah for that.
Hallelujah. This blessing for this day. I always praise Yah when I wake up, first thing before I do anything, and then I turn it on and the blessing. Here you are, and here's the family. Quickly. I'm going to very quickly. I heard what you were talking about. As I said, I just turned it on. So I hope I'm in the right vein. But I want to say I woke up. It's been, I was 60, and I was so angry. I was so angry. I was chewing nails. I would literally wake up in the morning angry. I would be angry all day because I spent my entire life. Now, mind you, I raised my son A and me. So in the African Methodist Episcopalian Church, we believe that JC's black. So my son never knew a white Jesus, praise Yah. However, yada yada, I grew up with the Baptist. Grandpa was a preacher, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
My anger knew no bounds. I was so mad, and I was mad at the Palm people, angry
Mhm.
because of the deception. And here is the strange thing with me. I had a chance years prior to know who and whose we were. I was given the book, The Destruction of Black Civilization.
Mm.
I bought it, but I didn't read it. I just read the first couple, first few pages. I was kind of bored. I was in my 30s, and I purchased the African Heritage Bible. The gentleman that was a part of printing and writing that and composing that, putting that together, came to my church. This is in LA. And
LA? I mean, I'm from LA, right?
yeah,
So
well,
we got that.
I am too.
Right. Okay. Well, where in LA exactly?
Ward AME Church.
Okay. I don't know off the top of my head. Is that like what part
Okay,
of
well,
LA?
you knew about First AME Church, right?
Yeah, First AME. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, Ward was a sister church, and that's
Okay.
the church I raised my son in.
Oh, okay.
And so he came to our church, and I purchased that Bible. And I read and I still have the Bible. That was my Bible. That's the Bible I carry. But while I was at work, I took it everywhere. I read the beginning, the pages, the introduction to the Bible, and I said, "What are you saying?" And I remember part of the caption was, "If they were aware," this is what it said. I recall it saying, "If they were aware of who we were, perhaps they wouldn't have enslaved us." Well, fast
Right.
forward to now, they knew exactly who we were, and that's why
Uh-huh.
they
They went
enslaved.
to a specific place to get a specific people for a
That's right.
specific reason. They had to have read Deuteronomy 28 in order to know that they would be able to, in some way, do the things they did and get away with it.
That's exactly right. So,
Facts.
angry. And mind you, I stayed angry for years,
Mhm.
and I tell you, I was angry for every reason that you were plus, because I was cheated.
Yes.
Because I told
Yes.
you, I found out when I was 60. I'm 68 now. I'm 58 and a half almost.
Yada yada order.
Praise the Most High. You best believe that. And so, but to spend my entire life with my brain captured and enslaved, because basically that's what it was. So I was mad. I was angry, and it still comes out from time to time. But I calm that spirit. Yesterday at work, I work retail. Yesterday at work, a sweet young little woman came in, little girl. She wasn't palm color, but she was an other nation. We'll just leave it at that.
Mhm.
And she was carrying pictures, paintings, little paintings, printings, and she was trying to get me to donate to her church. And then, of course, she was flipping through these beautiful pictures, and she came across the demon picture, and you know what I'm talking about, JC.
Yep.
And I told her who I was, told her I was a Bari, told her I don't believe in that white Jesus. And she said, "Oh, really? So you believe in black Jesus?" I said, "I'm a Bari." She didn't know what that was. I said, "I'm Hebrew."
Right. Right.
I said, "So no, I'm not interested in donating to your church. And no, I'm not interested in purchasing any of those pictures. But you have a nice day." I said, "Shalom."
Right.
Oh gosh, you gotta forgive me. This little old, she was a sweet thing too. It was a sweet little old girl, and
Right.
but I have a kind of a intimidating presence because I'm quite a tall woman, quite a tall woman.
Right.
A little bit under 6 feet, and so. But I told her to have a good day, and she went on scurried right on out of my store, and went about her business. But the spirit kind of pricked me. I'm like, now you were just a little rough with her. Not really mean, but just a little rough. But after spending the whole
I mean,
day with you,
I think you were assertive, and I think
yeah.
assertive is different than aggressive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And mind you, that's my personality. I've always heard that I was aggressive and when I am assertive. And I'm animated as well. Because, I come from the music industry too. I mean, years before you did, because this was back in the 80s. I used to work for Solar Records as well.
Right.
And so anyway, and I used to be a singer, a jazz singer, always a singer. You might right? Once a singer, always a singer. But anyway, I wanted to express that I was angry, and I still am from time to time. I have to tap that spirit down because I am a warm, loving person. So I want to exude that. But yeah, angry, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I
Right.
mean, and I'm in a hurry, and then now you get pulled every which way with this walk because you're seeking information. And there are several people out there, and I landed on quite a few different people. And then I have progressed and I have chosen who I want to listen to and throw away who I don't. There's different doctrines amongst us. I don't like the hate doctrine. I just don't. I think that's unnecessary. That's not who we are.
Right.
No, it's not. It's not naturally who we are. That's not our nature.
Not at all.
But because I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, well, we had to go through the curses, but that's one of the reasons why I think that they were able to further the affliction because our natural humanity, which of course they don't have because they're not human. We're the human. I mean, they're Neanderthals.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I say, if we hate, then we become like them. We become like Esau, right? Esau's profane. Esau is wicked. Esau hates us. So if we hate, then we become like the oppressor and we become less like the Kadash people that Yahuwah's called us to be. And that's why I say, when I see people in the camp saying, we hate white people, we hate them, we hate them, we hate them, we hate them, the Most High will deal with those who hate us, but those who embrace the truth, we have to open up to them and allow them to, be a part of us, because the Bible says to treat the stranger with like as one of your own. And when I see the Gentiles that accept the truth, I accept them because there's so many who do hate us, who never will, because they can't color. So that's why I say I just, I think the hate thing can be very, very counterproductive to Yahuwah's cause.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And that's the way I feel. And I mean, I got, to use the token saying, I've got best friends that are white.
Right. Right.
And I actually, I have, my world is a mixture of a lot of people, but anger was, and I still, as I say, I still have to deal with it because I came into the truth late in life and I shared it with my sister. So the only person, well, I tried to share it with everyone, of course, but the only person that came into the truth along with me about a year or so after myself was my elder sister. And she's in her 70s. She'll be 73 next month. And of course, my son, he realizes he's a Bari, but he's not walking the walk because now he's of the feeling that he has no need for any of it.
Right.
Any of it. He's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm working on that and praying on that. So please, family, pray that my family wake up. And you guys know, there's a lot of us that have family members that are not walking this walk with us. And it's very common. Right. But anyway, I'm not going to keep any more of your time. But I wanted to say, my anger was that at this time in life, I guess better late than never, of course, but I sure would have been happy if I would have woke up 30 years ago.
Oh man, I know a lot of us can relate to the fact we wish we would have woken up a lot sooner. Give me a one in the chat if you just wish. Now, obviously, Yahuwah, he has a preordained time for our people to wake up at a certain time, right? He knows when it was going to be the time for us to wake up. But sometimes I do wish I would have waken up earlier. I wouldn't have been doing the things I would have been doing. I would not have been selling drugs. I would not have been in the streets. I would not have been done the things I've done if I would have known who I was, because I would have taken it more seriously then. But there's always a purpose and timing. Yahuwah's, in the Abari, we call it muadim, which are appointed times. So we all had a muadim, or appointed time in which we will wake up.
All right. Well, I'm done. And everyone have a wonderful day. I'm going to be listening to you like I did yesterday, all day from the time I got up until the time you went off. I took you to work because I have that kind of job where if I don't have customers, that's what I do. I listen to you, and I'll continue to do that today. But I must get up because it's, just 8:00 now here in Cali. I'm in California. I'm in the Bay Area now. I'm no longer in LA. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, sis. I mean, it's
yes, I enjoy you so much. One more thing, since I have you, because I don't know when I will call back. I want to echo the sentiments of the woman a couple of days ago when she said, "I'm almost 70." So when she said that, and she appreciated the fact that you were doing a young man doing what you're doing, I felt exactly the same. And I want to say, praise the Most High for you. You are anointed. You're meant to do what you are doing. And I am so happy that you are here. And whenever I get the notification, I hop on if I'm able to do so. And I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud. And I love I love that song you just played. I'm a different the Jesus song, and I'm a different generation, so I'm not real big on rap. Sorry, y'all. I mean, that's just the way it be. I'm kind of a jazz. I'm a jazz sister. Okay.
By the way, I want to say this. Somebody comments and said they can hear the jazz in your voice. They could definitely tell you're a jazz singer. You got that jazzy kind of like caliber to your voice,
Yeah, well, it's the morning, but I would do right, but it's the morning. Yeah.
Right.
It's morning time. I haven't gotten out of bed. But I'm going to run. You guys have a wonderful day, and I'll be listening. And I love you all. I love you all, family.
I love you so much, sis. Thank you.
All righty. Shalom.
Shalom. All right, I'm gonna bring on the sister Zobita. She hasn't been on here before. She's new to the channel. I'm really, really interested in what she has to say. Sis, I know you're new, but I'm so glad that you've been joining us. I've seen you in the live, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Sister Zobita. I come from Germany. So
wow, Germany.
I come from Germany, from Frankfurt. Yes. Wow. And I have a big testimony from Yahuwah. So, and I can cry, I'm so happy that I found you. You make very good anointed music. Yahuwah, bring me to your channel. And I hear your music in the car to wake up people, and yes. And yes, so I give you testimony. So I was, I comes in the belief it was 2014. So, and I comes to Jesus, so, and then I was in 2 or 3 institution, I think charismatic and so, and I was there, and you see the much fullnesses, stupid things, and Yahuwah put me out there. I was 2 or 3 times there. So, and he put me out of Christianity. He showed me all the lies in this world, music industry, all in the Simpsons, all the Rothschilds, and you know all the lies. So,
right.
And yes, he showed me all. Yahuwah showed me all, and I'm so happy for that. So, before I comes from the darkness in the light, I was in a hotel. I was a hotel woman. I've worked in a hotel, so, and I have auch learned a secretariat. So, and I go outside in the night, you know, in clubs and so, and so, and I drink alcohol, and then we have.
Okay. Let me just be clear. I don't want to misunderstand what you're saying. When you say you were a hotel girl, do you mean like working?
No prostitution, no prostitution, no.
Okay. I
This
just
is
want
what
to
you
be
mean,
clear.
yeah.
No disrespect. No disrespect.
No.
I just want to be sure. Okay.
I work there for business to give the people food and drink. You know what I mean? And
Right.
you know
Okay.
the highest service for the politica. You know what I mean? Politicians.
So like events and catering.
Yeah, events and yes. No, yeah.
Got you.
So, but we comes in darkness to the light. Everybody have his only story. You know what I mean? So
Right.
yeah. So, and I will tell you my story. I have done later cocaine. I take itself, you know, with friends and so, and later it comes to crack, you know, crack. So, and I was, after I was very, very rich. I have much money before. And in this time I have take the drugs, you know, so, and it comes a time I feel so bad in my bones, in my soul. I feel so a darkness, you know. And it comes one day, lying in my bed, and I cry out. But I know I this time I don't know the name Yahuwah. I have said God, you know. I know it's Satan, yeah. But I said, God, help me, God, help me. But He knows my heart, that I call to Him the highest. You know what I mean?
Right.
He know it in this time. But we was in the arrow, you know. We comes from the irritation, step by step, in the true, you know. So, and this is a journey. So, and then comes this love, this mercy. He said me, I'm a sinner, and I go on my knees, and then next day I go in my bathroom, and I don't know the word in English. All the drugs, and you know, for the years, many years where I take the drugs, come out of my mouth, you know, always. So
okay. Wait, are you talking about braces?
What do you mean?
You said tracks. Are you talking about braces? Like braces?
Yeah, so, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Okay. I think I do, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, I know I can Google the word in English, you know. This was the dirty comes out from my soul, from my body, you know what I mean? From the drug.
So you like, okay, so you threw up. Okay, Kiara says like you vomit.
It was a deliverer, okay. You know.
Right.
He had delivered.
Makes sense.
Next day, I have not take drugs, nothing. I was free. In one day, I was free. In one day.
Wow.
So, in one day, from crack. One day, never I have taken it. So.
Yada Yahuwah.
Yada Yahuwah, halal Yahuwah. Gepriesen sei er. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I love him so much. He's everything for me. And then Yahuwah speak with me. This comes, I talk, I show you, I talk to you, yeah. So right. I have here, I'm so, yeah, and then he makes me free. So I was by the name Jesus and God, and so, and then 2018, I was before jogging, and then I have a broken ankle, not broken.
Like sprain?
Yeah, not. Yeah, yes. Okay. And I prayed to what for doctor I going. So, and I was by Egypt. He was Egyptic, also Egyptisch, Mitzrayim, you know, Egyptisch doctor. Yeah. Egyptian, yeah, doctor. And he operation me. And when I was in the operation room, I prayed to Yahuwah. Then I was in the name Yahuwah and Yahusha from when 2015, 16, 17, 18. 4 years I have the names. I have so what is the name? for the looking for the true in internet and always, and Yahuwah bring me there. So, and then I was in the operation room, and I pray, holy, holy, holy is Yahuwah, Yahuwah Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and I pray to him. He protect me, and and I say all darkness must go in the name of Yahushua Mashiach. He is Yahuwah, hallelujah. So, and then and then I was in the anesthesia, anesthesia. When you, So, and then, wow, this is a big testimony. So when I speak to you, then my tears coming.
That's okay. Hey, you know what? We if you feel moved by the Ruach in such a way, that's totally okay. It's gonna bless somebody.
And it was so nice. You cannot believe it. Yahuwah is so love. Yahuwah is love. I have never in my life feel so this love. The people looks in wrong things for love, and it comes from Satan. But his love is so amazing. You cannot speak with your words out, So, and I was in the light, and you can read in the Bible that Yahuwah is a consuming fire, and he is a spirit,
Yes.
Yes, and he is in the light. He lives in the light, but he is the light. He is the wisdom. He's all. Yes, he's the power. He's the power of all. So, and then he speak with me, and this light comes a voice, and I feel my soul and my bones comes. Be water in my love, and he speak to me. He said, "I'm your creator, Yahuwah. You must not fear, my child. You must not have fear. I'm with you until the end of the world." And then I wake up, and I said, "Yahuwah, Yahuwah." And the nurses, they said, "Where's Yahuwah?" I said, the creator have speak with me. The creator have speak with me. And then there was people, they have operation, and they and I come out from the operation. I feel good. I have not pain, nothing, and
wow.
Yeah. And this is my testimony. Yeah. Yahuwah is there. I feel it every day. And the spirit, the fruit of the spirit, I have so joy in the I think from January. He gave me so power. With him, I'm all out. Wie sagt man? Moment. He is the power. Yeah.
Yes.
So when I'm in him, I have power. So he gives me every time power, and I said, "Thank you, Yahuwah, for that. You have made it, not I'm. You are the best. You are wonderful. You are my creator. You are my deliverer. You are my king from the king." So and this is my testimony. Yeah. And so,
hallelujah, yada Yahuwah, and that's why I wanted to do this, because we have to understand that Yahuwah is moving upon all different nations, people, tribes, tongues, nations. And why it's so important to do testimony shows is because Yahuwah, our Father, our Eluah, our heavenly creator, reveals himself to people in so many different ways, because he is a personal Eluah. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, when I hear your testimony, sis, you kind of just light my Ruach on fire. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like, our Father, there truly is no one like him. And I give esteem to the Most High for what he has done in your life. And I'm so glad he brought you here. And
you see, brother, you see, it was spontan. It for 10 minutes. I see, and I said, I go in. And I prayed to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah said, "Go give your testimony." I have not planned this. You know what I mean? This is so amazing. I comes from Morocco. I born in Morocco, and when I was 3 weeks old, I comes to Germany.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful, sister. Well, thank you so much. I really hope you'll come back more on the lives. We do these pretty normally. I'm definitely Yahuwah, the Father, the Most High Yahuwah. He has been putting on my heart, I need to do more testimony shows. And I felt led. I said, and I know I did a whole 5-hour show yesterday, but the Most High, he wants us always to make things about him, right? To esteem him. And what better way to esteem him than to talk about where he's brought us from and where we are now because of him. And so, sister, thank you so much for coming on. I love you so much.
I love you all, sisters and brothers, and Yahuwah Baruch you, and let his face shine on you and give you peace and give you joy. We have joy in him. He's light. He's light. We can joy, or when we here on earth, you know what I mean. We with him. Yada Yahuwah, gepriesen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah.
Yada Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Yahuwah. All right.
Hallelujah. Yahuwah. Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
I
Yahusha.
love you so much, Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
All right, sis. Thank you so much for coming on. Okay.
Yes, I make my microphone out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it out. Thank you. All right. We're gonna bring on let's bring on Christopher and his wife. I believe that they're with us. Hey y'all, shalom.
Shalom.
I can barely hear y'all. Can y'all like well I know you guys are you driving right now?
We parked. Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a little low, but we can work with it.
Okay. So just to give you, I guess, my testimony,
Hold on, y'all. Wait. 1 second. Hold on. I can't really hear you. Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
But when I was born, I was adopted at birth, and I was adopted. I'm Filipino. My adopted family, they're all white. And when I was 6 years old, my adopted father, I ended up getting hit and ran over by a truck. Completely.
Oh my.
Where I was life flighted to the hospital. I almost died.
Mm.
And at 6, my dad actually died. My adopted dad, he got hit by a train going over the railroad tracks going to work, and he died. And then my adopted mother, she was a dope addict. She could not take care of me, so she dropped me off at my aunt and uncle's house and never came back for me.
Mm.
So the point is, my aunt raised me in a Christian church. So I grew up in a Christian church, understanding their teaching.
Okay, hold on, Aki. They say they can't hear you. Are you on Bluetooth?
Yeah.
Okay, is there any way you could take it off? Because it's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, thanks, Ak.
Is that better?
Way better.
Okay. Do you want me to start over?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay, so anyway, like I said, I was adopted. My adopted dad died when I was 6. I'd gotten ran over. I almost died. I was life flighted. And then my adopted mother dropped me off at her sister's, which was my aunt, and she never came back for me. My aunt raised me in a Christian church, and in the church, they taught us a lot of false teaching. One being that that black people were cursed by Ham. You know, we've already done a discussion on that, Yexer. You'd already talked about that.
Right.
We ended up, I bounced a lot in a lot of churches. I couldn't ever really find a church that I felt like was home. And we ended up with this one church. It was Pentecostal, and they tried to tell us that we were not saved because we didn't speak in tongues.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And,
church doctrine.
Right. And it was like almost like a cult, you know, the way that they would just, you know, just the language that they were saying, because it wasn't nothing. It wasn't English. I don't know what it was, but it was definitely something made up, you know. And so that's what kind of led us towards the truth, because my wife was looking on Facebook, and she started doing a lot of digging, and that's when we found out that it was Yahuwah and Yahusha.
And how did you come into the truth of the names?
Yeah, in 2022, after COVID. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, fam. I'm going to help him with this because it's more than that. Talk to my husband in 2 seconds. I'm so sorry. I'm working. Just give me 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds.
But
we got into the I'll save the word. Right I'll save the name for
But the thing of it was what got us was the fact that I saw every time we go to church, there's always blessings. God, you know, has a plan for you.
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it was always great things are happening and stuff, but you know, things really wasn't that way for us, you know, because we struggled a lot. When we got you know 4 kids, so but I saw the church give away over $300,000 to these other organizations that they gave to, and it really kind of just hit my soul pretty hard, because I was thinking about how all the people in the congregation are struggling. You know, that money could have went to the people in the congregation that really needed it versus those organizations.
No, don't say that.
What?
You're telling them that you tithe?
No, we're talking about. Here's my wife.
You're not supposed to talk about that.
No, we're not talking about that.
Hi.
Hey. Hello.
I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good.
I just know that you're not supposed to be talking about what you do to help others, and
We weren't talking about that. That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I jumped in. I mean, okay, whatever. All right. So, testimony here. Long story short, I'll sum it up. I was digging a lot. We would go to church. We were Christians at this point. Something didn't sit right or feel right. We kept going to this church and begging God at this time how our whole church would speak in tongues, and we kept saying, you know, how come they can all speak in tongues and we're not? Are we doing something wrong?
Right.
It got to the point where we was on our knees, like begging, like, what's wrong with us? So then like literally one whole church service, they were all praying over us, me and my husband both. They didn't have the church service at all. It was literally just us, them praying over us, which is really weird. Anyways, but long story short, I didn't end up praying in tongues, and my husband either. But somebody came up to me. They're like, "Did you get the Holy Ghost? Did you pray in tongues?" And I'm like, "No." And they said, they're like, "Well, you should talk to your husband because he did." So I was mad. Like, I was genuinely mad, because I'm like, you know, because at this point in time, I was reading more, I was seeking more, I was doing everything more than my husband. And I'm like, well, why does he get to speak in tongues and I don't? I was feeling some type of way. I'm not even gonna lie. So I went and asked my husband, and he's like, well, I don't know if I spoke in tongues, but I swore I spoke English, but they're saying I spoke in tongues. So then we asked my son Nate, the one that likes to rap because of you. And he's like, no, Daddy, I was there the whole time you spoke English. And so it was like, okay, that alone, it just felt like an occult.
Right. It's like it was like there was like conflicting stories here.
Yeah.
Right.
And then to top it off, the next week we went back, and they're like, the pastor said, all right, I want everybody right now to speak in tongues. And right there, I was like, I looked at my husband. I'm like, who is a man to sit there and say when to speak in the Holy Ghost? Is what they say. And that's
the Ruach now, but yeah.
But this is a church. It was like, how is man going to sit there and tell the whole church to speak in this language? Ain't this supposed to be from the Most High?
Right.
You know? And so I thought that was weird. And then every time I go to church, I would go to church more happier than I would when I actually left church. Every time I left church, I felt condemned. I felt like I wasn't saved. They told me actually I wasn't saved because I wasn't speaking in tongues, which was crazy. So, and when I started researching it, because I don't like somebody making me feel some type of way, so I started researching it. And I busted out a whole bunch of scriptures one time when I went to church. The next few times, and I started asking the pastor, you know, well, how come it says this, that, and the other? And I started pulling out all these scriptures.
Oh, no. Don't you question the church pastor. You better not question Mr. Porky Pig, Pastor Bishop. Better not question him.
I know. He did. He got upset, and he kept
giving us the same answer.
No, he was dancing around each scripture that I was giving him.
Right.
kept dancing around it and saying different things and like what it meant. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not answering my question, you know, and I just kept going on, but he had no answer for me. So long story short, I was like, I'm not going to this church no more. I don't feel right. So we went through like 5-6 different churches, and each one of them, it was like, Chris, my husband was like, okay, I don't like this church. It's all feel good. And then he ended up calling himself a prophet. It's like, who are you to call yourself a prophet?
Right.
Top of that, he's a white man. So you got a white man calling himself a prophet. That
Apostle is what he calls.
Apostle. That's right, apostle. So I'm like, okay, so
Right.
saying right. So then I started digging. I'm like, all right, well, screw this, because it says worship me in spirit and truth. Don't say religion, blah, blah, blah. So long story short, I started digging and I started seeing Hebrew Israelite groups. And I'm like, this is interesting. So I started, you know, digging. And I already knew the Messiah was the Black Messiah. So I'm like, hey, baby, look, did you know this? And then so that's when we started getting into the truth. Then we met this guy named Chris. I've talked to you about him.
Yeah.
And, you know, he started breaking down the scripture with me and telling me to, you know, get on. He would do me like you do. You know, you tell me, pull out the Bible and read. That's what he'd make me do. And well, me and Chris, my husband, Chris. And so, you know, I got into a lot of the truth then, knowing that, you know, our Messiah, he's the Black Messiah, and, you know, Deuteronomy, all this stuff. And then I started, I don't know how I came across your page. But okay, before I came across your page, I had a dream, and it was these letters that I did not know what these letters were. And it was a math equation form. It was like, and I seen Yahuwah's love in a math equation form. I can't explain it. I knew what it meant in the dream. And I woke up, and as soon as I woke up, I started writing down the letters because I wanted to know what it meant. And I would run across your post, and I would always see like you talking about how Jesus is gay and this, that, and the other. And I would get offended at first, but yet you always posted scripture, which is why it confused me. And I was like, okay, he loves the Most High, but it's obviously not Jesus. And so I started, at first I'd get offended, but then I kept reading your posts. And then one day I came upon the same letters that I dreamed, which was Yahuwah's name.
The Yod Hey Ur Hey.
Yes.
Yada Yahuwah. I love saying it, like, bro, like when I say Yod Hey Ur Hey, it's like you can make so many songs off of that. It's so catchy. But yeah.
But yeah, so when I seen that, I was like, oh my gosh. So he was revealing to me in my dream his real name, but I just didn't know how to go about it or
Right.
even know what it was until I seen your post. And then I'm like, okay, this man is a man of God, of Alua, and he's actually truthful because he's over here talking the real names.
Right, and he speaks out of love.
Yeah, and you were speaking out of love to the Gentiles and, you know, to other nations and to the Hebrew Israelites. So
Right.
it's cool because I've ran across a lot of Israelites that, you know, are against the white man, and I understand that. I get it. I get it. I'm that person that understands both sides to everything, and it's a blessing but a curse because like I'll be watching movies and even the bad guy, I'll be like, yeah, but you gotta understand, you know, I understand where the bad guy's coming from, you know, because of whatever the situation is.
Right.
I can understand both sides, and so I understand why, you know, the black man had a lot of hate for the white man because of what we've done, whatever my ancestors done. I'm not going to say we, because I didn't personally, but what my ancestors have done. And for that, I am sorry to all y'all's ancestors and to you guys. It's, you know, really crappy that our people have done that. And here I'm a part of that. Like, I got that evil seed in me, so to speak. And I hate that. I hate that. But I also want you guys to know that when I say comments on here, I need you guys to realize I mean nothing personal. I need y'all to know me for who I am. Like, I love the Most High's people. I've never not ever in my entire life. Me and my nephew's mixed. I have the Most High's people in my family. So I don't want y'all ever thinking that, you know, for one, when I say I'm jealous, I don't mean it like I'm jealous and I'm a colonizer and I'm like out to like wish harm on y'all or anything. I just think it's a beautiful thing to be able to say you are the Most Highest people. That is powerful. It's beautiful. It's not like me, I'm a Gentile. I can say, yeah, I'm grafted in and yada yada for that because at least I get that opportunity. That's all. I'm grateful for just that in itself. But when I say that I'm jealous, I hope y'all don't take it like I'm being rude or being mean or trying to like hate on y'all. I just think I have mad respect for y'all, and I think it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing to say that you are the Most Highest chosen people. When I used to think it was the white people with red hair, like the fake Jewish people, I used to always want to meet them because I'd always be like, that is so cool. I used to think it was so cool. I've always known I was a Gentile. I always thought the real people were the white with the red hair. Right. And until we came into the truth. Until I came into the truth. And then I'm like, oh my gosh. So which was even cooler because my whole life I've been around Yahuwah's people. So it was like, this is even cooler. So to me, when I say I'm jealous, it's not necessarily that I'm jealous that, oh, I want to be y'all and this, that, and the other. It's not that. You know, I'm not a colonizer. It's just I think it's I've got mad respect. It's awesome. It's beautiful. It's powerful. It's royalty. It's something that I will never have, but it's something that I can always look at and be like, that is beautiful. And it is truly beautiful. I am blessed to be grafted in. I am so thankful. Because just that alone, Yahuwah didn't have to do that. He didn't after if my kids, okay, let me just put myself in Yahuwah's shoes for a minute. If somebody was to hurt my children, if somebody was to rape my children or kill my children's children or beat them or
well, wait, hey, let me just say, just be careful about certain trigger words. You know, we don't want to get the lie shut down. I had slipped up and said the R word too. So yeah, just be careful, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But I don't think I'd have mercy on those people. I and you know, that's probably where I fail because that's pride. And I know it says you're supposed to love your enemies, but I don't know. You do that to my kids. That's my children, man. And I couldn't imagine. So for Yahuwah to give people like me, I'm getting emotional. Hold on. Okay. Just, you know, just giving us the opportunity, it just makes us really happy. And we're thankful that we're in this group. For Yahuwah to give
Says it's okay if you get emotional. It's okay.
Well, if he gives us a chance. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I don't cry. And for this, I can't believe I'm getting emotional talking about it. But for him to give us a chance after all we've done, I'm thankful. I'm passing. Hold on. Yada yada. I'm sorry, you guys. So, yeah, so we appreciate everything. We love that you're always, you know, available and you make yourself, you know, you take the time out of your day to help us and teach us. And it's tell them I'm sorry. I just don't like to cry in front of people. And we are truly thankful for you and this family. So.
Yeah, and I want to let you guys know I'm very thankful to you guys as well. for coming on here. Your wife for being vulnerable and kind of just explaining some things. You know, listen, we all here in this congregation, we all love y'all. You know what I'm saying? We accept y'all. We don't look past. We look past that you guys are a different nation than us. If you guys are in the truth, we all are united in Yahuwah Yahusha. And so, you know, we don't fault you for that, right? We can't choose who our parents are. We can't choose who we're born from, so on and so forth. What matters is who we serve, who we believe in, right? That's really what it all comes down to. And are we showing respect to those grafted in? Are we treating them as one born amongst us? Are we teaching them the truth? Are we treating them with love? Are we making them feel welcome? Because Yahuwah will want you to feel welcome from his chosen people, the Negroes. We should make y'all feel welcome and feel like, hey, you know what? We can serve the Creator too. We can be, you know, adopted sons and daughters of Yahuwah Yahusha. You know, Yahusha would not turn you away. I mean, there's too many instances in scripture where he even told the dang Roman soldier that you got more faith than all I've seen in Yasharal. You know what I'm saying? We've seen so many examples of that. So, you know, we got to follow in the examples of Messiah. And he healed the other nations. He did great work for the other nations. So we got to continue to do work on our Father's behalf and be fishers of men, as Yahusha said.
I'm on.
Facts.
All
right. All right. I love y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? I really do. Y'all are like my family. I love y'all.
I love you too, yes, sir. And I love all you guys. I'm sorry if I ever say things that I don't mean anything personal. If I make a comment, I don't, like yesterday I made a comment. I was just copying and pasting of what this other Israelite was teaching me. And I wasn't trying to go against you, yes, sir. I really wasn't. I was just really asking your opinion. It's just unfortunately I couldn't write it all in.
No, it's okay. You know, it's like I realize that you know that like the when you post comments in the chat, it only gives you like 140 characters. So if you do have a question, you know, most people would be like, Yexer, what do you think about Revelations 4 verses 1 through blah, 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 blah. Then I can be like, okay, I can address it. And I understand you're asking a question. And then I can address it on the chat. And so that won't be a problem.
Awesome.
Good. I love you guys. You guys are like the only true family we have, really. And even with our own blood, y'all are our family.
Right.
I
mean, we may not all be the same bloodline, but we are covered by the same blood of the Messiah Yahusha. Hallelujah. Yahuwah.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'm just thankful we have a chance. Us Gentiles have a chance. So, and I'm thankful that you guys accepted us as family and not just some colonizer. You know, white. Wait, what do you say? White creams.
Sour cream.
Sour cream. I got y'all saying these words. That's crazy. But yeah.
So thank you for that. So,
all right, sis. Well, I'm gonna bring on the next person, but once again, thank you guys so much for coming on. We want to kind of give more people opportunity to share their testimony. So just thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you guys.
All right, love you too, sis.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna bring on Cece. They've been in here for a while. Let's bring them on next. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly.
Awesome. How's everyone? I hope all is well with everyone. I want to first off start by saying, give all praise to Yah, who is all deserving. I'm so happy to be in this truth. I'm very happy, and I'm happy that you're able to teach me, because sometimes I still be feeling lost, but I think I've outgrown that because I'm learning so much. And it's not because Putin said what he said, it's in scripture. So he confirmed it to others. And believe it, at the bottom of my heart, I'm so happy because everyone knows now, even though we have others denying it, that's fine. others are out there fighting and carrying on and just to prove. We don't have to do that no more. And
No, we don't.
I love the fact that the others, with respect to both of the callers that were in, I love the fact that they recognize, yes, you're grafted in now, because I'm not racist. You understand? But we have other groups out there that are being racist, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, we do.
I love that, people that are given opportunity are seeing it for what it is. And I feel, I can't explain the feeling that I have inside me, even right now talking to you. You understand? Because I love it. It's pure love for everyone. And that's what Yah have always wanted. I'm so happy that now I know him, because I'm not going to lie. I used to give all the energy to JC, and I still wasn't, I hadn't found like a confirmation. Can I say it that way? Yes, I didn't find a confirmation until I came into the truth, and I'm reading and I'm getting the understanding of what this means, what that means, through some other folk as well, like yourself, Sister Deborah from Proverbs 31, big up. Benaiah, Israel, it's a lot of folk out there that's teaching me. I used to think that the building was the church. No, from what I've read, we are. It's in us. It's in us. We ain't got to run in no building. I used to beat myself up mentally thinking, oh, I missed church today. But no, all that is just lie. I lied in my tail. Like, we learning, and I love it. That's all I can say. Nothing but love. And I appreciate you. I thank you, Yah, for sending people like you to teach me. So now that I'm teaching my family, you have other side of the family that's like, it's a cult, it's this, it's that. Okay, go on with it. Go on with it. But I give all praise and all things to Yah. Yahuwah, Yahusha HaMashiach. Thank you.
Yada Yahuwah. All the singing to Yahuwah and Yahusha. Yada Yahuwah, sis. Love you
Hallelujah.
so much.
Love you too. Y'all have a good day. Bye-bye now.
Yada Yahuwah.
You too.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. We're bringing on Melanated by Yahuwah. Hey, sis.
Hey, family. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Are you driving?
Okay. I am. I'm on a bus. I just dropped off my last students, but that's why I waited. So I want to give all esteem to Yahuwah. And I want to also thank Yahuwah for giving us Abari brothers like you, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm almost 50, and back in the day, if listening to those camps would have kept me out of the truth, for real, because I see them on the street corners cursing out people, calling women all sorts of names and stuff, and I just, I was raised Jehovah's Witness. My mother was a devout Jehovah's Witness. I was baptized as one when I was in my late 30s. And so she always told us to read the Bible. And so I knew scripture, but it used to be foreign to me. It was foreign. Some things were foreign. And they'd be like, oh, you just got to pray so you can get the Holy Spirit. Just keep praying and he'll eventually give it to you. But man, coming into this truth, when I tell you that Yahuwah has revealed things to me that were like a different language prior to me being awakened, I give all esteem to Yahuwah, because I'm going to tell y'all this. I was married to a man for 16 years. We have 2 beautiful Abari children, but we were, young when we got married, and we got to kick it and hang out together, do a lot together before we had our first child. He wanted a child, but we used to kick it. And I was like, at one point, I didn't think that I could have babies. And so I was like, and I used to want babies so bad because all my friends had babies and I didn't have none. And so my womb was closed and I thought that something was wrong with me. And I used to cry. And I'm going to tell y'all, on pagan Mother's Day, I used to get so sad because I was the only one without seed. And I would be so depressed, which I now know is a spirit. I used to be so just down. And then I remember in 2005, I had decided, maybe I was put here to be mother to some other children, because at the time my brother had been in prison and he had a baby, and he didn't even get to know his baby, but I did. And his baby was with me. And so from his baby being with me so much, his baby knew who he was, even though he was in prison. And I was always loved by children. And so I was like, well, maybe, Yahuwah didn't put me here to be. I didn't know Yahuwah's name. I called him Jehovah because that's what I was raised on. And so I said, well, maybe I was put here to be a blessing to children that don't have good parents or something. Because, my younger brother has some children and their mom was trash because she's another type of person. But anyway, and so that's what got me into thinking that maybe I was just put here to be a blessing to somebody else's children. And then lo and behold, I get pregnant with my own seed after mother in 2007. Yeah, and the crazy part about it is my children's father worked at a trucking company, and I had said that if I got my menstrual one more time that I was going to look into infertility, right? And so his insurance happened to pay for it, which is crazy because normally insurance don't pay for that. And so when I was calling around the places trying to get in to be seen by, hold on, you guys, this is going to be really loud because I got to go turn my checkmate off, but hold on, let me run to the back of my bus. Okay, all right. And so when I was calling around to fertility clinics, they were like, are you sure your insurance paid for it? And they didn't believe me, but it did. And so we had got to the point where they wanted to give me drugs. They wanted me to get these drugs and start injecting myself with these drugs. But at the time, I ain't gonna lie, you guys, we were young. We was out there popping ecstasy, taking it. And I was like, you know what? I don't need no children. And he was like, well, we need children. I was like, no, we don't. We were out here kicking it, getting high. I ain't having no babies because I ain't finna bring no baby into this. And then lo and behold, Yahuwah was like, oh yeah, you are. And I got pregnant without the drugs, you guys. I went to my appointment for them to assess me, and I was pregnant. And so I ended up having my son, and that made me sit down, but he never sat down, you guys. He wanted to still be out there in the streets and kicking it and doing all that stuff. So now we have a child, and I want to be a good example to my child because I'm in my late 30s, and my early 30s, and he's still out there partying and kicking it. And so because he didn't understand that, as a parent, we got to sit down. I got to sit down, and we had our time to be out there in the streets. Now it's time to, sit down and raise a child. And so he was still out there and started cheating and stuff and doing all sorts of things, man. And I was in a marriage so my son came in 2007, and then lo and behold, after blue 2012, I wound up pregnant with my daughter. And so now we have 2 seeds. But from that time until I did leave him in 2016 and divorced him because he had been cheating on me and just making me look bad and feel stupid. And I got sick of feeling stupid and looking bad behind a man, and so I did leave him and I did divorce him. And now I know that I didn't have the right to divorce him because, I'm a woman and we don't have a right to give anybody a divorce. But, but that ain't the end of my story. So I was so bitter, you guys, with this man, and I'm not going to blame him for the reason that I sinned so great against Yahuwah, but I'm so grateful that he woke me up and he didn't kill me in my sin, because I ended up getting in a lesbian relationship.
Wow.
I ended up getting in a lesbian relationship with 2 children, and you know when something is wrong because you don't feel embarrassed about things that you know is right. You're not ashamed to tell people when you're doing something that you know is right. You know what I'm saying? Right. And it was always in the back of my head that it wasn't right. But during this time, my mom is a devout Jehovah's Witness, and so I would have never told my mom that. So I hid it. I hid it, and then my mom ended up dying. So this was in April 2018. My mom ended up dying in November, and you guys, it threw me my life just spiraled out of control. I was angry at Yahuwah, but my brother who had been talking to me, who was also raised Jehovah's Witness in 2015, had started telling me about the Israelites, and I was like, no, that's black. Them ain't the people. Them ain't the people. That's what I was telling them, right? But he was telling me that he'll never go back to the Kingdom Hall because they lied. And then he was making sense about the names. He was telling us about the names. The names was wrong. And why would they lie about that? If they lying about that, what else are they lying about? You know?
Facts. That was like the conclusion I made.
Yeah. If they lying about that, what else are they lying about? And so I ended up being in this relationship. My mom ended up dying, and it's 6 of us, and I'm the third of 6. And so I got 3 younger brothers, and me and my 3 younger brothers were always with my mom. My older sister, my older brother never really wanted anything to do with us. And so they left. But when my mom died, and they got whiff of the money, bro, they came down here and they turned our lives upside down during one of the worst times of our lives. They wanted the money. That's all they cared about. They tried to put us against each other. And some of my brothers fell for it because I'm their older sister and I'm always the one that was there for them. Through all their jail stints, I was there for them. Through everything they ever went through, I was there for them no matter how bad they treated me. So I was like the black sheep of the family. So even with my mom, I was always the one that was taking care of her, paying her bills, making sure she was straight, you know, because she had piss poor health. And she had a heart attack out of the blue. But me and my mom had started to become really close. I had actually moved back in with my mom 3 months prior to her passing because my youngest brother and his wife, he's married to a Gentile woman, and she was horrible to my family. Her own family didn't want her, and she had children with my brother. Well, 2 children because she cheated and got 1, and the oldest wasn't his, but we loved them and called them ours anyway. And so anyhow, she treated us so bad and caused so much confusion. And then, so when my mom died, I ended up getting custody of their children that my mother had been taking care of, because my mother had been taking care of them and their children, but they were on drugs. And so I said, I would take the children, but I ain't taking the parents. So overnight, I went from having a 6-year-old and an 11-year-old to having 2 6-year-olds, a 5-year-old, and 2 11-year-olds. So overnight, I became a mother of 5. Wow. Because I didn't want them to go into foster care, and they had already had, my brother and sister had ex-sister-in-law had already had, you know, open CPS cases, and the only reason they weren't taken is because my mother was intervening. And so in order to stop them from going into CPS, I took them. But then my sister thought that the children were tied to the money that my mom had, and so she wanted to fight me for the children, but the children didn't even know her. They had never even knew her. And so, you know, my mother was like their mother because that's who was going to bat for them. And the woman that my brother was married to, their parents, her parents were German, and they didn't really want to have nothing to do with them half black babies. So, yeah, so I took them. And then my sister's trying to fight me for them because she thinks the money's tied to them, but it wasn't. And so she ended up getting all the money somehow, some sneaky underhanded way, but I wasn't finna fight her over it. If that's what made her happy, keep it. I'm gonna take care of these children because that's what my mom did. And so I ended up having the children. So that was in November, and I had the children, and I was still in the homosexual relationship, but she was the only person that like had my back. And I think that's another reason that I cling to her, because she wasn't the best person either. She had a lot of things with her. And so, anyway, I went through all that, had the children and stuff, but my brother and his wife got mad because I put them out. And so they kept trying to fight me in court for the children, but the judge was on my side. He wanted me to take them. The judge was on my side, but my brother and my older sister were on my younger brother's side because they were just trying to use them as pawns, right?
Right.
It was so stressful, bro. I like by the end of the school year, I wanted to pull my hair out. By the time we got to June, I was just done. I was so done. I had gave the children back to my brother and his wife for like 2 weeks, bro. They had them down at truck stops and stuff. They was living in and out of their car. I go to the school to get my daughter. They're asking me why my nephews are coming to school unbathed and stuff. And then their mom, they unbathed, unwashed, same clothes. And then their mom ended up having a drunk spaz out at a grocery store. And somebody that knew me called me to tell me what was going on. And she was high out of her mind in a Dollar Tree doing canned foods at people and cursing and stuff. Yeah, and she had ran my mom she had already got one of my mom's cars, because my mom had like 3 cars. She had already got one of my mom's cars impounded, and she was in with my brother, he had the expedition. She had ran the expedition into the side of a big red truck, you guys. Put a big hole in it. By the time I got there, she was drunk out of her mind. The police was arresting her. She had wrecked the truck. That's how I ended up with the children back, and that was in April. And so I got them back, and by June, I was just done with them. So I said that I was going to leave. And I was gonna. My mom had told me that she would like me to try to make a relationship with my older sister, and my older sister kept trying to call me and trying to say that she was gonna do this and do that. So I decided to move to North Carolina from Washington, and so I did. In September, I took all 5 children, and we went over there. And she had said that she's gonna help me with all this stuff and help me get a car, because she took all my mom's money, help me get a car, place, and all this stuff. Bro, she didn't help me with anything. It was like me and my children were over there, like just by ourselves. We didn't have nobody. And it broke my heart because I'm out here trying to work, and then I went and got a job. But up here, I drive a school bus. I make over $30 an hour. I make good money. Down there, they started me at $16.95. So I'm bringing in $1,000 checks. I can't live off that. And so it was just so frustrating. She did end up taking the other 3 off of my hands, and I left them there with her. I stayed 6 months and I came back home. But and I was still in that relationship with that girl. But my brother used to send me stuff about Yahuwah. And he would send me stuff about homosexuality. And so I remember at one time I said, stop sending me this stuff. You judging me, because that's what we think. People judging us. But I still had in the back of my mind, I had questions. And then he told me that it was the Jews, it was our people, because I was still asking questions. And he told me that it was us that killed Yahusha. And I said, what? And I remember one day in 2021, I was on my way to work. I cried the whole way to work. I worked like an hour and a half away from where I live. I cried the whole way to work. And I talked to him because I had asked him, who do I pray to? Who do I pray in the name of if these ain't the right names? And somebody had sent me something on Yahusha and Yahuwah. And I was just crying. And I was like, is this the reason that we're treated so badly? Why didn't you create us, Yahuwah? Aren't we your people? Why are they killing our people in the streets? Are you gonna save us? And I was like, and then after I found out that it was us that killed him, I was like, is this the reason that we're cursed? And I was just crying.
Well, let me correct you. We didn't kill Yahusha, okay? We did not actually do the things that the Romans did, but we had a choice to make sure he didn't go through that. Right? We could have, they said, you want Barnabas or you want Yahusha? They took Barnabas and they said, let his blood be upon us and our children. So they had furthered their curses by saying that. But you got to understand, it was written that they would reject him. You know what I'm saying? It was written that he would be bruised, he would be beaten. So it had to come into fulfillment because Yahuwah knew that they were going to reject him off top. But yeah,
so that was the Genesis 3:15, right? Yeah. And so
Genesis and also Genesis 49.
Okay, yeah. So I get that. So it was our people, and back then I didn't understand the curses either. But so I'm like, this is why we're cursed. This is why we're cursed. And then I started listening to truth music. Now the whole time I'm still sort of kind of like 1 foot in, 1 foot out of this relationship. But in the back of my mind, now I'm like, this is wrong. I can't be in this relationship. This is wrong. I can't be in this relationship. But I'm steadily learning, and I'm steady learning. And then last year I went to my first, they had my brother was fellowshipping with a group on Telegram, and I went to my first group, and that's when I knew that I had found the truth. And I was like, bro, from then I hit the ground running. Yahuwah called me about a relationship. He's the reason that I want to live. He's the reason that I want to do good. But I've always been a really nice person, and I've always given people chance after chance after chance. And my friends like, I wouldn't talk to them no more. But I've always been a really forgiving person and a loving person. And I'm a nurturer by nature, so I like to take care of people. So when I tell you I hit the ground running, and got rid of all that stuff. And then I started listening to Truth Unedited, and then I started listening to Truth Music. And between Truth Unedited and Truth Music, it really just helped me to learn and grow in Yahuwah. And then I remember I found you because I was on Instagram and Ron Dalton had said that he was gonna charge $20 for a Zoom, and you put a comment
Oh,
under
I
his
was giving him
page.
the everlasting work, huh? Talking about you
Yes.
charging $20 for a Zoom call. Mother, you crazy.
Yes.
That's
I
crazy.
was like, let me go see who this is. And so I went to YouTube and typed in your name, and that's how I found you. I was like, let
Wow.
me see. Yep, that's how I
That's
found you. And I'm right here.
crazy.
And I listened to your lives and stuff for some weeks without saying anything. And then because I remember when you did the Esau documentary and stuff, and so I was like, okay. And then I started listening to your teachings and how you speak Abari, and you knew so much stuff. And I was like, man, this is where I'm at. Because I ended up leaving the fellowship because that dude that was running that fellowship, and it was crazy to watch it like in real time, watch somebody lose the favor of Yahuwah. Because
Wow.
like I got a notebook of the teachings and stuff that we would do, and he used to do some fire teachings on Yahusha. And then all of a sudden at the end of December of this year, like at my 7-month mark, he started talking about he was questioning New Testament Messiah, and he didn't believe in the New Testament. And Scripture says that you don't even fellowship with a person like that. Don't even bid them goodbye. Bro, I
Right.
left that fellowship my 7th month. I ain't gonna never forget it. And that was in January. I left that fellowship and didn't look back. And he was trying to reach out to me, but I wouldn't even, because I read the Bible and I like to read, so I do know a lot. And
Mhm.
and so he was trying to reach out to me, and everybody in that fellowship was like, man, you so lively. You just, you know your stuff, but you just got, everybody in the fellowship, you just got an aura. And I always tell people, like, even at work and stuff, people always say, man, it's just something about you. I was like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. This is Yahuwah. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't give me no praises, nothing. This ain't
Right.
got nothing to do with me. I am nothing but filthy rags without Yahuwah Yahusha. That's it.
Facts.
And
That's what I'm
so,
saying. We gotta humble ourselves. I tell
yeah,
people, don't esteem me. I mean, if you appreciate what I do, give that esteem, Yahweh. Don't give it to me. I'm a vessel, but I'm not perfect. I make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes my flesh comes into play. Please do not esteem me. Esteem him who is perfect in all his ways, righteous in all his ways, who I'm trying to be more of an example of, because I say that I'm a child of him, Yahuwah. So please give that esteem to he's perfect. That's all I say. But yeah.
hallelujah, because I'm gonna tell you, and even with this homosexual thing that I was in, I'm glad that I went through it. I'm not ashamed of it anymore, man. But I used to have days, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, family, I used to just cry. There was days that I wouldn't even get out of bed after coming into the truth and finding out, man, there would be days that I would just cry about that. Like I am so sorry, Yahuwah, for even being involved in anything like that. But this testimony has, because I know a lot of people that's in that, and I'm gonna tell y'all, when I tell y'all that I don't give a dang, I witness to them about them being in those type of relationships, and I don't browbeat them. I just give them scripture, and I just tell them, listen, we've been taught lies. We have been taught lies. We are Jeremiah 16:19 too. We've been
Right.
taught lies too. We
Facts.
believe lies too, and I have to tell them. When I'm saying, well, I don't think I can stop liking women. I said, well, you're choosing temporary pleasures for a lifetime of eternal torment.
Yes.
Because you only get one life, and what you do in this body is going to determine where you spend eternity. So either you're going to spend eternity in paradise, or you're going to spend eternity in eternal torment. And I share, like, Watchmen them did those readings of, like, the Apocalypse of Paul, Peter, and stuff. Man, I shared them with so many people, because when I listened to those and the Apocalypse of Elijah,
Yeah, it will convict you so much.
man.
You want, and shout out to my Aki. I think he's in here. My Aki, he told me about the Shepherd of Hermas. I don't know if you guys have read that, but
Yeah,
that one will convict you too. You know what I'm saying?
it sure will. But that one also will help you with doubt, because it tells you that if you ask for something but you are doubtful and you don't get it, that's on you. It ain't got nothing to do with what you, and that's why when you said that you called on the name of JC or whatever and you were healed, I that made so much sense when you said that, because it ain't the name, it's the faith that you
It is the
have. It's the
Amunah. That's right.
Amunah.
Yahusha said
Yeah.
that your Amunah can move mountains. He never said no. Listen, they said there's one name by which you must be saved. Okay, so it would be the Hebrew name of the Hebrew Messiah. It wouldn't be anything else, and it definitely wouldn't be a pagan name substitution, because that's really what it is. Not transliteration. It's a substitution to hide his true name. So, yeah. But since
Brother, I like the way you are so just bold about it. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for having me on. I love this family. I love being a part of it. And I look forward to more learning. You guys, and I'll be listening to y'all, but I'll be on my bus. So a lot of times I can't say nothing. So have a wonderful, beautiful day.
Hey, thank you. Have a blessed day, sis. Love you.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Esther. Hey, sis. How's it going?
Hey, how are you doing? How you doing, family?
Man, I'm doing so good, man. I'm blessed by all these different testimonies, hearing them all.
Oh yeah, I came on a little bit late, but I've been sitting here listening, and boy, I tell you, it's what a blessing. What a blessing. The Most High is working. The Most High is moving. He's awakening His people. I don't want to keep you guys long, but I just felt like I had to say something. I had to come on and just testify about what the Most High has done in my life, because you know, I like I said, I don't want to stay on here long, but I'm 60 years old now, and I came into this truth in 2021. You know, I grew up in a huge family. My grandparents had 17 children. And
wow. Okay.
Yeah, 17 children. And my grandfather was 102 when he passed, and my grandmother was 98.
Wow.
So,
wow,
yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah, longevity.
Man, I'm telling you, man, the Yahudim, we just built different, man. I'm telling you. He said you're gonna be numerous as the sands of the sea. Most High was not speaking cap.
Absolutely. And you know, I growing up, I have always knew that the Most High had His hand on my life.
Mm-hmm.
And the most, when I was a child, I used to always have dreams about things that came true.
Right.
I would dream something and then it would happen. And I never, for years and years, I never told anybody, because I didn't want people to think I was weird.
Right.
You know, and I thought I would be ridiculed for it. But I grew up in a household where my mother was in an incestuous relationship with her brother, half brother, but brother nevertheless. We for the first probably 9 years of my life, I didn't know that the man that we was living with was my uncle.
Oh my.
We thought he was our daddy. And he was the father of my oldest brother, but not my father.
Right.
And I grew up with two other brothers who he was not their father either. But and my oldest brother always had some mental issues. And, you know, after I found out, I realized why.
Right.
And,
right.
Right. The way I found out was that when I was in the 4th grade at school, my teacher, my uncle used to clean the apartment building where he, like on weekends, part-time. And he was talking to me one day in class and he said, "Oh yeah, your uncle cleans my, does apartment building." And I said, no, that's not my uncle, that's my daddy. And he was like, no, your uncle. And I said, no, my daddy. Well, I left school crying that day. And I went home and I asked my grandmother, because my mom was a drunk. I asked my grandmother, and my grandmother told me the truth. And my mom was always an alcoholic. She used to take us to bars and stuff when we were kids. And back then, you could take your kid to a bar. And, it ain't like nowadays, but she would take us to the bar and we would sit at the bar while she would drink. And then she would come home and she would make us go in the bedroom and sit around her bed so that she knew where we were. And she'd be thrown up in a bucket beside the bed. And she would have parties and she would sell our beds to her friends to have sex in with the people because they would play cards, drink, play music and dance. And she would actually charge them $5 to use our beds. So people would have sex in our beds that we slept in at night.
Oh my.
And then we would, this went on. So like I said, I found out about my uncle when I was in the 4th grade. And then we had this preacher come to town. And it was a white dude. And he come to town. He was a preacher, supposed to be a Pentecostal preacher. And my mom started messing with this guy. And at this time, I was 11, and she started messing with this guy. And then one day, my mom kept me home from school. And she said that, and he showed up. She sent my brothers to school. He showed up. And he proceeded to tell me that God said that he's supposed to teach his people all things.
Right.
So he was supposed to teach me about sex. So, as 11-year-old girl, I hadn't even started my menstrual at that time. And my mother held me down. My mom held me down while that man raped me. And for 5 years, till the time I was 15, every other day I had to endure that. And this whole time she's still messing with me. She took me in the bedroom, and I don't want to be too graphic, and showed me how to do fellatio on this man. This is my mother. And my brother tried to protect me, my oldest brother, and they would beat him up. And she would make me stay home from school. One year I missed like 98 days of school because of this. I didn't know who to go to talk to, but the Most High, there was a strength in me. There was always something pushing me forward. There was times I thought about killing myself. But the Most High was still with me. I could feel his hand on my life.
Right.
And then come to find out they were doing the same thing to my brother. They were doing stuff to him, my mom and this preacher man.
Oh, no.
And when I turned 15, I left home. I left. So I've been on my own since I was 15. And I got into a lot of things, of course, that a young girl at 15 shouldn't be into. And I started selling drugs. I got pregnant at 17 and I sold drugs to take care of my children. I've got 4 beautiful children. The Most High has blessed me with 3 girls and a boy.
Right.
But all through my life, I would have these dreams, and it's like if something major was going to go in my life, I dreamt about it before it happened. And there was a time that my one child's father used to sell drugs and stuff, and he was going to go to jail. And I dreamt the night before he went to jail that the police were chasing. They'd been chasing him for like 3 years. He was like a legend in the area where I lived. I mean, the police had orders to shoot him on sight. And
right.
Like the night before he got caught, I had a dream about these police chasing him and the dogs chasing him. And that night, they caught him in my dream. I could see the dogs and the police bounce on him. And then I woke up. And I woke up the next morning. I told him, I said, don't go out, because if you go out, you're not coming back. Well, they caught him that night.
Right.
It was on a Saturday night. I'll never forget it. So, and that's just an example of one of the dreams. And the Most High has always dealt with me, or in dreams, has used dreams to communicate with me and talk to me about dreams. Talk to me through dreams. But, so I've had my mother try to get my children taken away from me. She called the welfare on me. She stole money from me. All these different things. Well, my mom died when she was 56. And regardless of everything that happened, I love her. I still love her. I was there with her when she took her last breath. And because of the grace of the Most High, I've been able to forgive my mother and I've been able to live. I've been through 2 bad marriages, the abuse, all kinds of stuff. One of my kids' daddy beat me with a table leg so bad they had me in the home for abuse women, just all kinds of stuff. But even through it all, the Most High has kept me. The Most High doesn't give up on his people. He will not let us go. When we are his, he will not let us go.
Absolutely.
And when I got into church, I was going to an apostolic Pentecostal church. And I was in that church for 6-7 years. And they kind of got, when I first started going to church there and stuff, and when I was teaching Sunday school, when I do anything, I'm all in. I'm either all in or I'm all out. So I was all in. And then they kind of got, I guess, I don't know exactly the word I'm searching for, but because they started realizing that the Most High dealt with me with dreams, because there was several things that happened at the church that I told them about before it happened, because the Most High had showed me in a dream when the tsunami was in Japan. And I don't know if you guys recall, they had found a little girl on the beach in a pink jacket.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High showed me that before they found her.
Oh, wow. And that's where she was?
Yeah. I told them in church, we had a Bible study. And during the Bible study, the Most High showed me a vision of this little girl on the beach. And she was wrapped in something pink. I couldn't tell what it was, but she was in something, and she was under like some brush and some debris or whatever. And I told them. And then that Wednesday, because we'd had the Bible study on a Friday, and Wednesday I was coming into church for Bible study. We had Bible study on Wednesdays, and they said to me, everybody started running toward the door, and they was like, Sister Esther, they found her, they found her. And I was like, found who? Because I hadn't even looked at the news. And they said the little girl on the beach. And they showed me the news article, and they had found a little girl on the beach in a pink jacket,
Wow.
just like the Most High showed.
Right.
And then there was another incident where there was a pastor and his wife that was having like marital difficulties. And when we was praying, the Most High showed me the lady, and she had a wound, and there a hand reached down from the Shamayim and was putting salve in this wound. So I told him about it at church. And then a couple of days later, I got an email from the pastor's wife saying to me, I want you to read this email. And she had forwarded an email to me. And the email was about another lady in Indiana or somewhere like that had had the exact same dream about this pastor.
So that was, wow. That was like confirmation.
Right. So then the pastor's father was in the hospital, and they thought he was gonna die. And we was in church, and the Most High said, he's not gonna die. Tell her he's not gonna die. And I was like, because I could see him in the hospital room, and I didn't want to tell him because I said, Father, they're gonna think I'm crazy or something. And he said, tell him. And I told him, and I think what he was doing was making them understand that there was something more about me. He wanted them to recognize that he had placed something in me that obviously they didn't have.
Right.
But I told him, and her father survived. So one of the last things that happened at church before I left church was that we were in, and like at that time, my youngest girl and I, she used to teach Sunday school too. We were like, there was something drawing us away from church. Like I started missing church and just wasn't feeling the same way when I went to church anymore. And so we were having this Bible study again. It was called Doorkeepers, and it was for the intercessors or whatever. And as we were doing Doorkeepers that night, the Most High showed me a vision while I was praying of there was all these children they was in a field, and the people at the church was throwing bread out to these children. They had baskets, and they were throwing bread to the children, but the children wouldn't touch it. They wouldn't eat it. And these black ravens or birds kept coming down, eating the bread. And before the children, but they weren't even trying to get it, the children. And I said to the father, and I said, of course I called him Lord or God at the time because I didn't know, but I said, Lord, why aren't the children getting the bread? And he said to me, because they're feeding it to them with unwashed hands. And when we got done praying, everybody would tell if they had heard anything from the Lord, and I wasn't going to tell them. So he said to me, tell him. And I was like, okay. So I told them, and automatically their attitude changed toward me because they didn't want to hear that, because it was obvious what it meant, that what they were teaching was not the truth, is what I got from it was dirty bread.
Right.
And that's why
unclean bread. That'd be a better way to say it. Unclean bread. Right.
Right. Unclean bread. That's why the children weren't eating it. And after that, they kind of acted different toward me because they was fine to accept the good words when they came. But when that came, they didn't want to hear it.
They wanted to have their ears tickled. Yeah.
Right. So I kind of drifted. And even at that time, I started hearing little stuff about like Samson and the locks and stuff, because I had locks, and I've started growing my locks in 2019. So my locks was down to the back of my knee, where my knee bent. And they would always talk, Pentecostal church, white women always grow their hair long. They don't cut their hair or anything. So they was amazed by my hair. So, but anyway, they kind of started like didn't look at me as the same way after I told them that. But I had started pulling away from the church anyway. So anyway, I stopped going to the church, and I moved to North Carolina. My husband and I and my children, because my son wanted to go to school down here at the Art Institute in Charlotte. And then I started seeing the whited out videos that Watchman and
Deborah. Yep. Shout out to them.
Yes. I had just run across them by accident, and I started watching it. And the more I started watching it, it was almost like that truth just gripped me. And even though I tried not to go back to it, I kept going back to it, because when you hear the truth, you know it. And I was just like, I kept hearing, it just kept gripping me, but I still wasn't using the word. I wasn't going to any church at the time. And then I ran across Kingdom Preppers online, but there was still some stuff I didn't really agree with them, but they, I learned some stuff from there. And then in 2021, I started praying to the Most High. I said, Most High, teach me your truth. Teach me I'm not the world's truth, not what man wants me to know or doesn't want me to know. I'm seeking you and your truth. And I said, shut out all the other voices in the world. And I just want to hear your voice.
Right.
I just want to hear your voice. And the more I sought the Most High for the truth, the more he started revealing the truth to me. And when I really knew had this truth in my heart, I sat here on my sofa it was like a whole day and I bawled till my throat was sore. My throat was sore. I bared it all before the Most High, because I was so, in repentance for our people and for myself, and all the times that I had called him God and Lord and JC and just, I bared it all before the Father. And at this time, none of my children were in the truth or anything like that. I've got 2 girls in Arizona, one in Tucson and one in Phoenix. And then I had my other daughter and son live in this area where I live. And I had just, I just kept praying and seeking the Most High, and the Most High has just, he's just done, he's been so faithful to me. And my oldest daughter, who basically didn't believe anything at one time, now she's in this truth. She watches your show too. Her name's Josette, and she's been watching. She done she went from not basically believing anything to, she's on fire. She's on fire for the Most High now. And her and I talk daily, because she talks about how many friends she has lost since she's coming to this truth.
Right.
And, then I have my other daughter that's here. The Most High is dealing with her. She's coming into this truth, and I see the changes in her every day. And my grandchildren are growing up in this truth. And my daughter just had a baby. He's 3 months old now. He'll be 3 months on the 20th. And I'm so thankful to the Most High that he's going to be growing in this truth. He don't have to go through the lies and, break through the lies like we did and all that stuff. He's going to grow in this truth. And my other grandson's 10, and I teach him. He's homeschooled, and I can teach him the word of the Most High. And if I say that y'all don't like something, he don't do it. If he was eating like some gummy candies, and we found out that it had gelatin in it that was made from pig pork. And as soon as he found that out, he had 3 bags of them, and nobody told him. He took them and put them in the trash.
Right. Wow. All esteem to Yahuwah. Powerful.
So the Most High is just, I'm just saying this, I'm gonna get off here, but I'm just saying I've been through some horrible, horrible stuff. And like I said, there's so much stuff that I didn't have time to tell you guys that I went through all those things that I've gone through. But I'm just saying that to say that the Most High can reach down for any of us, and he saves. He's faithful. He's true. And no matter what you're going through, just continue to hold on to the Most High and have faith. I always said, I don't just want to have faith in him. I want him to have faith in me.
Yes,
You
absolutely.
know,
Beautifully said.
and I always think about Job, and how the Most High had enough faith in Job that he told Satan, okay, go ahead and test him, but don't do this and don't do that. And I think about that, and he knew that Job was a righteous man, and that's what I'm saying. I pray every day. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to go through what Job went through, but
Right.
but I have faith that if that happened, if the Most High said that that's what he wanted to happen, that I could do it through him, not because of my strength, but because of his strength. And
Right.
Abba loves us so much. I feel his love every day. He loves us so much, and he has brought me through so much. And I know that there's things that are coming that are going to be hard for all of us to go through. And I just want to encourage everybody to hold on to the Most High, because there's nothing that can take us out of his hands. Nothing, no devil, no angel, no demon, no nothing can tear us out of his hands. So just hold on, and he's gonna bring us through it all. He's gonna break through us all. He loves us. He's never given up on us. He said he would yet choose Jacob, and his word is true. His word is true. So, I hope that that edified somebody. I'm not gonna get on here because I see more people coming on, but I just want to say I love you guys. I'm so thankful for Ak Yetzer, because when the very first day that I saw him, I thought, that man has the same spirit. My spirit was drawn to him. I was like, this man's got the same zeal that I have for the Most High, and I could feel his desire, his hunger for the Most High. Just him wanting to do what was right in the sight of the Most High. And I love him, and I'm going to support him until the Most High says enough is done. Until I see him. If I don't see him before, when I see you in the wilderness, bro.
Thank you so much, sis.
And you all, because you guys are so special to me, each and every one of you. And every time I see somebody new come on here, and I see them thirsting for the Most High and just wanting to live for the Father, my heart is blessed. And I love you guys. And I'm, like I said, if I don't see you before we get in the wilderness, I'm going to be looking for every one of you that I can recognize.
Yes, right. Absolutely.
So.
We're going to do a roll call. We're going to do a wilderness roll call. Like, hey.
Absolutely. So I love you all, and shalom.
All right. Love you, sis. Shalom. All right, man. I'm always blessed by everything she says. I think her testimony is so powerful, y'all. And we're going to keep it moving. But I give all esteem to everybody that has been coming on here. I understand some of y'all are nervous and things like that, but you have to think about the bigger picture. How many people are going to be blessed that hear what the Most High has brought you out of? Always think about his will, right? I know we get nervous, and we're not comfortable talking online and stuff like that, but just think about the good you're doing on behalf of our Lua, our Father. We are the people of this nation. And the reason why he called us is that all these nations can know who he is. And even those are the lost sheep who don't know who they are yet. You never know. They could stumble upon this video. They could stumble upon this live, and they can be abundantly blessed by this. So just think about that, okay? All right. We're going to bring on Miss Joy Rider. She's been on here for a while waiting. Shalom, sis. Let me make sure you're unmuted. Okay, go ahead and unmute your mic. Miss Joy Rider 360 Small. There you go. Oh, okay, you just muted it again.
Hello?
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Shalom. Yeah, we hear you. Shalom.
Hello, shalom, shalom. Well, as I said before, I've just been getting on a couple of weeks now, but I've only learned the name Yahusha about a month ago now. I was a devout Christian. I'm still, like I was telling you, I was nervous and excited at the same time. Hold on, let me put my son on. I think that's the last.
Okay.
That's the YouTuber that I told you about my son.
Yeah, you can hear me, Exit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Shalom.
Oh yeah. So my mom actually spoke to you because I kind of told her about you because I ran into your channel, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna say this myself. I'm young. I'm only like 23 right now, and I do have a testimony that I could tell everybody right first. I'm gonna keep it nice and brief.
Absolutely, Aki.
But I used to be. If we gonna speak like in truth, what I was to God, I would have probably been like a Paul. I was kind of like an antichrist, you could see, an unbeliever, atheist. You know, I didn't have no beliefs. I didn't believe in none of that stuff, right? So one day, my mom and my sister was talking about Alua, you know, Yahuwah, and they was like, there was a God, and I was like, there is no God. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, nobody created this universe. I was just straight up rebellion against the whole idea. And after that, that's when Yah came in my life, and he told me, I was like taking the shower, and he told me, he said, I'm gonna show you some things. And he was like, what you do with this information is up to you. And the first thing he showed me was the Red Sea. He showed me the chariots under the water in the Red Sea from way back when the first Exodus happened, when he took his people out of Egypt. And, you know, I was still, my heart was still, you know, stiff. So then he showed me Mount Sinai, the real mountain that he burned when he came down as a burning bush to talk to Moshe.
Right.
You know, and I still was stiff-necked and I still didn't believe. So he showed me the pillar of salt, which was Lot's wife. And I was still stiff-necked. And he was like, okay. So he showed me the rock that he cracked in half for Yashrael when it was in the wilderness. And then eventually my heart started turning. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, I just went from thinking there's no God. And now I'm like, he's showing me the real physical proof. And then he went as far to even show me the real place, because his name in Hebrew is behold my hand, behold the nail. And I always wanted to figure out why would he put that in his name. And if you go back, like he gave me so many revelations. I know about Enoch, I know about the Lost Book of Treasures. Like I'm not trying to boast, but it's amazing how much revelation God gave me. And that's how I found your channel. And your channel, I told my mom, I'm like, look, y'all giving me revelations. I'm like, he giving me this dude named Yexer now, who know his name, Yah, who know the truth. So I was looking at you as another example of Yah, you know, showing me favor, because I me personally, I watched Truth Unedited. I seen all his videos. I'm a big fan of him. I even told my mom, and when you watched him, I said, Ma, Yexa watch Truth Unedited too, because even me, I learned a lot from him. You know, his first series, The History of Religion, taught me a whole lot with Nimrod and all that. It kind of put me in perspective. But my whole faith walk, I put it like this, Yexa, the same way that they said Paul was just so against him, and then he turned him around and just turned him into one of his strongest people. That's kind of how I feel. I still make mistakes, but one thing I can see, he gave me so much revelation in my life. And you was just another example of another person that I get more knowledge and more wisdom from him through. And I just want to thank you for that, because I didn't know if I was going to ever get the opportunity to like talk to you one-on-one like this. But all I got to say is keep doing what you're doing, because as strong as I am, man, y'all, you give me faith and you give me more courage and you give me more information by every video I watch that you upload. And I'm gonna keep watching, and I don't want to keep it too long. So that's my whole testimony. And I just tell everybody that it's deeper than that name, like they were saying earlier. It's about the faith in the heart. Because remember, he said he know all things before they come to pass. He knew us before we're in the womb. So if you truly seeking him, he said, seek me and you shall find me. You know, he said that he not far from us. So
exactly.
I just put it like this to everybody who listening to this. Yah exists. You know, he got everybody saying it's the JC and all that. One thing is true, and there is a creator, and the creator is Yah. And he said that the light came into the darkness and they cannot conceal it. He said his word goes out, and it no matter how does life go, if you one of his sheep, he will find you, because he said he's the good shepherd. You know, so if you one of his chosen, if you anything to do with him, he will find you and he will save you, because he said that this day I will be your Lord and you will be my people. So we just got to remember as his people that Yah's not done with us. He promised us better things, and we inherit the covenant from Abraham. So I just want to say, everybody, I hope y'all be blessed. Shalom. And I'm going to listen to y'all testimonies.
Shalom, Aki. That was powerful. Hallelujah. Oh, this man, family, this young man is 23 years old. Listen to that zeal for Yahuwah. The dry bones are awakening.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? All praises to the Most High. Wow.
That's how he awakened me. And like I said, his walk first, because I'm his mother, and I was bred on Christianity. Well, my mom, like I said, I'm about to be 47 now. My mom used to send us to like little kids camp or whatever, but she wouldn't actually go to church on her own. And so as a kid, I just started going to church on my own because I was interested. And so nobody really brought me there. So, you know, as time was going by, I started studying the word. Now, at the first, I was only a King James Bible. I knew the King James Bible from the back to the front. Like, you can't tell me anything. You could put up an NIV or anything else, and I could actually recite it in King James Version for you, you know, of what they were trying to say. So I was a stickler on it. And so, you know, the Bible says, train your child in the way they should go, and when they get old, they shall not part. So I've always, you know, tried to teach my kids, you know, doing everything that the traditional Black family does, give the children spirituality. So that's what I was doing. So upon it, my son DeAndre, who you just talked to, you know, he was like, you know, no, there is no God, there is no this, no, there's no that. So he kept working with him. So I want to say his walk has been about 2.5 years now, that he actually became a Christian. So when he became a Christian, like, I went against Christianity. Like, I started saying stuff like the Bible, and I was actually in Egypt, you know, and I'm talking about with the rods and the ISIS, because I'm thinking it's Black power and you uplifting your people, you know, all the Black people getting hit. So I ended up going on Egypt, and the Most High at the time told me, he was like, I took my people out of Egypt and you're sending them back to captivity. So then again, I turned around and been back to Christianity, because I'm like, wow, you know, God did take his people from Egypt, and I'm sitting here promoting, you know, everything raw Egyptian and things like that. So I got back on the Christian walk, I want to say in 2020. So upon me getting back in the Christian walk, everything was different, because I kept telling my son, I was like, the Bible seems like a summary. It's like a lot of things were missing. Well, you know, I'd already decoded the book of Enoch, and I've been doing this since like 2010, but the actual name Yahuwah didn't come to me until last month. And I always thought that something was missing, because he said, my people forget my name. And I'm like, how do you forget your name? And they saying JC 24/7. How is the name forgotten when I'm always hearing it? So it was a lot of questions of me inside of myself. And, you know, so I told my son, I said, before my 50th birthday, you know, I want to start doing Hebrew. So I started with the Masonic Hebrew and knowing, and then I was with Yeshua. And then my son came back and he was like, nah, mama, it's not that. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? I just learned this. I went from the King James Version, I started reading Hebrew, and now you telling me like that's the name, that's not the name. So I'm going against him. So he was like, no, I watched the video of this guy named Yesh and all that. And so me, I'm a researcher. I'm always gonna actually research for myself. So first thing I did was I threw you up under the bus. I threw you in the water. I was like, oh no, I don't want to hear that. You know,
oh,
like,
I'm chopped liver. I'm spiritual chopped liver right now.
I was like, no. He was like, no, man, you gotta watch the video. So let me tell you how my Rauk was someone was messing with my Rauk, because I was telling you, he tried to send me the video and it was the music. It was nothing but the music. I'm like, what kind of stuff is this? It's nothing but music. Like, what do you mean? I like the music, but where's the message? So I didn't know you had intros to the music at first. So I'm impatient. Right. He was like, no, wait, mama, send you another video. It was the same thing with music intro. So I was like, let me just chill. So I ended up watching. I was like, woman, I said, the music is fire. I said, whoa, he got a message in his music. And then the video came on with the introduction and I started watching it. And I was like, this young man, not only, is he speaking that truth, but he backing it up with the word and all of this. And so before you know it, I was on all your videos. I had been took over everything when it came down to Yexa. Like I was on everything. Because like he said, we were already on Truth Unedited. And it was a few other ones that I knew about. But one of your videos, I don't know if you can remember saying this. You was showing it and you called some of the Israelite, I think it was the Rebirth Nation, you called them the Purple Power Rangers. Now,
the Purple Power Rangers.
Those people, the Hebrew Israelite, that's why I was afraid, because I was like, these people are not like what I would feel would be the creators.
Right.
Yes. So I kind of was, shying away from it. And then when you put them side by side and show how they actually move in the same Masonic way as everybody else as an order, I was like, yeah, I thought it was just me because I'm all into the signs and symbolisms. I've been deep down the rabbit hole. Like I've been so deep down the rabbit hole that before anybody heard Illuminati's and things like this, and I was sharing this way back in 2009 and stuff like this, they was deeming me crazy. They said I was worshiping Satan. They was calling me conspiracy theorist. They, and now I'm to the age, so I'm like, oh, people are now getting it, and getting it, and they really get it. So even you with your discernment, I appreciate the ruach in you and your discernment that you even tell us to research what you're saying, and you're even breaking it down to where others are in error, in a respectable way. It may be funny, you may put a little meme there and boo people, but it's all in fun, and I love it, because you're still saying seek the truth. Seek the truth, no matter what. Don't just be blindly following anybody, not even myself, So, I mean, in this thing, I'm still nervous because I still sometimes I hit myself saying JC, because I'm still new with this. And, me and my son now, he leave work and we yada yada, fear yada, like now we getting our language, when now we speaking it around the house, because of the teaching, just like you put in the Discord yesterday, the Abari for us to actually know, because I want to know the real language, because I was learning in Hebrew with the dots underneath, like you were showing in the other video. That's the way I was learning at first. Yes. And so I want to know the real Abari Hebrew, and I'm excited to get to know the Most High. And like my son said, it's to feel like a chosen. It's like your hand selected, because a lot of people that I'm around, they know nothing about this.
Yes.
They don't know the real name.
That's why it's so beautiful to have these communities where we can all talk, we can all be on one accord in Yahuwah Yahusha. Listen, let me tell you this real quick. I have been to many assemblies and I've seen a lot of contention. I've seen a lot of disagreements. I've seen a lot of attacking. You start out the assembly calling each other out, people getting kicked out, people being attacked and things like that. I really appreciate how Yahuwah has established an order here amongst this gathering of his people. And so, we're grateful to the Most High for that.
Yeah. And I tell you, I look forward to the teachings and some of the suggestions. I even try to look at the links that you get some of your research from, so I can go
right
and research, because I'm inquisitive like that, and I'm intuitive. But I just want to say thank you so very much for breaking it down biblically, not just opinions. You know what I'm saying? Not just regurgitated information that you found from somebody else, but that you actually took the time, research, got the ruach, the spirit to guide you and lead you, and so I appreciate that. I appreciate the Most High putting me in you all path, because everybody here always have something to share, even inside of the comments. So I just appreciate it. I thank y'all for welcoming me so much, and like I said, I'm here to eat. I'm ready to feed my spirit into the correct way, because at first I was telling my son, I said I felt void, I felt isolated, I felt non-spiritual, I didn't know how to. I wasn't Christian anymore. It was like I was just stuck. I felt spiritually dead. I felt spiritually void. But it's like now I'm getting that life back. It's like now I'm excited. Like now that's why I was telling you I was nervous and excited at the same time, because after 47 years of being conditioned and being brainwashed and being under what they call the strong delusion, now I can see that, hey, I was trying to get out, but I was being led astray even when I was trying to get out of the captivity. So I think with your teachings and your leadings and your guidance and the way you actually use biblical teachings to where it's what the word said, not what Yextra said, not what this one says, but what the actual word says. I'm a word eater. I'm a strong meat eater. I love that word. So just to be a part of a platform to where it's putting the word out there first, giving all praises to the Most High first, not esteeming self or greedy gains or anything like that. So I just want to know, I appreciate everybody on this chat, and I appreciate you and your videos, and you've taught me so much. And keep bringing people to the Creator, leading on the right path, because that highway, I've been looking for that narrow path, because that highway, we already know where that's going to lead to. So thank you for leading us to that narrow path that we need to be on. So thank y'all for your time, and thank y'all for your attention, and thank you again. Yes, and I pray the Most High continue to give you favor and blessings, and the way you can continue to teach and spread His word the way it needs to be spread.
All right, thank you so much, sis. Marba baraka ushalom. Much blessings to you and your son and your family, sis. Thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we are gonna bring on Twice Natural. She's been on here for a while, so I want to give her the mic next. Then we'll go to Glenn. Then we'll go to Annie. Then we'll go to Gina. Okay. All right, Twice Natural, sis, the floor is yours.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, sis.
Shalom, everyone. Shalom, Yexer. Thank you for opening the mic to us. Praise Yahweh.
Yes.
Yeah, so quickly, I just want to share, because it's been on my homework for some time, this testimony I have. It's not like something unusual. For me, I was born in Africa, in Cameroon, exactly, in West Africa. But I grew up in France. But every year with my family, we would go back to Cameroon because we had to do some rituals. Because actually in both my parents' families, they had some witchcraft that people were doing on us. So on my mom's side, she's the oldest of 20 kids, because her dad had 2 wives. So he had 20 kids with my grandmother and his other wife. And on my dad's side, he had an uncle also doing witchcraft on him, because they wanted both of my parents to be dead, basically. So we had to go back, all the family, every year to clean ourselves against evil. So none of my parents knew the Most High, and they were looking for, traditional healing. So we will go back every year. From childhood until I think 2012 or something like that. So that's how I'm very close to my roots in Africa, but I grew up in France my whole life and I traveled a lot. But this, when I moved for my work, I moved to London in the UK, and from there I started to hear the voice of JC at the time. Like he would always send someone to bring me back to him, and but I didn't know that it was him calling me. But I would be on the bus, and someone would come and preach the gospel, and they would say to repent, and everyone would laugh, but I would be the only one, taking the message seriously, and I felt like he was calling me, but I was not ready at the time. And one time I went to Cameroon on my own with a family member. And I was doing some sacrifice because of, the witchcraft on my family. I had to sacrifice animals to heal, like to protect myself against the witchcraft. And I heard the voice of Yahusha saying to me, "Why are you here? Don't you know that I am the ultimate sacrifice? You should not be here sacrificing animals." And I didn't know at the time. So I heard the voice, but I just, dismissed it. But it stayed in my heart until today. Like I knew he was talking to me. And then I went back to London and I was walking in the street. I was looking for truth because I didn't go to church. I didn't have friends too much after work. I would always be looking for truth. I was thinking this life is not, there's something missing. So I would always pray, but I didn't know who I was praying to. I just know the name of JC. I was baptized when I was 14, but I never was part of a church. So I was praying to him without knowing anything. And one day he sent to me a group of people and they said, if you want to study the Bible, we are an evangelical church. You can join us for Bible study. So, I was bored. I said, okay, why not? So I joined them. And from there, I started to read the Bible. It was like a Bible talk at the time. So everyone was welcome to share. It was not like a sect or anything like that. It was more like sharing testimonies and, reading the Bible together.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, I felt like I needed more because when you read the truth, it's the truth. So I felt like, okay, I'm home. I need to hear more about this Bible. And asked for more studies, and they said, okay, you can study, and then after some time you can get baptized if you want to, to be saved. I said, yeah, for sure, I want to be saved. So I studied the Bible, and after 2 weeks, even before 2 weeks, I was ready because I came back home all the time, and I was asking, am I on the right track? Because I don't want to, study something that is not leading me to the truth. And I went back. I felt in my spirit that it was time for me to get baptized. And I repented of all my sins. I started crying, and all like the rock was falling on me. And then I said, okay, I'm not ready to get baptized. I felt like Satan didn't want me to get baptized. So I ended up getting baptized. And I immediately prayed for discernment and wisdom, because I know that too many people are talking about JC at the time, and I didn't want to get lost. And so that's when the Most High showed me the channel of Truth Unedited. And so I built up all my, not all, but most of my, knowledge of the world, of what is going on with the industry, everything in the movies industry, all the things that you showed in your channel, I already knew from back then, 2018. That's
Right.
the first thing I saw. And because of my background, I used to know about everything evil, like witchcraft. When I was young in Cameroon, I've seen stuff also there. I know about, like the kingdom, the marine kingdom, all those things in Africa that they still do from the Bible, they do it there. So I was very familiar to all of those things evil.
Right.
So it was easy for me to accept the truth. And my brother also was already informed. Actually, my little brother knew before me. And my sister, my mom, actually, all my family knew. But my dad doesn't want to accept Yahusha. He doesn't want to be saved. He thinks he can be saved, like he's not doing anything wrong. He can do it by himself. My mom, she's still with the name of JC. And my brother and my sisters, they know the name of Yahusha. But they are a bit half in the world and half in the truth. But they are getting there. So the name of Yahusha for me, it was only 2022, end of 2022, when I heard it from a fellowship I was attending. And we were starting to go back to Hebrew, the Torah, to do all the feasts. The 10 Commandments. And so, I left the church because I was never really in the church.
Mm-hmm.
I had most of my teachings, like I was reading a lot of the Bible by myself. I would attend some classes from church, but not the service. I would do Bible study with other people as well. The Ruach was always leading me from places to learn and to grow in the faith, not to stay in one place. And so I never stayed in the church where I was. I never accepted the speaking in tongues. What else they do? The rapture, all those things. I never, like my Ruach immediately rejected it. So I was never like deep in falsehood. And it's easy for me to navigate, like when I heard the name of Yahusha, I knew that, this is what I needed. I know this is the truth. This is his true name, because I heard many names like Yeshua, Yahushua, Yahuwah Shai, all those things. But then I asked
Right.
the Most High, what is your true name? And then he told me, like, my name is Yahuwah, and my son is Yahusha, because Yahuwah saves is Shah, it's not Shua. So all those things I had to ask him and come back to him each time. I don't like to, just sit and listen and accept everything from one person. I would always ask the Most High, and then when he confirms to me, then I can, fellowship with others who have received the same truth. But I will
Right.
not get the truth from you.
Exactly.
And another thing also with us being the people, it was only 8 months ago when I found out the truth, because I knew from a long time, I've heard, those Hebrew Israelites. So I heard that we could have been the people for a long time, but I'd never stopped to listen. And this time, it was the end of last year when I asked the Most High, okay, show me something that, like Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu 33:3. I want to know things that I don't know, because, I'm seeking him. I quit my
Right.
job actually to seek him.
Wow.
Because he said, you will seek me and find me when you seek me with all your heart. And for me, since I'm young, this life doesn't make any sense, like just working, paying your bills, going out, all those things doesn't make sense. I want to know the creator of all things. So he told me that, okay, you are my people, but I didn't know where to start. So he showed me that to check what this AS stuff that they say all the time. Oh, if you say something against those people, you are anti-Semitic stuff. So he said, are they really the true descendant of Shem? So I started my research from there. And then I found a lot of resources online, and I read a lot of books. And then I had to watch all the movies about slavery. And I was even wondering, where am I going? I don't know. I wanted to know who are the people, but I didn't know it was us for sure. So I was open to any truth. But then I ended up finding that we are the people. And he even showed me my tribe, my tribe, my mom's tribe and my dad's tribe, which are sister tribe. And so all my life made sense, all the witchcraft I came from, like all the things that I didn't know before, now it made all sense. And when I talked to my sister, and she also accepted very quickly, because everything makes sense, like, oh, wow. Like it was always in us, and now it's just being, come back to the surface. So I just want to say, all glory to the Most High, because like someone said earlier, He chose us, so He's not done with us. I think there's a lot to come, and it's such a blessing to be alive for such a time as this, because
Yes.
this is really the end. Like there's nothing else. So
Right.
if not now, then
I never when I was a Christian, right, I never expected to be, I figure like maybe it's like 30, 40 years down the line. No, now that we're in the truth, we realize that we are so fortunate to be alive, because we are living in a time of being able to see power that even our ancestors didn't see when He was doing things for them, and the wilderness and the desert, so on and so forth. We are about to see the mighty hand of the Most High move, and our enemies and the nations that have taken us will also see His hand. Because remember, when Yahuwah brought us out of Egypt, He brought us from one nation. We're scattered all over. This is going to be way bigger than the first Exodus. That's a promise. So thank Yahuwah for that. We're going to see Return of the King. Man, praise Yahuwah.
hallelujah.
Yeah. But yeah, sis, thank you so much. I'm going to bring on Aki Glenn Belton Jr. We still got a few more people that want to get on. So thank you so much for sharing your testimony. We'll do more shows like this. So if you guys want to call in, you can tell us a little bit more.
Hey, shalom, yo.
Hey,
Can you hear
shalom.
me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, because I got on my Bluetooth. I heard you earlier say something about the other couple with their Bluetooth and what they're working with.
Oh, yeah, we hear you pretty good.
All right. I'm gonna start this, and I'm gonna try to make it quick as possible, because I know everybody else got something to say too. So I'm gonna start by here. I was raised in Catholic. You feel what I'm saying? So that was the very first church I ever knew. My mom took me there. I was 6, 7, but she didn't want me to be a Muslim, because she was telling me that Muslims was the one that sold our people to slavery. And that stuck in my mind as a little kid. Like, it stuck in my mind. So with that being said, I just continued moving on until I started going to Sunday school, the classes or whatever. And the stories that they was telling me out the Bible, it didn't work, man. It's like trying to put a square peg in a circle. It just did not work for me. You know, I don't understand how you get the whole world populated from Adam and Eve's two sons. Like, you know, and the stories that they was giving me in that Catholic situation just didn't rock with me. So when I got 14, I stepped out. I stepped completely over to the other side of the spectrum, and I became 5%. And I rocked with that for about 5 years. I was in that hard. Why? Because again, I love learning. I read books. Anything to learn anything, I'll do that. That's just me. I'm a sponge. I like to absorb. So in the process of that, right, I came across this one question, and I don't know if you know anything about 5%, but you know, it's levels to the situation. You got to go through different stages of it. So I got to a stage where it's called I got 10 questions to answer. It's called a 1 to 10. And the very first question on it was, in its physical form, why is water wet? So with that being said, because that's not a question that I'm supposed to be able to answer or even think about trying to answer. You know what I mean? I just left that alone completely. I ran away from that because it's like, yo, I'm dealing with wrongness and I'm walking into wrongness. So let me find out what's going on. So from 18 to my little brother got married. So I was 20. And I'm trying to keep out I was a very, 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 very bad person. I was a very, 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 very bad person. So in the process of that, my little brother gets murdered. I was 20. He was 18. I couldn't understand how he died before I died.
Right. Damn.
So, you know, I'm still running around trying to figure out what is this? Because what I'm doing, when I was doing it and what I was doing, I knew for a fact was not right. You know, it just didn't sit right in my heart. Where I was at, what I was doing, the people I was around, everything it just didn't feel right. So it made me go harder into it. So nobody would ever question my move. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I got married at 25, and my ex-wife, she had gave me a watch. Now on the front of the watch, right? This was the very first time I ever seen this emblem in my whole entire life. I'm 25, right? Right now I'm 50. Let me tell you about the first 25 years I'm doing that, but then I'm gonna tell you about the last 25. So at this time, she gave me a watch, and it had the square and the compass and the G on it. Now you know my name is Glenn. So she hands me this watch, right? And she says, "Here, you know, I bought this for you. I got it custom made for you for your birthday," which was a lie. Like, but again, I never saw that emblem before. So in my mind, you know, I loved it even more for it. So, and at the time, I was a carpenter. So I'm working, and I pulled my watch. It was a pocket watch. I pulled my watch out, and the guy that I was working for, he said, "Yo, you know what that is?" So I said, "Yeah, you know, it's a watch." Because again, I didn't even know what he was talking about as far as the emblem. So he said, "Yo, that's a Mason symbol." I said, "A Mason symbol." So he said, "Yeah." I didn't even know what that was. You know what I mean? And that's the funny part about it though, because again, I was running around, you know, under every green tree in the forest, as our father would put it. I was trying to figure out what was what, as the lady said before me. You know, that whole Egyptian situation and all of that. I went so far to even finding out what the Vedas was about. You understand what I'm saying to you? And
right.
What the Indians was going through. I was on a search. So in the process of that, right, he gives me this book. The book was called Gods of Eden. You ever heard of that?
It's called what?
Gods of Eden.
No, I never heard of that.
Man, it was written by, I forgot the dude's name. But long story short, it came to a part where in that book, it was a page 125. The book had 300 pages. I was on page 125. And it says something in the book that made me put it down too. Because again, I'm saying to myself, like, this is not the type of knowledge that I'm supposed to know. Right? And the whole time, right, I'm still not realizing that I'm respecting my father. You know what I'm saying? I never not believed in him. Even when I was in the Catholic situation, like I always believed in God. That was what it was. It was a God, a higher power. You know, as far as the Jesus situation, and I'm keeping it 100 with you. I never believed in Jesus. I've never believed that he was God. I never believed that Jesus, JC, was who they was pretending him to be. I never
Right.
believed that. It just didn't sit right on. I could not put that on my back and walk. So with that being said, I get to my mom's passed away, and I'm in her house and I'm looking through her stuff, and she had this old book. She had a Bible, but here go the funky part. The Bible had one side of it was the Bible and the other side was the Quran.
Okay.
It was all in one book. So I picked it up and I started reading, and I came to the part when my father spoke to Eve and he told her, you know, what she did was wrong, and then he turned around. Now this was the very first time I read this, and this I've never read this line in any other book that I've ever read. My father told Adam, ignorance is not a plea. So next time I see you, you better learn everything you need to know, so that way you know the right things. This is what I read in the book. So with that being said, I ran off the same way. Because again, I could not feel nothing that was going on. None of this was making no sense to me. So I just was doing whatever I wanted to do. Period. That's just what it is. So I became a Mason 3 years ago. Right? In the process of me already knowing that it was a bullshit situation. But again, right, I wasn't seeing no outs for what I was doing. And the only way I was gonna be able to do something was to be able to have some brotherhood behind me. I'm keeping it 100 with you.
Right.
So the first meeting I went to, right after I took the oath, right, my cousin gave me something to read in the Bible, which was Ruth. Now again, right, I put the Bible there and I wasn't trying to pick it up. I never went to church. I wasn't trying to hear none of that Christian crap, none of that. You know what I mean? None of that was working.
Right.
But I had to pick it up in order to read the Ruth book. So in the process of reading it, I come across the fact that she was a Moabite.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm like, yo, hold on for a second. Because I did pick up a little bit of things, and I know the Moabites is not a part of our situation, but she was grafted in, and she became Jesse's mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the process of that, I'm like, yo, wait a minute. How can this lady be the beginning of the progenitor family who brung forth who was my brother? Because before, I never believed the Jesus situation. I didn't believe it. But Yeshua, that's my brother. That's my big brother. That's my older brother. And in the process of picking up that book for that, the next thing I read was Jeremiah. And I said to myself, in the process of reading this, I said, nobody on this planet ever read this book, because if they did, they wouldn't be doing the things that they do.
Right.
They never, you know what I mean? I said nobody will ever be doing what they doing if they read this book. So with that being said, I moved on to Isaiah, and then I went through the whole book back and forth and back. I still could not get into the New Testament because again I came from the Catholics, and that it just didn't rock right with me.
Right.
So I wanted to know, because again, now history buff is nothing you can tell me about history either. As far as I know what they did with the Bible, how they deconstructed it. It's another reason why I was not trying to feel what they were trying to say in the New Testament. But I did need to know what they had to say about my big brother. Because again, I never read about it. I never heard anything other than what was told to me. You know what I mean? So I had to pick it up and read it for myself. Once I did, so my cousin called me to come back to the lodge. And I said to him, this is my words to him. I said, yo, you're my blood. How you forced me, how you led me down a line to sin with a cart rope? And he looked at me, and I said, yeah, see, you don't even know what you did. You don't even know what you did. So I made him read it. And he came back to me, we started having conversations, and long story short, right? The second time I go back to this, the lodge for a meeting, I tells him, I said, yo, I'm not coming back there. So he said, why not? And I told him, how did you lead me to sin with a cart rope? He started reading what I was saying, and he's still there, but I don't know what he's doing. My whole scenario with this, and the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying, and all of this what I'm saying is because I needed to understand why I still was alive on this planet, and nobody else is, because I'm the only one left out of my whole family, except for my cousins, things that I seen. But I'm talking about my immediate family, moms, pops, brothers. You know, I'm the only one left. So I needed to know why I'm still here. So I didn't believe that, you know, my father was actually even talking to me or would hear me. I got fired from, I was working at the parks, and I got fired because of, you know, they wanted me to take that situation in order for me to continue working with them, and that wasn't gonna fly. So, you know, my whole statement to them was, yo, how could I take that when I was already blessed with an immune system? So I can't do that. So I was fired from it, and I wasn't angry. I wasn't angry with my father. I wasn't pissed off with nothing. I said, okay, you know what I need. You know the type of person I am, and you know exactly what I'm going to do if the situation gets to the point where the situation is going to be. So I'm gonna humble myself, and I'm gonna fall back, and I'm gonna let you do your thing. And 2 days later, I get a phone call from my wife. My wife now, her brother was coming up from VA to come visit her, and he called her stating that he was on the road coming up. So she was like, "Yeah, well, you know, everybody called me Buzz." She was like, "Yo, Buzz, he's in the back right now. He upset. He's mad. He ain't no job." So he calls my phone. He gets off the phone with her. He calls my phone and he tells me, "Yo, I'm on my way up there, B. When I see you, he was like 2 hours away. So he's like, yo, when I see you, we just gonna go out." I was like, "All right, cool." He came up. As soon as he came, he took me to, I live in New York, so he took me to this restaurant called Harlem Tavern. And we sitting in there, and one of his friends from the city came in, and they started talking, get to talking, or whatever the case may be. And he actually needed a helper for his company. Because he's a driller. He drills, you know, he's a environmental driller. So in the process of having the conversation, you know, he's like, "Oh, where you need somebody to work?" "Well, my brother just lost his job 3 days ago, such and such." So we get to start to talk, and next thing you know, I'm in this joint. This is where I'm at right now. It's my job. You know what I mean? And I said to myself, I don't want to get on here and give my testimony because it's gonna sound like I'm bragging. Like, you know what I mean? Because my father heard my prayer. You know what I mean? He heard me and he blessed me immediately, like 2 days later. So I didn't want to get on here and say anything about it. You know what I mean? Talk to me, tell you anything about my past, anything, because I don't feel like, I don't want to be sounding like I'm bragging. Until you just said, when you were speaking to the other lady, you said to them, you don't know what your testimony is going to be doing for somebody else.
Right.
Before that, I had asked my father, should I get on here and spit my testimony? So, you know, snap it together like a Lego, and here we are now. I'm appreciative to come across your page, brother. You, along with the other Truth Unedited, Benaya. There's a couple of people that's out here that I listen to now, but
right.
Yeah, you got the strongest touch, man. Like, you are anointed for real, brother, and I'm thankful. I thank my father for you every day, man. I appreciate you, brother, because your words and what you've taught me in this little bit, I've probably been on, you see me on your page like, what, 3 weeks now, probably? And I've been binge watching everything that you put on. Like, even your music. Like, you know, I'm about to buy your album and all of that, too, in a second, you know?
Appreciate
Give me a
you.
second. Yeah, man. I know. I appreciate you, brother. Continue doing what you're doing, man. Thank you. You heard?
All right.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, Aki, man. You know, I'm sorry for the way we got so many people on here, man, but I'm really glad that you came on here.
Nah, it's all good. Like I said, I wasn't even going to do it. So for me to even be on here right now is a blessing. I thank you, brother. Thank you.
All right, man. You have a blessing, all right?
You too.
All right. We're going to bring on Annie K, sis. Thank you so much for your patience. Hey, sis.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good.
So I know you kind of shy, all right? I wanted to bring you on because I was hoping maybe you could share with our audience how you came into the truth of Yahuwah Yahusha, who you are as a daughter of Yahuwah, Yahudi, and go from there.
Okay, so I'll start off with a dream that I had when I was a teenager. So, and it's going to tie into everything towards, I guess, towards the middle, towards the end, it'll tie in. So, back then, I used to have dreams that would come true. And I kind of stopped having dreams just a few years ago. Like I would say 2016, I stopped having dreams. Well, actually, probably 2016. But anyway, nonetheless, so I had a dream that night. I had a dream that Yahusha had came back. And at this time, I was, of course, calling him Jesus.
Right.
So he came back. I was in my room. Okay, so let me try to explain the dream. In the dream, I had woke up from my bed. So it was as if I had woke up, but I was still dreaming. And I had noticed that he was outside. It was like a field outside my window. And he was walking away. So it was, you know how it looks outside when the sun sets but the moon hasn't really got dark yet?
Right.
Yeah, it was like that. It was just kind of dark, but not too dark. So, but nonetheless, he came back and he was walking away, and he had people with him, and he was walking away from my window, essentially leaving me behind. And I couldn't understand why he was leaving me. And I called out to him, "Why are you leaving me? But I'm back here. Why are you leaving me?" And he continued to walk. And on my pillow, written with it was like some dirt and some sticks, like stuff from outside on the ground. On my pillow was written JC. And I kind of felt peace. And then I laid back down, and in the dream, I looked at the clock. It was like 3-something in the morning. And then right after as soon as my head hit the pillow in the dream, I woke up and my head flew up from the bed, like, because I just was shocked. And I immediately looked at the clock, and on the clock, it was the exact same time. So that kind of startled me. And but anyway, so fast forward to about 2018, probably 2017, around that time. Sorry, my mom calling me. But so
Oh, you're good.
Okay. Man, where was I at? Okay, so fast forward to 2018. I'm like really into YouTube videos about the Illuminati and stuff like that. So I'm watching videos about that, and then I just felt in my spirit that some, like, when it came, and I hate to I don't want to be mean or anything, but I knew that something was wrong with white people. I ain't going front. Something was wrong, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. exactly why they were treating us the way they were treating us. So
Mhm.
I stumbled across the Whited Out series. But before that, I was watching like Dan Calloway videos, and I was like, kind of falling for the lie that we were already in America when it was colonized.
Yes.
And so, but part of me was like, this isn't enough. Like, I don't feel as though it wasn't satisfying my curiosity. That's how I can put it. And so I continued to look into things that were in that nature or whatever. And then, of course, the Whited Out series. And I was like, man, I don't know what is true. And I was trying to make it make sense. I was trying to say, oh, well, maybe the Israelites came over to America, like just foolishness like that. Like,
Mhm.
why would that happen and it not be written in the Bible?
Exactly.
So so as you know, I have sickle cell. So I was in the hospital, and I had brought my diary to the hospital, and sometimes what I would do in my diary is write out the prayers that I was feeling in my head. So I wrote to the Most High for him to please reveal to me who I was and who he was. And not only did I write it down, but I prayed it and I cried out to him. And it was a really emotional moment. And when I got done praying, I was like, you know what? I know that he's going to reveal it to me. I just have to be patient. So that's when he revealed to me that no, we are not Native Americans. He revealed to me that yes, we are the chosen people, and he revealed his name and just a whole bunch of stuff. I can't really remember exactly what was going on because at the time, my dad was very sick. He was wow, that's a testimony in itself. My goodness, he had a double transplant, and his surgery was botched, and they so-called nicked an artery, and he was bleeding out, and they didn't know that that's what had happened. So they kept giving him blood transfusions, and they didn't know why he was bleeding out. So they put him back into surgery. They found out that where the bleeding was coming from, they sewed up where they had cut him, and he was really sick. He was in a medically induced coma for about 4 months. You know what? I don't know why. I just don't know why they keep calling me. And I just said I
You
won't
know,
be talk.
I mean, if you want to take it and come back, that's totally fine.
No,
It's just
it's not important. I know it's not important.
okay.
Yeah. So they were I'm sorry, he was in a medically induced coma, and all I could do was just call on the Most High. And at that time I was going through spiritual warfare. Whenever I would pray, the enemy would be attacking me, like just evil thoughts in my head when I would try to pray to the Most High. And just incurable anxiety, and like it was times I couldn't even sleep in my room alone. I was so anxious. And right now I'm getting much better. I haven't had to sleep in my mom's room or anything like that. Like I could sleep in my room now. I haven't really been anxious too much. I think I had one panic attack in the past month or so. Like So I praise the Most High. I praise Yahuwah for relieving me of my anxiety, and I praise Yahuwah for seeing my dad through that time. He's now on a walker, but that's going to change. I declare that right now in the name of Yahusha, that will change.
Hallelujah. Yes. Yada Yahuwah says, nothing's too hard for our Lord. Nothing is too hard for him.
Hallelujah. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming on. I understand, like I said before, some people it's a little bit out of their comfort zone, but we really do this more for Yahuwah because we want people to truly serve Yahuwah in truth and righteousness. And when we all just kind of collectively can tell our different stories of how he's come to us, we can bring other nations and some of our own people into this truth as well when they hear these testimonies. All right. So thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. No problem.
All right. Love you, sis.
Love you too.
All right. We're gonna bring in Gina because she's been on here for a while. Then we'll do Lady Yaudi, and then we'll do Tashara. Shalom.
Shalom. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you good.
Shalom. I want to give all praise and glory and honor to the Most High God, our Creator. And I also want to tell the prior panelists and everybody that spoke about their own personal testimony. They were powerful. To those that are shy, I'm super proud of you because I am shy also. I wanted to tell how I came into the truth. And I started off as the young kid being able to actually hear the voice of the Most High God. And I knew it at a very young age that it was the Most High. I came from a Southern Baptist background, traditional churchgoer with my mother. She was the head of the usher board. My entire family were churchy people.
Right.
And I always had a high interest in all of the stories from the scriptures. So I never wanted to sit in the kid church. I always wanted to sit with the adults. And finally, my mom would just say, as long as you can be quiet, you can sit in here with us. So I would sit and I would listen to all of the stories. All the biblical prophets were especially what's the word? They were just, it was a good thing for me to hear about the biblical prophets and the things that they could see and the things that came to pass. Mm-hmm. So because I'm nervous, I might be skipping a little bit. Y'all just bear with me. When I was 8 years, when I was 8 years old, I had it's the first remembrance of the voice of the Most High. I was sitting in class and I had already been in trouble because I would daydream all day. And my teacher had spoken to my mother about my dreaming, and I was daydreaming and looking out the window. We were in some class learning something, and my teacher kept calling my name to come to the board to show other students something. So the whole entire class, and at the end of, I think it was in third grade, right before the bell rung, I heard the voice of the Most High God say, "It's time for you to stop waiting for my voice here. I need you to focus on school." And I started crying in class, And of course, that led to a parent-teacher meeting. I'm 48 years old now. Okay, so that was a long time ago to all you youngsters.
Right.
After that, I started paying attention to my dreams. And I also got really focused in school and kept my grades right and stuff because, of course, the Most High comes to a kid and say, do this. A kid is going to be more apt to do it versus denying his voice. So that was kind of the beginning of me wake up as a youngster, but I was still into the church. And of course, I grew up and I still went to church diligently, took my kids to church, and Bible study was my favorite thing because I majored in high school and college dropout, but it was history. I loved ancient history. So I had studied about the Sumerians and ancient.
Hey, sis, let me stop you right there. For some reason, sis, your microphone is like cutting in and out for some reason. So it's we can hear you, but it's kind of cutting in and out. Yeah.
Okay. So you can't. Let's see if this could be.
Okay,
I don't know what
better.
to do. I'll just.
You sound good now. You sound good now.
Can hear me. Okay. So I was saying that I had studied all of the Roman Inquisition and ancient Egypt, ancient Sumerians. I had done all of that prior to me really getting deep into the scriptures. So I would say in like 2015, all my life I had prophetic dreams. Even my grandmother, my great grandmother, and my mother would come to me as a kid and tell me their dreams, and I would interpret them, and they would be accurate. This was before I was even an adult. My friends, I warned them about things that I just had no clue of how I knew it, but like I could see a car accident happening. I could see a house fire. I could see when to get SA, So I would warn people before I was even an adult of things that the Most High would show me. So I continued to have the dreams, but I got away from the church because I was in Bible study one day and the preacher called me out. He decided to tell everybody, sister, I see that you stopped paying your tithes. And I stood up and I told him, I said, I had about a month ago, and the Most High God instructed me to pay my tithes and offerings without putting my name and phone number and stuff on the envelope. I was still diligently paying because it was in the tradition, So he told me that that was the devil. That was not the Most High God. And that's what stopped me from going to church. That was probably 15 years. After that, I was just kind of lost because the church had become my family. It had become family for my children and myself. So I was kind of lost, and I didn't understand. I was confused. I wasn't mad with the Most High, but I was confused because I'm like, why can't this supposedly person of God recognize your voice through my voice? But of course, that's just churchy stuff. Anyway, in 2015, I believe, I started dabbling. This is my story. I started dabbling with tarot cards, and I was really, really good at it. And I had clientele, friends. I could look at people and just walk by them and could see the tarot cards spread without even pulling the cards out. I could see people's futures. So I really got deep and heavy into Egyptology during that time. And all of the rituals, I didn't perform rituals, but I did have an altar in my bedroom. I put an altar in my bedroom. I was not consulting the Most High God on anything. However, I was still praying and I was still reading scriptures, and I was trying to make the scriptures aligned with my sorcery, because that's what I'm gonna call tarot reading. It's sorcery. The scriptures say that. That's what it is. Right. So I was trying to make all of my sorcery work align with the scriptures versus aligning my spirit and myself versus, aligning my spirit and myself with the Most High instead of trying to align some sorcery with him. Well, anyway, what made me really dig deep and jump into the Old Testament was one day I was in my bedroom sitting at my altar listening to some Egyptology music. The song was something about calling Pharaoh's name, and I just was listening to it and just enjoying the music, not even thinking that Pharaoh was the most power. of my people. However,
Mhm.
I'm sitting there with the candles burning, incense, sage in the air, and all of a sudden I was praying because I was really praying, asking the Most High, why do I get this nervous feeling now? It was like 5 years into tarot cards. And I was like, why am I getting nervous and getting this feeling every time I pick up my cards that I shouldn't be doing this? So I was praying, asking, while I'm burning sage and incense and sitting at my altar, all of a sudden, this dark shadow comes out of the floorboards of my
Wow.
bedroom.
Oh,
Make
wow.
sure I saw it. It made sure that I saw it. And it ran under my bed. It I ain't gonna say ran, it glided under my bed. Immediately I got scared. I started praying. I didn't know what to do because I was praying about these cards. So the following night, I went to sleep, asked the Most High to show me in my dream what did that mean. He didn't show me that day because I was disobedient. But later on, he came to me in a dream, which he has many times, and he told me, he said, daughter, you don't need sorcery tools because I have instilled in you all the tools you need to help people. And I don't want you to charge people anymore. What I have to offer people is free. If people want, he didn't say it in these very words, but that's what he said. He said, if people want to give you something, leave the door open for donations. I was nervous because all of my clients were addicted to the sound of the card. They was addicted to the descriptions of the cards. And I was like, I'm going to lose clientele. I'm going to lose money. But I was obedient and I followed his word. And once I started doing that is when I picked up the actual book and I started reading. And I found out so many things. I learned how to compare the scriptures to my current life. I learned how to compare the scriptures to the current swords and famine, sickness, and even the Ovid shots. I'm not going to say anything, but even that, I learned how to compare every single thing that I read to the current day events. And when I came into the knowledge of, I came into the truth of knowledge, I found out that all of my Christian family and friends that saw me for 5, 6, 7 years doing tarot reading, they didn't believe me. They didn't believe that I had divorced. I had abandoned sorcery. So every prophecy, every dream I had, my family and friends would question that. All the ones that were against tarot, all of them would question the warnings and instructions that the Most High would send me to give them because they judged me based on the tarot part of my journey. Now I am about 4 years, maybe 3 years. No, I'm not even 3 years. I'm a year out of tarot cards. It's been about a year. I'm not even going to say 4 years, but I have been questioning it. You know, I'm a year completely out of tarot cards. And my journey it started with the purple, what do you call them people? It started with the purple suit.
The purple Power Rangers. The purple
There you
Power
go.
Rangers.
Okay. It started with the purple Power Rangers. And it was so much judgmental stuff, but I was studying diligently with them. So I'm not going to knock that some of their teachings can bring people to the light, but we have to study on our own and find teachers like this gentleman, like this brother right here. Like, I watch all of your videos. Sometimes I like them, sometimes I forget to like them, but I send them, I share them, because a lot of times when we're waking up to the truth and we're studying on our own, we tend to just go with people that are studying like us, but they're not delivering true messages from the Most High, like the Purple Power Rangers. You know, there is like a cult like basis with those people, and Yahuwah don't want us to be in no cult. You know, he want us to be his followers, and that's it. We don't have to be a member of anything, just his member. That's the only group that we are supposed to be a part of, his group. And I got into following them, and I started praying about that, and the Most High was showing me things. Like I had prayed about, you know, the very last little classroom I had went to, I asked prior to, you know, clicking on, I said, if this is where you want me to be, Most High, show me that this is where you want me to be. So I clicked on, and then as soon as I clicked on, I heard his voice. He said, daughter, look at the hand. He said, daughter, turn the volume down and watch their hands for symbolism. He didn't say for symbolism, but he said,
I like where this is going.
Everybody's hands. So I turned the volume down and I watched for like 2 hours, and I kept seeing symbolisms dedicated to the evil one. So that's what made me stop going to the Purple Power Rangers. And I started following teachers like yourself and teachers like the Truth Unedited. It's so many teachers on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. It's so many true believers that can teach and help us and answer questions. Like I read your chat and I see how active you and other teachers are. That's what tells you that you're under a good teacher. They don't ignore your comments. They don't ignore you, because if you're a true teacher, you want to try to get out as many answers as you can to the people that are starting. And I just appreciate you. I wanted to tell you guys my story from high priestess to prophetess. And that's where I am. My daughters, I have a 30-year-old and a 24-year-old. Because I was into tarot, they were into the dark mystic stuff. And to this day, we do Bible study together, guys. Okay. My 30-year-old did not believe in the Most High. My 24-year-old now, my 24-year-old came in the room day before yesterday, and told me, Mom, I'm in a new Bible study group. You don't know the joy I feel, because I know Yahuwah hears my prayers. I know that he hears me, because I was worried, because I had introduced my children to this, that world of wickedness and altars and rocks. And there's nothing wrong with crystals, but it's the way you use them. And my daughters were using them.
So let me say something about that. Crystals are a form of mystic magic. We shouldn't be using them at all. Like, I mean, you know, like sage, crystals, all that stuff is connected to sorcery. The only power that we have is through the Ruach, which is Yahuwah. So I would just say that elementals and things like that, anything connected to the witchcraft, I just wouldn't suggest anybody using them at all.
All
our
praise
Father is
the
our
Lord to the
protection.
Most High.
Right.
You're definitely right. And my daughters were messing with crystals and sage and all of that. But over this past year, my oldest daughter does Bible study with me. My youngest daughter is in her own Bible study group. We can talk about the Most High. They don't use the JC name anymore. They you know, it's such a blessing that I went down the wrong road and took my own children with me. And I'm not going to cry, but it makes me emotional, because young parents, I wasn't a young parent, but young parents don't understand what we do in front of our children is what they become. And we can say as much as we want to say, and we can talk and we can read these scriptures all day long, but they follow what we do.
Right.
So I'm just grateful that I'm no longer in sorcery, nor are my children. And we are all on that narrow road now. I'm very grateful for that. And I just wanted to share that story with you all. And I really thank you so much, brother. You have helped me. You have been my teacher. I know I don't comment a lot. I don't really jump in the chats, but I'm always here. And I just want to thank you for helping all of the newcomers and new believers and people that want you help with the thirst. Like there's a strong thirst in me that I want to do right by the Most High. And I
Right.
just want to tell you, I thank you for helping, with that thirst, and keep
Thank you
doing
so
what you're
much.
doing.
Hey, I appreciate you, sister. Your
Thank you for
testimony is powerful. So, we give all esteem to Yahuwah for opening up your eyes and, helping your children to kind of, I want to say this to you before you go. Because your children are now kind of coming into the ways of Yahuwah, if they're still holding on to crystals and still wanting to use them, just keep them in prayer. Eventually, through your works, right, they will come fully into the ways of Yahuwah, right? The Bible says, let your light so shine so that men may see your good works. So just keep on keeping on in Yahuwah, Yahusha, and eventually they'll see that and they'll turn away from the crystals. But keep them in prayer always.
Will do. Thank you, brother, for that good word. Blessings to you all, family. Shalom.
Shalom. All right, we're gonna bring on Lady Al-Udi. We'll do Tashara, then we'll do John Doe, and I guess there's nobody else. We'll close it out. Hey, sis.
Shalom, 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 Dexter.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom to all the moderators, brothers and sisters, and everyone else in the live.
So I wanted to get you on here. I know this is kind of not really the thing you do, but would you mind telling us how you came into the truth of Yahuwah, Yahusha, and what it's been like since you came into the truth?
So it's a long way coming. I guess I can say all the mishaps and craziness that I've endured only it only made me to just reach out. And I do know that growing up as a child, I've always asked for the Father to increase my knowledge. That was always my prayer. Now, one thing is, I kind of feel like I always had that discernment, although I've been deceived many times. I didn't know how to operate my gifts. Now that
Hello? You still there, sis?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I just cut out for a second. Okay.
Oh, okay. So again, although I didn't know how to operate my spiritual gifts, there are some situations that happened fairly recently that kind of just led me into knowing how to operate my gifts now. And so I know that I was always just set apart in my family. I've always just been the outcast. Unfortunately, I was just always not the favorite one. So it kind of put me in a position to always lean on the Most High. But at that time, it was G.O.D. and J.C.
Right.
And so I know I used to have like dreams, and I've always I think this is what it was. I've always been held down in my dreams or whatever. Like I try to cry out and I can't even say a word. And so I try to say JC, never could it come out, never. And I know when I was in certain situations, I call on the name of JC. It seemed as if my prayer were answered, but it was never answered. I'm telling you, I feel like ever since I've been here, I've never been able to not. Okay, let me put it like this. Since being here and having knowledge to this day, I don't know if I've ever not gone through things. It's just constant. You know what I'm saying? That I feel like once you're alive, you're just constantly going to go through things, especially if you're seeking the truth and seeking for the Most High. And so basically, I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and it led me from there to Seventh-day Adventist. But I was still not satisfied. Something was missing. Something was just missing.
Mhm.
And I've been through some, bad relationships and all of that, and so it only pushes me even further to seek truth. So fast forward, last year, 2023. I'm gonna make this short. I don't want to stay here too long. 2023. I came across Truth Unedited, and I used to just watch. Even though I used to watch him, I didn't really quite understand it at that time. I just used to watch. I'm like, wow, this guy has bad information, and so it led me from there to one of your videos on the Esau and Horite's clip. I'm not gonna say the
Mhm.
word, the clip. And so it was
The documentary?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I know that at the time I knew that at the time JC was Black. I did not know that we were the chosen people, or I always thought it was those Jews and all of that stuff. So it didn't click to me. When it really clicked to me is when I started getting in tune with your lives just this year. I know now that we are the people, Yasharal and Yahuwah, Yahusha, and all
Yada
that.
Yahuwah. Praise
Yeah.
Yahuwah. Hallelujah Yahuwah. That's beautiful, sis.
Yeah. And so now I can say my life has never been the same. Now, I still go through things. I'm very overwhelmed most times, anxiety kicking here and there. Most of the time I blame myself, wishing that I never gone through the things I've been through, or I put myself in certain situations. However, I have peace. I have peace, and that's all that matters to me right now. I know that my Amunah has increased a whole lot, and
Mhm.
I'm grateful. I'm thankful that the Most High has thought about me. I could have lost my life plenty times,
Right.
and I know that He has grace and mercy upon me, and I'm just thankful that I could come across this channel and the rest of our family here who can pray for one another, fellowship, share thoughts. It's truly a blessing.
Wow.
And so yeah, that's about it.
Yada Yahuwah. Thank you so much, sis. That really means a lot. All esteem to Yahuwah, because before I move on to Tashara, I never expected to be in this position, y'all, because when I first started doing this, like, I was just making songs, right? I was passionate about the name. I wanted people to know the name. I felt music was the most powerful way to do it. And people were coming to me and they're like, Yexer, you have so much knowledge. Because I was like posting stuff on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Like teachings and things like that. And if people had questions, I would just kind of like do one-on-one teachings with them. But I originally just came on just to share and fellowship with other people on Facebook that knew the true names, that were in the truth, because nobody around me did, right? But people were just kept telling me, oh, you're called to teach, you're called to teach. But I just was ignoring it because I'm like, the Most High confirmed it for me. And now I look at where I'm at now and I just realize, like, there are many that are called, right? His people, Yasharal, are all called, but there are some that are chosen for specific purposes. Think about it. We started out as a small nation, and the nation became great and became big because he said he was going to be numerous. We would be as numerous as the sands of the sea. There's 86 to 88 books in the Bible, and out of all those Israelites, there were certain ones that were chosen to write scripture. There were certain Talmudim or Yasharim that were chosen to become Talmudim, that were chosen by Yahusha. Yahuwah has chosen people that he wants to teach, he wants to lead, and I'm starting to realize more and more what I've been through in my life, what I've experienced, the hardship, the outcast, being a black sheep, just like you, just like many of you. Those are usually the ones he chooses. And that's why you got to be careful how you treat people, how you act towards people, because Yahuwah, he can use anybody he wants. You know what I'm saying? And I'm living proof of that. I wasn't supposed to. The way my life was going, I was not supposed to make it. Okay, I was told I was going to be dead by 18. So all esteem to Yahuwah. I'm 34 years old, healthy, you know what I'm saying, strong, and walking in the truth of Yahuwah Yahusha. So I just want to say that, sis. But thank you so much for coming on. I love you so much, sis.
I love you too, and I love the rest of my family on here. Shalom.
Shalom. All right. Tashara.
Hi guys. So
Hello, sis. Good to see you. All esteem to Yahuwah.
yeah. So I just want to come on and tell my story real quick. So I'm 18 years old, just to give a little context. I'm 18 years old and I'm the only child for like my mom and my dad. But like growing up, my father never gave me the security I needed as a girl. And that kind of like backlash on me growing up because I always needed a father figure. So that made me lead on to, you know, back then God a lot. Like I would always pray a lot, cry out a lot, read scriptures a lot because you know, I felt as though back then God was the thing that could give me what I wanted and to give me the comfort and peace and security. But over time, you know, every single time it was like my life was a cycle. So I would do great in school or do great like in hobbies I would do, and then I would have like a crash out and I would just like, you know, be in an emotional warfare and I would just like be depressed for a little while. So fast forward to high school, I moved a lot in high school, and this was a big part of my life because I started smoking like weed and it was really, really bad. Like it was really bad. I stopped reading the Bible as a whole. I stopped praying how I used to. I had a sister, and I still have a sister. She's older than me, and you know she's also my father's daughter. But I feel like as though she had the spirit of Jezebel a little bit because of how like sexual she was, and she was living with me at the time. And even though I never fully like that spirit never fully came onto me, Yahuwah, I felt like her habits did. So I was smoking every day, all day. I wasn't doing that well in school like that because of what I was doing, but I was, you know, it was like average. And I was just so into gossiping and drama and everything like that, like all the time. And I was very masculine. I would always be like yelling and trying to say my opinion. And, you know, some people, you know, got tired of me and I like felt alone, you know what I'm saying? So I really blame myself on that. But as like I was going on, I would take breaks like off the weed and I would feel clear minded, you know what I'm saying? And I remember like one time I had a dream that my mother, she passed. So I would have dreams half the time. Like, and everyone says this in the chat, like I would have dreams about my life, about what was to come. I watched Open Diary. She talked about dreams and how to like what's it called? Like decode your dreams. But I remember one time I started smoking and I had 3 dreams, 3 occurring dreams, the same dream. I had a blunt in my hand and the end of the blunt was open and I was trying to smoke it, but I just, you know, nothing was going on. And I had people from my high school, I saw them all the time, like on my high school. So I'm like, what does this dream mean? And it happened 3 times. So I got a summer job that summer and I was working at this place as a assistant. And literally it was all the students from my old high school there. And there's one dude I would, you know, get weed from. He was there and I started smoking that summer. And I was always smoking, like when I came back home, it literally hit me. I was like, oh my gosh, that was my dream. I was gonna come here, see all the students here, and start smoking. And it scared the heck out. I was so scared. I really was. I was really, really scared. And like after that, I had a dream that something was holding me down. Like this thing was coming in my room and I was awake, but I was half asleep and it was holding me down. I couldn't get up. It was just like, it scared the heck out of me. And that was like, you know, that was me being away from, you know, jail, like the Most High, obviously, but back then it was GD. But it was holding me down. And I was like, I didn't know what to do with myself. You know what I'm saying? So I kept smoking and everything like that. And I was completely lost. But me and my mom got really close after a while. Like we got really close. So one time I was paranoid. I went straight to her. And, you know, she just told me, like, you need to, like, relax and you need to calm down and you need to stop for real, because you can lose yourself in this and you don't want to do that. So I stopped. After that, I stopped, and that was the last time I smoked, was that summer. And
Mm-hmm.
after that, I started fasting, and I started like praying a lot more and reading the Bible. But I never understood the Bible, and I would have emotional like warfare all the time too. So it wasn't like recently. Oh yeah, and after that, I would listen to a lot of music to help me too, and that's the problem. Like I listen to a lot of music that would help me to like be like peaceful a little bit. But yeah, so we ended up moving, and I went to a different high school, and my cousin, she was smoking, and she actually, and I was like, no, I don't smoke anymore, and I feel like that was a test, and I'm like really happy I did not fall into that trap. So I feel like that was me progressing, and then that's when me and my mom actually came across your video, because before we were listening to Promote the Truth, and
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't fully into Yahuwah then, what I'm
Right.
listening to you, and we started like knowing who we really are and the real scriptures, because Jay had his own Bible, but I'm like, okay, you have your own Bible that you're decoding, but this is Sefer that explains a lot more about us and Yashara and what we need to be doing in the feast days.
Right.
So I started leaning on to you more, and that's when I like a couple weeks ago, I fully gave my life to Yahuwah. Like I was like, I'm all in. So like every day around 4 o'clock, I get up and I pray against demons, because I have like spiritual warfare. I still have it. Like it's a lot. It's the emotions that come over me, and I get so sad or angry or irritated and depressed. And when that happens, my cycle continues of going back and forth, either to read, to music, TV shows, all the stuff like that. So like I do it every single night because I need deliverance and I need, what I'm saying? I had to tell Yahuwah, I need you. I cannot do this by myself. What I'm
Right.
saying? Understands like you can give your life to Yahuwah, but you need Yahuwah to help you continue to live in deliverance. To help you to continue to fully give your life to Him. So that's what I was doing. And I'm 18 years old, and there's a lot of people like my age who are not doing this like I am, and it's lonely too. Like I don't really have any friends at that anymore. I don't have a boyfriend, obviously. I just have
Right.
my mom and Yahuwah. I really feel alone sometimes, and I really want to do stuff, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? So I just have to pray to Yahuwah, like I'm grateful for you waking me and my mom up. Because sometimes, like, I would get really sad because Yahuwah showed my mom first, like about, him and waking us up. And I always feel as though, like, what if like he didn't show my mom? Would he showed me about him first? You know what I'm saying? Like, but over time, I'm like, okay, he still woke me up because I have like the Ruach. So he still chose to woke me up with her so we can do this together. My mom and I have been through a lot. We came from Connecticut. We went to Georgia. Like, we've been through a lot together. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he's really been holding us together. And I feel like even from like a young age, like even though me and mama had problems, obviously, because I'm a daughter, I'm her oldest daughter. So it's like, it's teenage stuff. But I just feel like he wanted us to keep like each other close, and we do. I'm really thankful for that as well. Like I really love my mom a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I just sometimes I get really sad because she doesn't understand. Like I have spirits that are trying to come after me in my mind. There really are, and I thank him all the time that he has delivered me from it, and I can actually live with my family and live in Yahuwah and everything like that. But that's me like coming to Yahuwah and fully giving my life to Him and everything like that. So yeah.
Well, I just want to say to you, sis, you should never feel alone. I mean, I know you say you got your mom and you got Yahuwah, right? Us always, but you have us too. And honestly, I think we need to do more call-in shows. When I first started this channel and was going in this direction, I was doing call-in shows, but I think I'm just going to start a series called Get It Off Your Chest, where it's like whatever you feel, whatever you're going through, whatever depression, anger, you just need to get that out. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you just need someone you could talk to that's going to listen. I'm saying, and hear you out and not judge you. And we all, every single one of us in this chat, I don't care if you grafted in or you bloodline, we all understand what you're going through and what you feel, because we are all experiencing even right now, or we experience it at some point in our lives. So sis, you're not alone. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I've created the Discord. I do these shows because I want people that are in this truth to feel safe, to feel okay, to feel like you're not alone, because you're really not, sis. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story with us.
Yes. Thank you for listening.
All right, little sis. You take care, okay? I love you.
Shalom. I love you too. I don't say I love you to people, but like,
Yeah.
I like.
I mean, we family. I don't understand what the issue, you know what I'm saying?
I know. It's just really awkward for me, like growing up late, like, you know,
Right.
I do it for you guys a lot.
Right.
Shalom.
All right, shalom. Okay, we're gonna bring on let's see. Okay, so we did Tashara. I'm gonna bring on John Doe, CC, and then praying for Ali Shah. All right, what up, Ak? Wait, hold on, wait. Shalom. How you doing?
All right, there you go. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right, shalom. Shalom. First of all, shalom, Yexer. That's a good job. Bringing our people together, and shalom to everyone in the chat and everyone that's watching. I'm coming out of my shell to even do this, to even show myself on the camera, to show myself my voice. I don't even like to normally even put myself in no type of spotlight. Yexer has been, told me I need to start a channel or something like that, and I think some of this today, and even this last young lady has kind of put that to the forefront of my mind to really understand that. I think about Revelations 12 and 11. It says how we overcome by the dam of, or the blood of the Lamb and the word of our testimony. That's how we're able to overcome Satan. So us sharing our testimonies with each other are to build each other up and make each other stronger.
Yes.
So,
yes. Iron sharpens iron, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's part of the reason I came. And then normally I'm not even able to even witness these. This your first time doing this, Jackson?
Yeah, but honestly, Yahuwah, like all esteem to Yahuwah, it has to be him that you came across this, because the Most High was like pushing on me these last few weeks, like, you got to do a testimony show. You got to do a testimony show. You got to do a testimony show. And I did like a 5-hour show yesterday. I said, you know what? I'll be Yahuwah. I'm going to obey. And then boom, here we are. So it's just confirmation that, these testimonies are important, bro. They really are, because they speak to the power of Yahuwah and how there really is no limit to the many ways that he deals with us in bringing us into the truth and working through us. So all esteem to Yahuwah for that.
Right, because normally, like I said, I would be at work. Like 9 times out of 10, I'd be at work. I called in the day, wasn't feeling too hot, and feel great now. Especially even, like I said, hearing some of the testimonies. I wasn't able to be on here for the most part. I was, taking care of some business, but I share mine. I don't mind, as I feel it's like a portion of Job, Jonah, and Joseph. I would say, like all of those mixed into one to make my testimony. I started off. I'll just say this: I was involved like in hurricane. I'm from New Orleans. I came from. I'm from New Orleans. I moved from New Orleans through Hurricane Katrina. As Katrina, I think, was sent to my city to clean it up, because of Katrina actually means cleansing. That word Katrina means cleansing, and it was sent to my city to clean it up in a sense, or to move some of Yahuwah's people around and see us, to show us a different way of living. Like I could have never seen myself even leaving New Orleans or Louisiana ever until that happened. And I know it's been a blessing that it allowed me to see other avenues of life, where all I saw was, death. And even before Katrina happened, there was like a child and a whole family got killed in a house. And so I started questioning. I remember the first time I was at like a bus station or a train station, there was a white guy. We was talking about Katrina and talking about all was happening. I was like, man, I was telling people, I remember that was the first time I felt something like witnessing for him, saying, at that time I was saying, I think God, I think God, he brought this along to clean our city. I said, I think he did this because I think that he did that to shake people up, to show them different ways of living. And I remember I felt something then, but it wasn't until later on when I was seeking, because I had that in my mind. I was seeking and searching. And I remember I asked my uncle about the Bible because my uncle was a pastor's son. He told me the Bible is contradictory. He's like, man, the Bible got contradictions. I'm like, huh? How can he say this? He a pastor's son. How you gonna tell me it got contradictions? And he's like, yeah, it got contradictions, whatever. So I could have took that and went away, but I realized that was the enemy. The enemy will try to throw you off the path from searching and seeking for answers. I also had my mother. I told her about, was talking to her about the Bible. She was like, because she knew I was kind of studying and searching a little bit, and she was like, you better be careful. Sometimes you could search too much and it could drive you crazy. So that could have threw me off. I also met a woman who took me to a church that was like everyone in there was supposedly a prophet and was saying that they had a prophecy and was asking people for prophecy, asking people for money. And for some reason they used to skip me. I guess maybe they saw the light in me or something like that. But nevertheless, that became long story short, that wound up going bad, where the woman I was dealing with, she wound up being with one of the so-called prophets, I'll say. That could have turned me away from Yahuwah, but no, I still searched and sought out. And what made me go further is my mother called me one day out the blue and told me, hey, your sister don't believe in God no more. I was like, what? How is that even possible? Like, even though I was worldly, I was kind of in the streets, and she said, your sister don't believe in God. I'm like, how is that possible? Like, we grew up in the same household, and I know what happened to people if they don't believe. Even though I wasn't really into the word like that, I was just, seeking a little bit, but I was searching everything. I was searching Islam. I almost was a Muslim because I respected their discipline.
Right. Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah. I respect discipline. That's the one thing I respect over everything. Discipline, because of where I'm from, there's no discipline. People die for little or nothing. People go to jail for little or nothing. And I was wondering why do I think different? Why is it that my mind does not make me want to go along those lines and do crazy stuff and crash out? Is because I was being led to go a different route. And because I was nurtured, I would say even though my mother, I say she did speak and say you might go crazy, she was a very nurturing and loving mother. And she, despite my dad was the one who was the pastor's son, but I heard more of the word from my mother, who used to say things about love all the time. And I think that's going to be part of what I'm going to share with people, is how to love one another, what it means to really show love. But nevertheless, going back with the testimony, where was I? I met the women at the fake church. Then my mama called and told me about my sister who didn't believe in the Father no more. So then my sister calls me out the blue. Also, I hadn't talked to my sister in over a year. She just happens to call me on the other line. That can't be coincidence.
Right.
And she was in the military. So the military teaches you to listen to them before you listen to the Most High, because they don't want you with a conscience out there when you're in the war, in the battlefield. So that messed her mind up. And when she told me I don't believe in no flying spaghetti monster, no sky daddy, she was saying all kind of wild stuff it blew my mind. Even though, like I said, I wasn't heavy into the Bible at that point, I was still searching. It blew my mind, but then that made me go search harder. I started searching everything, the Asians, the Hindus. I'm talking about every single solitary religion you could almost think of and find. I sniffed it out and was like, what's the difference between Baptist, Catholic? I questioned all of that. I saw the Egyptology thing come along, but along the line, my daddy had a stroke, and I went to go see my dad, and because I'm in Texas right now. I went to go see my dad back in New Orleans. When I went to go see him that night, I went to go see him. See half his body gone, and soon as he fell asleep, I was just thinking about, I'm back in the city. I'm back. Even though I was searching for the truth, I was still kind of worldly. I still was worldly. I was back at home. My daddy, he fell asleep. He was at the hospital, had a stroke. Half his body is gone and limp, and he fell asleep. Soon as he fell asleep, I'm like, man, I'm in action. I went to riding around the city, you know, trying to see who the latest ladies I could see or whatever. But I must say this before. Okay, speaking about the ladies, let me say something else. Let me backtrack because I skipped something. Before I went back to New Orleans, here in Texas, I was looking at some young woman walking on the street. I was just about to go drive to Texas. I'm looking over. I see her. I hit the curb and blow 2 tires out. Not one. I blow 2 tires out.
Wow.
So my car is leaning. I'm driving sideways like that.
Dang.
Yeah, leaning my whole car because of 2 tires are blew out. And I'm talking about I was just about to go to Louisiana, and so then I go to the tire shop. I asked the man at the tire shop, and I'm talking to him about, you know, what the situation. I was just looking at this girl, like all this and all that, and I knew it was wrong. You know, I knew about lust back then. But, so he was like, I was like, look, man, I'm gonna go to New Orleans. I have an ex out there. She is celibate. I don't want to touch her. Even though I was still kind of worldly and having, you know, sex and stuff like that, I was like, man, I don't want to touch her and do anything. Me and this man. Also, I asked him, he had a tire shop. I'm like, he was from Africa. I'm like, how you get a tire shop and you're not even from this country? He was like, it's not me, it's him.
Uh-oh. I think
he was like, well, look, son, this is what we can do. We can pray about it. I got on my knees in the middle of this man's tire shop, a stranger, and we prayed together that I would not touch this girl. So, like I said, I go back home, go to New Orleans, go see my daddy. Seeing him had a stroke. He fell asleep. I ride around the city. I go to see my who I thought was my friend at the time, to go stay with him. He wouldn't let me stay with him, even though he had stayed with me before for free for a considerable amount of time. I used to feed him and everything. He wouldn't let me stay with him. So I go to my ex house. I still tried her. Despite her, I knew she was celibate. I know she was saying she was trying to bring herself back to the Most High. I still tried to get with her. It was a tug and war of flesh versus a spirit. I was trying to have sex with her, and I was mad. My flesh was mad that she wouldn't allow me to. So I wound up laying on the floor. That next day I left. We was kind of beefing. I left. We was clashing because she was being spiritual. She was like, no, I'm committed to Yahuwah. She didn't say Yahuwah, of course. She said, God, I'm committed to God. I'm not doing this. And I was mad. I left. So when I leave, I see some girls at the tire at this gas station that's normally, you know, a lot of stuff going on. I'm looking over there. Next thing you know, I look in front of me, a car stopped. To keep from hitting that car stopped, I started skidding. To keep from hitting that car, I was scared, and then I tried to turn into the right lane. A car hit me and still hit me into that car that I tried to avoid. So I hit 2 cars. I didn't have insurance. I normally keep insurance. I had a car that I bought cash had a temp tag. Nice looking older car. I mean, and anyway, the car stopped. So the car was stuck there that night. I was still in the city with because at that time, that was another city where my ex was staying in, and I was still stuck in that city with her. So I had to crash over there by her that night. I still tried her again, even though, keep in mind, I said I prayed that I would not touch this girl. So I still tried that night. But once again, tug of war. So I get up in the morning. She takes me to a mechanic shop, and I tell them, I'm like, look, my car is wrecked over here. And they was like, your car wrecked? Well, it was like, that's the worst place your car can be sitting. She was like, you be lucky if your car's still there, or at least ain't even in one piece. I go over there, lo and behold, my car is stripped.
Oh man. You couldn't catch a break. Like Annie said, you just couldn't catch a break, Ak.
Nah, my car was stripped. I'm talking about the mirror, the rear view mirror was taken out, side mirrors, door panels on the inside, the back seat, anything that can be taken out of the car except the wheels, because the wheels had got messed up in the wreck. That's the only thing that was left.
Wow.
Yeah, they took anything and everything, like except the driver's seat. The driver's seat was still there. They took the passenger, the back seat.
That would have been too much work for they back at that point.
Yeah. So I get there, my car stripped, I'm down. Like I said, this was a fresh car, had a temp tag and everything.
Right.
Man, that threw me off. I used to love that car, but that showed me about material things. Cause okay, I'm staying with my ex again that night. I had to stay. I brought it to the shop. I stayed with her again that night. I didn't try as hard that night. I was very discouraged. I just did a little bit and then, just left her alone. We had to wait a few days before I can go to the tire shop. Now, keep in mind, I was in Louisiana. I was in New Orleans. My ex stayed in Baton Rouge. That's like 45 minutes away. I didn't get to see my daddy again. As soon as he fell asleep, I left. He fell asleep. I seen him for 30 minutes and I left to go ride around the city, go see females or whatever. So I'm stuck out in Baton Rouge with my sister. The whole week passed. By the time I get my car, it's a whole week. I gotta hurry up and go back to work. I wasn't even supposed to be gone that long. So I leave Louisiana. I didn't go to get to see my daddy again. I left, go to New York, come back to I stay, here in Texas. My house got stripped. Wow. Everything in my house is gone. Yeah. Like I said, same week. I come here, my door is cracked. I get in there, everything is gone. Picture frames, my iron. This is how petty they took everything. I had a CD case with at that time of CDs, 200 CDs. I had all kind of fitted heads. I had like 50 fitted heads. I had jewelry. I had all kinds of stuff in there. They took everything. Only thing I had a brand new TV. Only thing was left was where the TV was sitting was the dust. I remember seeing the dust around the TV. I was so distraught. I didn't even cut the light on. The only thing that was left was my grandmother's old Bible. I just lit some candles because I had some candles. I was too depressed to cut the light on. I lit the candles and sat there and read that Bible. Opened that Bible, was like, this is me. And I realized who, like the people in the Bible, I identify with more than people in life. You know what I'm saying? Why I say people in New Orleans, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, killers, gorillas, you know what I'm saying? I didn't identify with them like that. And I identify with the people in the Bible. I identify with people that's looking for righteousness. I was searching for righteousness. And I realized when I opened that book, this is me. This is what I was supposed to be. So, excuse me. That still did. I didn't just all the way wake up right then, you know what I'm saying? But that did lead to an awakening where I'm start searching and searching. I was led to Yahuwah's name. I heard someone speaking about Yahuwah's name. There was a woman years ago, like YouTube. This was like let's say 08-ish, right in 08 to 09. YouTube was more open. It was less restricted. I think YouTube wasn't even online that many years at that point, like a few years.
Yeah. YouTube started in like 2005. So that was maybe 3 years afterwards, after it started. Yeah.
Yeah. So there was really no restrictions. And they had convincing evidence, anyway, it's just someone was speaking about Yahuwah. I went and bought a Strong's Concordance, and I had to prove it to myself. What's the difference between names? I accepted the name almost immediately. Even though I used to pray and still be saying JC here and there, I accepted the name because of it said God had a name. Like I always heard G-O-D, I didn't know he had a name. And I'm like, what? He has a real name? I accepted it. Like some people thought, I accepted it like almost immediately. And then I bought the Book of Enoch. I bought both of those things almost soon as when I'm first reading the Bible, I'm reading the Book of Enoch, I'm studying the Concordance. And this was like, it became full-fledged where I like, okay, I know I'm a Yehudi in 09. And lo and behold, my sister, I was able to be used because of ultimately, and excuse me if I'm wrong, brother, I don't want to step on no toes, but Yahusha, it says, in the word says Yahusha is the teacher. He utilized me to show my sister, because I went through all these religions and she was an atheist. I went through all these different religions and showed her, look, they all worshiping a dragon. When you go to Chinese and Japanese, why do they worship the dragon? What is that about? Islam. Why does it say that their teacher, he saw an angel, and I started showing her all of this while she was an atheist. And we used to have battles like flesh versus the spirit, you know what I'm saying? And I was more accustomed a little to it because I had that when I was trying to get my ex. And so I knew that was a tug and pull of the flesh versus the spirit. So as the woman was saying, the young lady was saying about we're alone, I believe part of that loneliness part, because like I said, I woke up in 2009. There was no people online like this Discord. So this is a wonderful thing, that y'all should enjoy each other. And I do believe the lonely road is meant sometimes, though, because of that is the way you establish your relationship with Yahuwah and Yahusha. That is how you're able to, when you have certain questions, sometimes a lot of questions a person can't answer. We can ask the person and get their insight because we're all supposed to be parts of the body. But I believe a lot of the times when I was alone, it was meant for me to go search it up in the scriptures. And I think along the lines, me going through it, where I have came across many people who've turned their back on me, but at the same time, what it did is it forced me to go to Yahuwah for the love. It just like I'm telling you how this young lady was said, I'm telling you that it brings back the memories and how still to this day, every time I have people that I've been telling about certain things that they may not want to hear. But it's the truth. Even within myself, I've known stuff that I didn't want to hear. But when you accept those things, or if someone rejects you, if you go to Yahuwah, it's okay. We all going to be stressed in this life. Where we go with the stress is what matters.
Right.
And he will give us that love back when we are stressed in this life. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I just wanted to say how I came into knowing Yahuwah and Yahusha, and my sister now is no longer an atheist. She knows Yahuwah, she knows Yahusha.
Yada Yahuwah, man. All esteem Yahuwah, Ak. And I was telling you about my mom, Ak. Like, I believe slowly but surely she is getting there. You know what I'm saying? You told me, like, don't give up on her. You know what I'm saying? Keep sending her scriptures. And, little slowly but surely she's getting there. I'm not going, ever give up on my mom, bro. I love my mom. You know what I'm saying? She was, with us on the stream not too long ago when we listened to my album together. So I do believe
your mom. You say your mom was on the stream?
Yeah, she was. That's great.
What?
That's
wow.
what I'm saying, man. All
Wow.
man. Yada. So all praise to the Most High, family. So it's just I always tell people, man. Some of our family members that don't understand this, just continue to pray for them and just continue to encourage them and send them scriptures if you need to. But don't just cast them away. It's not over until Yahuwah says it's over. So yada. But thank you for coming on, man. I'm gonna open up the line to praying for Ali Shah and CC, and we're gonna close this thing down. We've been on here for 4 hours, so yeah. All right. Appreciate you for coming on though, Ak. All right. Praying for Ali Shah. You got the floor, sis.
Hi, everyone. Just wanted to say this has been just wonderful. I done went to my doctor's appointment, was driving and listening and sitting in the doctor's office listening. Good thing they didn't have to do no physical exam.
Right.
But it's just been wonderful listening to everybody and snickering a little bit while I was in the waiting room and just kind of walking around hearing everybody's testimony. For the last couple of maybe 5 or 6 months, I've been saying to my friends and stuff, whatever happened to testimony? I grew up in the church. My uncle was a Baptist preacher. We as the children of the family were basically the youth group along with other children in the little neighborhood where my uncle's church was. But I remember very young, even in the Baptist church, there was testimony. And let me start from the beginning. So I'm gonna put a pin and come back. So I was born, I told y'all this before, my parents were married to 2 other people. My dad was 22 years older than my mom. He saw my mom one day on the job and said he told his friends, I'm gonna get that. Well, that's me. My dad divorced his wife. My mom divorced her husband. I'm 54. My parents are deceased. I never saw them in the same room together. Not until my dad was in a coffin at his funeral. I don't recall my parents ever even telling me about a conversation they had with each other. I don't know. The older I get, the more sometimes that little spot in my heart that's just, is unhealed. It kind of weeps just a little bit because that's a weird thing to really come to be able to say out loud. I don't think I could have said that when I was 30, but at 54, I'm okay with that now.
Right.
I was told all my life that my mom abandoned me and my brothers. I have 3 older brothers by my mother, which is by her husband. And so I was told all my life that my mom abandoned us in the projects and my grandmother had to come and get us. And I was an infant, somewhere between 3 and 6 months old. I'm not really sure, but that my grandmother, she took us and raised us. We were raised in the projects, and not really bad projects because I'm from Texas. So when you say projects in Texas, that's a little bit different than saying projects in New York or projects in Cali.
LA, South Central.
Right. But yet it's still projects. You know what I'm saying? The sign said blah, 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 hood projects. No, it
Right.
wasn't nothing about it. So everybody there was on some type of assistance, period. My grandmother, I'm not really sure. The older I get, you try to go back in your mind, figure out why people did the things that they do, what was going on in their mind. Since I was the only girl and my mother was the youngest of 7, she had 3 sisters and 3 brothers. And she was the youngest of 7. And my grandmother had divorced my grandfather because he had molested my mom and her siblings. Okay. So that in itself is a whole nother testimony to discuss or just talk about, because I'm pretty sure we can all come down somewhere in there. I heard some incest and other stuff in the testimonies.
Oh yeah.
And so my grandmother, I think, was so angry at my mother for just being young and just kind of going out just in the streets or whatever. But when I look back, my mom was uprooted. Everybody else got to grow up and go to school in their hometown. My mom was uprooted as a junior in high school, brought to the big city. She was absolutely beautiful. And I mean, drop dead beautiful. So you bring this country girl to the city. Bam, what are these men gonna do? So my mom was kind of caught up in a whirlwind, everybody else was doing their life, doing their thing, didn't have time. So my mom was kind of caught up. So I think my grandmother was just upset that she just did not do what she should have done. But then my grandmother wasn't there to really kind of help her. She was working when she came to the city. So my grandmother took a lot of her anger out on me being a little girl. So I told y'all before, one of my first memories, I believe, I told y'all on a live, I was not quite 2, and I just remember getting a whooping, and I was in the bathroom, and I mean, we say whooping, but we all, most of us are Black, so we know what that really means.
Yeah, we know what that means.
Yeah, that's abuse. That's abuse nowadays.
Right.
And so I just remember my grandmother telling me to lay down and open my legs so she could whoop me between my legs so I wouldn't be a whore like my mother.
Oh my father. Oh, have mercy.
And I had no real understanding, of course, why is somebody saying this to me? I didn't even know what a whore was. And I'm thinking, what is she beating me about? I didn't do anything. And I literally could not have been 2 guys, but my mind, all of these questions were running through my mind. And so time progresses and, all kind of things. At that time, I was sleeping with my grandmother in her room. We had a 3-bedroom apartment. My uncle stayed in one room. My 3 brothers had one room, and I slept with my grandmother. And I heard somebody else say or put in the chat that they were being held down in their dreams. And even that young, I literally was being held down by a spirit in my dream. I could remember just laying in the bed, and I would be looking at the walls at the foot of the bed. There were 2 closets, and it's like the closet doors would open up like a long hallway in a movie. And now listen, I was a little child, so Satan is coming with what you can relate to. So it would be a donut at the end of that hallway, a glazed donut. Because we would always have donuts. The donut shop was right down the street from my church.
Right.
And so it was a donut. And this donut would be coming towards me. And I couldn't move, y'all. I couldn't move. I couldn't move my arms, my little legs. I couldn't say nothing. And this went on for, a couple of years. Then I finally got my own room when my uncle moved out. And at that time, I just remember that there was so many things. Now I had aunts and uncles and cousins, and I would be around them, but I always, would just like you said, we saw somebody put the other word up in there, scapegoat. But I was
Mhm.
always the scapegoat, regardless of what was going on. I didn't even have to be there. Somehow I was there. And as I got older, and I had my own room, I would think I was dreaming. I now know that Yahushua was coming to me, and just I told you I would always, all of us have some of the same things in our mind. I would feel alone and lonely, and like I couldn't say nothing to nobody. Who do you tell when your grandmother is the all to be all in the family, and that's the person that's abusing you like that? Who do you tell that to? You
Right.
don't tell it to,
Right.
because nobody's listening to you. You can't even. I have a cousin. My oldest female cousin is 54. She's 64 maybe. She told me a couple of years ago she didn't know I could really even speak loud because as a kid she never heard me talk. She said I never literally heard you talk. That's how quiet you were. So I like the other young lady, I became very good at sitting in the room with the adults and not saying anything. So, which is a very bad thing for children because you hear too much too soon. So I was hearing all of everything. Plus I would hear the Bible discussions. I'm at the church. We in the Sunday school. We're doing all of this. I'm in the choir. I'm on the usher board. I'm doing all of that. But I'm still like everybody else. I knew in my heart something was not right. Something about this whole situation here is not right. Why is this homosexual dancing
Right.
in
Yes.
front of the church? Now I lived with
Right.
my grandmother, and some things, although she was abusive, she was still hipping us on to a whole lot of stuff too at the same time. The abuse came, I do believe, out of anger of having to deal with her grandchildren in the situation. So my grandmother would be saying, we'd be riding home in the car. She couldn't drive, and my aunt would be driving us home. And my grandmother and my aunt would be talking about this. And my grandmother, why is that homosexual? Yes, that's what she called him, a homosexual. Why is that
Homosexual.
homosexual in front of the church? Why does Albert have that homosexual assistant pastor up there? So she would be saying all kind of things. And we would be absorbing this and hearing it. And the older I got, I was, that's sodomite, because believe it or not, back in the 70s, wasn't nobody gay. They were either homosexual, a fag, or a sodomite. That was just what they said. They
Right.
did not use these words that we use now. So I
Right.
grew up understanding a whole lot of things and seeing a whole lot of things. Life goes on, you get older. I was not neglected financially by my father. He took care of me very well. My mom was always around. She was a drunk. She was a heroin user. I remember watching the episode of Good Times, and then my mother had got out of prison in California and came and was staying with us at my grandmother's. And I'm nosy, so I'm looking through her suitcase because here it is. I'm her only daughter. I'm trying to find something to connect to with my mama with, and I'm looking through the suitcase, and she had this little bitty container. I unzip it, and there was her rubber hose and her syringe and her little spoon for her heroin use. And I
Oh.
remember that I had seen that on the Debbie Allen episode of Good Times. And I remember thinking, wow, my mama shoot drugs, wow. So that was a whole nother opening up to a door of saying, I don't even know, and I'm saying that about testimony. I'm coming right back to that because my mom would come to church on Sundays, to the church, right? But if you're old enough, you remember when they would open the doors of the church, all of the true sinners would get up and leave. They'd be in the parking lot waiting on the church to be over.
Right.
And so that's why I say I remember testimony, because that's when somebody would come down and testify. And I remember how I would be thinking to myself, listening to these young adults, old people testifying, and they would be crying. And I can remember as a kid, I would be crying with some of them and their testimony. I couldn't identify with what they was going through, but I was just crying because I understood that they were getting something off their chest. Something was in them that was changing them. They didn't get up and walk out the church no more when the doors opened. I'd seen some of those people walk out and put their head down. But now I'm seeing those same people stand here and give testimony, spill their guts about what they've been doing, and ask for, for forgiveness or whatever. So I went all through that. So here we go. I'm growing up, going through life. I'm going through high school. I'm doing all the things the kids that don't have a covering, a mother and a father that love them and guide them in truth and all, and raise them up and train them up the right way. So I'm out here just doing whatever. My grandmother's trying to just get me grown. I remember she would pray just to live long enough to get me and my brothers out from under the footsteps of man. So I would hear her praying that prayer. So I'm just out here wild and not too bad. Now, granted, not too bad because I had enough sense to, Yahushua would always pull me back. Like some of us have said, we wondered how we made it this far. Because we weren't supposed to be here. I had a curfew of midnight. So I hung with a really, wild group of close girls who really taught me a whole lot. And I think you should put me in that group too, because it was also a protector to show me things that nobody told me. And so I would have to be home at midnight. And my friends all knew that no matter what was going on, they would stop whatever we was doing. If somebody would say, listen, it's 11:30, Casey got to be home at midnight.
Hey, sis, can you keep on telling your testimony? I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay, sure. And so I'm going through all of this, and my friends know, and so all kind of things. I'm out here wilding out and had sex, shouldn't have been having sex. I wish somebody would have said to me, instead of telling me don't have sex, I wish somebody would have said, let me say it the right way, don't have sex, don't bring no dang babies in this house. I wish somebody would have said to me, keep yourself, and explain that situation to me. But now I'm 54, nobody did. So now that's my job to go forward and do that. So I'm going on with life. I go off to college. I'm doing all these things I'm supposed to be doing. Very smart kid. I graduated a semester early. I'm making good money. I'm 16, making $16 an hour in 1986. That's really not heard of. I was still in high school. I'm making really good money. I'm in college. I come home. Ended up coming home, found out I was pregnant with my oldest daughter. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm 21. I'm not ready for this. I'm going back. I'm finna do my last year in college. I'm finna go to med school. I'm not finna do all of this. So I'm thinking, in my mind, because nobody's been there to give me a covering to protect me and tell me these things, I go ask my dad for money to go have an abortion. And I remember my dad said, I'll give you some money, but you better go buy a car seat, because I'm not giving you no money to abort my grandbaby. I didn't abort you, is his exact words. So I thought, wow, never ever again has abortion crossed my mind. I understood at that very moment, something in me said life begins at conception. And really before that, because, he knew us before we got here. So I understood that right then, never crossed my mind again. Came home, became a mom. Life goes on. I was going to church off and on back then. I was even going to church with at the time I got engaged to the guy we get married. I'm going to church with him and his family. And we were sitting in the church one Sunday. I was pregnant, and we got there late just by the grace of Yah. And so we're up in the balcony, right? And this pastor is walking, literally, y'all, he walked the church floor, pointing to people during the collection time, telling the ushers, go and get $1,000 check from Jade and her husband, because I saw that car y'all drive up in. It was brand new, that brand new Lexus, such and such. I saw that new Cadillac y'all got, and he's walking the church. And these people were so shamed, they writing checks. He shamed them into giving him money. And I remember thinking, this is the same pastor when I was in the 8th grade got caught with another man. Who forgot about that? I did.
Ooh, oh yeah.
Who forgot that? I have a very good memory, which is what most people hate about me. And so I'm thinking to myself, now I remember this was the same pastor, y'all. I'm in the 8th grade, and me and some of my homegirls, because again, I grew up in the religious scene because of my uncle. And so I'm like, this the same dude got caught with a man, but he up in here shaming folk, and they writing the checks like an idiot. So then I left. I never went back to that church. So then I ended up joining another really, really, really big church, and that pastor, I'm not going to say his name, but that pastor is internationally known. So I'm at his church, and I'm seeing stuff, and I'd heard about how he had called people out in front of the church and put them out and did other things, and I'm thinking, okay, well, this is where I need to be. But I get baptized. I go through all of the membership classes, and I get baptized, and I'm thinking, I had been baptized as a kid. At 7, I remember in the middle of church one day that I just got up and went to the front of the church crying and said I wanted to be baptized. I was at 7. Now, mind you, I'm going to put a pin there and say that the person that baptized me was a sodomite. So as I got grown, I knew there wasn't no real baptism. So now I'm at my new church. I'm at this big church. And
he laid hands on you with the bent wrist, huh? You was like,
there you go. Needless to say, it was my uncle, but we're going to leave that somewhere else. So,
right.
So I'm at this big church. I go through the membership classes and everything, and I get to the point I go get baptized, and I'm going through stuff. And then me and my husband, we get pregnant with the second baby, and all kind of stuff is going on. We end up going through a divorce, and all kind of stuff. By this time, I done put myself, mind you, let me go back to when my oldest daughter was just the one. I put myself through LPN school for other people that are not in my state, but I put myself through school with her, and just by the grace of God, I end up going to listen. I was so dumb and young, y'all. I quit my job thinking I could go get unemployment. I didn't know. I go to the unemployment office. They said, no, that's not how it works. So I said, well, let me try to go get some Medicaid for my baby. I'll figure this out. Maybe I can work nights and weekends. So I go to the Medicaid place. I apply for, Medicaid for my daughter. And this guy pops his head in and he goes, say, little lady, when you leave out of here, come down by my office at the end of the hallway. I want to talk to you about something. So I'm thinking this dude is flirting with me, right? Because I'm young. That's how we think everybody wants us, right? So I go down to the office on the way out. This man heard me talking about I was going to start school in a couple of weeks, and my classes were going to be Monday through Friday. It was going to be hard for me to work, but I was going to try to work weekends. And he said, now, where did you say you were going to school? I told him, and he said, that's about 65 miles one way, right? I said, yes. He said, well, the state will pay you mileage to go to school. Did you know that? I said, no. This man gave me a piece of paper, y'all. I'm going to keep going. He gave me a piece of paper. I get the paper. He said, I'm going to need you to make copies of it so you have enough, he said. And then once a month, have your instructor sign for every day that you came, that you did the mileage. He said, and mail it to the address on the top and they'll mail you a check. Well, I did that. So I didn't have to go to school, y'all. It was enough mileage money. It was like $1,600 a month. It was just me and my baby. It was enough mileage money for me to pay my rent. Well, my car got repossessed. I heard him picking that up one morning. But that's a whole nother story too. I ended up driving my mother-in-law's Lexus. That was brand new. That's when it was 3 years after Lexus first came out, and she got a Lexus ES400. So she gave me her Lexus and said, I want you to be safe, you and my grandbaby. So I drove her car to school. So everybody was like, dang, even the professors, how's she up here in the Lexus? But okay. So I ended up for 13 months. The state paid me money. I got a little food stamps. My baby had insurance. So we move on. I have my son, get a divorce. Excuse me. And at this time, me and my dad, I can't remember what we had fallen out about something. And I can't remember what, because you know what, as you get older, you realize how really trivial it was. So I fallen out with my dad, and I'm 7 months pregnant with my son, and me and my daughter were walking in Walmart, literally walking in Walmart. And I heard a man talking in the car when I walked in this SUV, when I walked past the handicap spot. It was my dad. I turned around and he was sitting in the passenger side, something I'd never seen in my whole life. I turned around and looked at my dad, who was this big 6'2", big burly, nice looking, big old dude, was almost skin and bones. And the only way I recognized him, and I am a little teary about this, was because it was his voice. He had such a strong voice. It was his voice. And he used to call me brown skin. And he said, brown skin? You went away, you and that baby. And I turned around, and even my daughter, who had known her grandfather very well, did not recognize him. He was so little. So we go from that point, I end up kind of reconnected with my dad to after I had my son, Emmanuel. I think I told y'all before, my dad was a millionaire. He owned his own business, as well as he had been at the same company for 40 years. So it wasn't like my dad ever had any issue with money or anything. I was accustomed to when you talk about kids seeing rolls and rolls and wads of money, you're usually coming from a drug situation. That wasn't my situation. I literally grew up seeing rolls and big stacks of 50s and 100s and rolls of hundreds with rubber bands around them. And my dad was doing it legitimately, I thought. That's another story. So we move on, and so I have my son, and I'm in the middle of a divorce, because you can't get a divorce while you're pregnant. But I have my son, and so I end up I've always had 2 cars. I was just always lucky to always have 2 cars, and so I'd made a plan. Well, I'm off on non-paid maternity leave. I got these bills I need to pay, so I'm going to sell my other car, and so I had most of my stuff together. Well, it's the first time I ever got a termination notice for my utilities. And it's all is going to come around to how I came into the truth. And I go to my dad's, and we're talking, and I asked him for $127 and some change. I don't remember the change that I pay my light bill, I said. And my dad would always say, don't ever ask me to borrow nothing, because I'm expected back. Just ask me, can you have it? And I'll give it to you. So I said, okay. So I go, I ask my dad for the money, and My dad gives me this long lecture, which was the usual, asked me to go get him something to eat, which I did. I come back, when I open the drawer to get the money to get this 50 to go up to McDonald's to get him something to eat, I come back and I'm looking at these 3 rolls, y'all. I'm talking about rolls that are big like a Coke can of wads of money in my dad's nightstand drawer, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked this man for $127 and some change so I could pay my lights because they done sent me a termination notice. He told me no. I couldn't even go no further because I can't even go into the other things I could say is why you could. I could have just took it because my dad by this time was on bed bound. He couldn't have did nothing. I could have just said, forget you, and took a wad of money and walked off. But I didn't. And my feelings were so hurt that you would flaunt this right in front of me again and just kind of throw me out there like that. So I go home. I didn't hear anything, didn't speak to my dad again, didn't even hear from my dad. I wrote him a letter and sent it to him. I don't know to this day if he got it or not, because the next thing I heard about 2 months later, I was at my aunt's one morning because my grandmother who raised me had a stroke. And by this time she's living with my aunt. And I'm a nurse. I'm coming by every morning, helping my aunt after I drop my kids off. I get to my aunt's house and I walk in and my aunt's talking to my other aunt and she say, yeah, darling, it's her. I'm gonna call you back. Yeah, I call you back. So she hangs the phone up. I'm like, what is going on? This her. So my aunt, she gives me breakfast. We sitting there talking and she say, Casey, what's your dad's middle name? And I told her, and she said, she slid the paper to me. My dad had died. There was his obituary. So that's how I found out my dad died. My stepmother and my half-sister, them heifers, didn't even have enough courtesy to call and let me know, misspell my name and obituary, everything. But that's another story. So I move on with life. So 2 months later, my grandmother who had the stroke, she dies. At that point, how do you move on when the 2 people who had really been there to take care of you is gone and you know that? Well, there's Yah. Yahuwah was saying to me the whole time, you are not alone. I go on through my life. My mom is still living. My mom cussed me out 2 days before my grandmother's funeral. Life goes on. Life goes on. I end up going back to nursing school to get my RN license, graduate with my youngest daughter, who's now 22. Was engaged to her dad, who I'd known since I was 4, who was my first. So biblically, that was my husband. So we are engaged. Well, he ends up leaving me when I'm 5.5 months pregnant with this high-risk baby and everything. He leaves me, and then I later find out that he had another girl pregnant. Our babies are exactly 4 days, not 4 hours, 4 days apart. They look like identical fraternal twins. I have the girl, they have the boy. So I'm in shock. What am I supposed to do? This is not my life. I'm supposed to be married to I forgot the football player that used to play for the Cowboys now because I'm older, but I'm supposed to be married to a Dallas Cowboy with 2 kids and a picket fence and a dog. This is not my life. That I am now out here divorced with 3 kids and I'm having to struggle and do this. And what in the world? But okay, obedience is what? Like I typed in there for John.
Obedience is
better than sacrifice. And my grandmother had raised us with that saying. I didn't even know it was in the Bible. So here I am out here. I'm out here being disobedient, not realizing I'm being disobedient, although he was covering me the whole time. Because y'all, I've been in some, just like all of us, some situations where we know we shouldn't have walked away. Where we know when that little voice said, turn around and go right now. If we had not turned around and went, we wouldn't be here today. So I'm sitting here, I'm going, what am I going through? Why am I going through all of this? I'm searching, I'm praying, I'm asking the Lord. I can't go back to church because that's just not it. I'm sorry. It's just not it. It was just not doing it for me. I've been in church all my life. I knew better. I knew who's in the pulpit. I know most of these pastors. I know their kids. I know their wives, their families, their secrets. I can't go back to the church. That's not it. So I'm praying. Knew I didn't want everybody to go to the Potter's house because I'm down in this area. I didn't like TD Jakes on TBN. I knew back then he was a homosexual, but my spirit said it. So I said, I ain't going over there. That's a production. That's not for the Lord, because that's what I was calling them.
Yeah, it's
and
just
so
theatrics. That's all it is, just theatrics.
right, it's just the theatrics. I had a friend that went over there and he said, girl, they had an intermission. I said, shut your mouth. He said, I never went back. So Yeah,
Right.
so we always call that a production down here. So, I go on with my life or whatever. So I'm online like we all were. Isn't that funny how we was all online searching too? Because this internet is a jack in the box. They hate they let come out, baby, because they can't push it back off in there. So I'm online, I'm searching, I'm looking, I'm searching, I'm seeing stuff. I've seen some truth unedited, and I'm going all in. I'm watching some of the Hebrew Israelites. I had met a couple of them here in the locally and stuff, but I knew that wasn't right because I had dated this guy for a couple of months that was a Hebrew Israelite, and he asked me for some money, and I said no. And he cussed me out real bad, and I told him, I said, wow, that just let me know I won't be dealing with you all no more. So I went on, and I'm still searching, I'm searching, but I'm going all through all of this. And one day in 2018 in February, I come across Pastor Stephen Darby.
Mm-hmm.
And that is why I put in there for Glenn Belton Jr. You might want to listen to some of him, because Pastor Darby is he's our age. He's 54. He was speaking my language. He was speaking the language I spoke on the street. When I was young, he was talking to me in a way that I've been in church all my life that I never heard somebody talk to me and bring the word. And I wasn't even offended when he was talking about the women in the welfare and the child support and all that. I wasn't offended because by that time I understood he was telling the truth. It was true. It was true. That you get offended, like he said, you bring your offense in here. So I understood I wasn't offended. I was trying to grasp and soak up all I could. So I go through Stephen Darby and listen. I was finna pack my bags, move, and go to Kentucky. I had started researching him. When I researched and found that he had died, I called my cousin and we just cried. We bawled because I sent her, she was going through the same thing. I sent her the video. We was watching it. We crying. We like, girl, she was like, I know we would have been driving to Kentucky once a month at least for service. I mean, we just going through, we done broke down. We like, there's nobody else out there. So then I went to School of Hebrews and I was watching him too. And I was never watching one person because I understood I need to be, the one thing I need to be going to is the word. So I'm reading the word, I'm watching everybody, I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing the same thing from School of Hebrews when he went all the way breaking down the bloodline and who we are and the Esau and all of that. And I was like, oh, wow, this is so much. So here I am. I'm just being drawn. One day I wake up. One day. I just come in. I turn my TV on and to hit YouTube because I don't watch TV. I'm usually, if I turn, my TV is on, it's on something on YouTube, and it's usually something like this. And so I turn on YouTube. I was going to go to a Darby video or whatever, and there was Yexer. Literally, there was Yexer. And I thought, Yexer, what kind of name is that? I thought that must be, literally, I thought that must be his Hebrew name. Let me go over here and see what he's talking about.
Right.
And so I'm listening, and I said, now I know this is a young boy. I said, thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Because here's the thing, as a child and growing up, I would say JC, but I would always, before I would say that, I would always say Father before that would come out of my mouth, or even a lot of times I couldn't even get that out, but Father would come out. I knew I had a Heavenly Father who loved and cared for me because I couldn't have made it this far without it. There's no way. And so I'm listening to Yexer and I'm hearing all of that, and I'm saying, this is a baby. This baby is bringing this truth, Father. And what else can I do but sit here and listen? So I wanted to say that I've been a little woke for a minute, as they would say. I understood who I was a long, long, long time ago. I just maybe didn't have the words, as they would say, to put it together, because when you're so young, your verbiage and your vocabulary is not that vast. So you can't put it all together, and then your biblical knowledge is not there for you to put it all together and to have the correct words to say. But at the same time, here we are. I have been in, I've never even would even go in and put anything on anybody's live, really. But the minute I heard Yex, I was on that live at 5 minutes. And let me say, I think it was before the Esau one, but I think that really got me. Esau and the Horites. But I was like typing my butt off, like blah, 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 because all this truth and all this knowledge was coming out, what I know to be true. And I'm a reader and a researcher. I forgot who said that earlier. I think it was Esther, maybe, that said she was a reader and a researcher. I'm a reader and a researcher. I'm just inquisitive like that. If you tell me something before the end of the day, I'm gonna find it. You know, I'll find something that my mind doesn't work like that. So when I knew that the Lord, the Spirit, I didn't know to call it the Ruach, but I knew the Spirit was calling me. I literally could hear it in my mind, in my soul, my body, and my mind constantly. That may sound a little schizophrenic because now it ain't nothing else talking to me. But I would hear that, and I would hear him calling me, saying, "I'm here with you. You ain't never alone. You are mine, and I am yours." And I would hear that all the time. I'm like, what is that? Who am I? Whose am I? Who are you that you mine? Well, once I got that and I understood that, and being here with you guys in this group, in this small group of people, like I said the other day, my kids are laughing because I told they'd be texting me, and I said, "Listen, I'm on live, I'm moderating, I can't even talk to you." But and then when I told my son last night something about Discord, my son said, "I asked you to get on Discord 2 years ago or something, and you told me no." So I'm gonna wait till I tell my friends that you were on Discord, Mama. You were just getting too grown. So all I can say is I love it here. I think that I told Yexer, he reminds me a lot of of Stephen Darby and his testimony too, because you know what, you can't have, everybody in the Bible went through something. Everybody that Yahuwah used went through something.
Yeah.
None of us are perfect. And when everybody is saying they're shy, oh my God, I was so shy. I remember those Christmas and Easter speeches we would have to say. And I was always that kid would be standing at the front of the church with their head down, bawling and barely slobbering, getting the speech out because I was so shy. I was so shy.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all tell I'm shy now? I am all in for my Father, who looks out for me and has brought me so far. And everywhere, I'm just like everybody else. Everywhere I go, I'm stopping somebody. My kids, my grandkids kind of hate it because I'm stopping somebody and I am testifying. So this today is what I have been saying and praying for that would happen, because how do you know if you on drugs that you can get on drugs if a drug addict that overcame don't tell you you can do this? I did it.
Right. Exactly.
This is what we need. We also need wise counsel. I don't care when somebody don't want to hear what I have to say. You know what? When the Ruach says speak, open your mouth, I'm finna speak through you. When Yahuwah said I'm finna speak through you, open your mouth, I open my mouth. Open my mouth. They may not receive it right then, but you know what? It's coming. You got it. You got it. I'm gonna give it to you, because you know what? We need wise counsel in our community, in our nation. We need wise counsel, just like we need testimony.
Exactly.
Because sometimes somebody telling you, leave your husband, girl, he ain't this, he ain't that, when they should be saying, listen, sweetheart, let's sit here and talk about this. Let's go to the Father with this. Let's get on our knees and pray about this. Let's read some scripture and some word, because you ain't the first woman that's gone through something with a man. You won't be the last. Listen here, son. Don't be out here whoremongering and running and chasing these women. It ain't nothing out there. When they say the grass is dead over there, that's just spray painted green. That's what they mean. You ain't even got to dip your finger over there to get your finger wouldn't have messed up. So we need some wise counsel and some testimony. I'm so glad when I saw this coming on, I knew I had a doctor's appointment. I said, but you know what? Yahuwah gonna make a way for me to be on this thing the whole time.
Hallelujah.
Because testimony
Yes.
is what we need. Testimony. Oh my God. So I'm gonna get off of here. I really want to hear what CC has to say. I enjoyed everybody's testimony. I love y'all so much. I look forward to this. I'm gonna have to go back to work next week, and I'm like this. Oh, I'm so glad I can put my earbud in and I can type and run my mouth wherever I go when I'm working. So, and if it get too deep and I got to really be talking about something and I'm in the wrong type of house, guess what I can always do? Step outside. So
Right.
you know what? I just look forward to this more and more. It doesn't matter when the last. Sometimes I'm a little late, but that's okay. I'm popping up in here because this is nothing but Yahuwah. This movement, like they say, we woke now. We ain't going back. You can't stop this train. It's moving forward.
Facts.
It's moving forward. So Yahuwah bless all of you. I love all of you, and I'm finna get up off of here and listen to Miss Cece.
I love you, sis.
Love
Thank
you
you so
too.
much. All right, Cece. Thank you so much for being patient. Are you there?
Absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you perfectly. Sorry for the wait. You know, it get like that.
No
sometimes.
problem. Yeah, we know. I know how we do. Shalom, you guys. Shalom, Mashpaka. How you guys doing today?
Doing
Well, how
great.
are you today, Yaxer?
All esteem to Yahuwah. This live has been so fulfilling, so encouraging. Just hearing the many testimonies and stories of where Yahuwah has brought to Yahuwah for. I think if anything has been established in this, it's just how good he has been to each and every one of us. And I give all esteem to Yahuwah for that. But yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so I wanted to tell a little bit of my story on how I came into the truth. Okay, so I was born to a Nigerian father and an American mother. My father came out to Arizona to study at ASU for his master's. Met my mother, they got married. I was born. Before I knew it, well, I never knew them together. They were divorced, and I was with my mother for about 6 years in America. I was growing up. We moved a little bit, maybe from Texas, but I was in New York till I was 6 years old. I graduated from PS 155 in New York. So I went home when I was 6 years old, and I never remembered being weirded out, like, oh, this is so different. I'm in hell. I'm in Africa. Oh goodness. Like, it was never that kind of a shock to me, maybe because of my household. But being half, I'm not mixed, but being half of Nigerian, half American, I was always I was always almost nobody's child, so to speak. Like, when I was in Nigeria, I was not Nigerian enough. In America, I'm not American enough, so to speak. I grew up, I was very rebellious. Always getting reports from the teachers. I'm not ready for life. She's not serious, and this and that. And I don't understand. I can't understand really why. I was always a black sheep, even though I was rebellious. So I might have earned my black sheepness, but I always was. Anything happened. Plus, I was the firstborn. I am the firstborn. So anything happens, it's me. The small ones do something, it's because of you. You did it, and things like that. It's cool. So again, I was always here and there. I know I was going to school, and I started to, I guess, piss my dad off, and so he kind of sent me out here to America to go to university. Kind of go to America to go for punishment. So go to university. My dad, he was a man of esteem, so to speak. Like, he was an embarrassment to my family, so to speak. Now, so they put me out here, and so I come out into this strange land. I'm at ASU. It's a whole bunch of white people. It was just a lot for me. And I was 17. I was 17 when I went to my first year in first university in Nigeria. It was then my dad was like, no, you're going to America. And so I was 18. And then, I wasn't staying in school. I wasn't partying, funny enough, but I pretty much dropped out. And that caused a huge rift. African children don't drop out of school. And so going on to that, fast forward, I come to America. So my mother's American. I have family here, but we're not close. So I was out here doing my thing, just everywhere and nowhere. Okay, so I always knew, I grew up Catholic. My father was Catholic. My mother was Muslim. I grew up Catholic.
Lost the connection there. Sis, you still there? Yo, this YouTube thing just been kicking people off, bro. Oh, okay. There she goes. All right, there you are. I don't know what happened, sis. You got kicked off, but keep going.
Foundation.
We're listening.
At least I have that foundation. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. So I had that foundation. All right. So just going, let's forward how I got into this truth. So it was really amazing. So, I just wanted to say, I didn't want to come on, but Sister Praying for Elisha, she had wrote in the chat people need to know these things so they can overcome. She wrote something like that. So I have a very overcoming testimony. I felt like there's an ugly truth out here. I didn't start from the beginning, so I don't know what everybody said. But so I'm out here. It was about year 20. It was 2017. It was around the time that Wendy Williams had fallen. It was so about October, because we watched that live when she fell in that Statue of Liberty costume thingy thing. Yeah.
Yeah, she had
So-
like that like breakdown or something. Yeah.
Exactly. So it was that time in life. All right. So I was out again. I try to tell you guys, I was on drugs. I was out here doing the most. I was on drugs in bad company. Just in bad company. So one day we're just chilling. It was broad daylight. And this girl, we're just hanging out inside the street, side of the road, you know, homeless, hanging out. And this girl comes in. She's very she has this animosity towards me for no reason. I don't know her. She doesn't know me. Before we know it, she jumps in the conversation. She's like verbally attacking me, keep on. And I just didn't understand this because I don't even know you, like, and stuff. This girl, she hypes herself up. She picks up this huge rock. Like, this is a huge rock. I don't know where it came from. It's this huge rock. She just starts approaching me. She's charging towards me. She didn't approach me. She's charging. So she's charging towards me. I don't even remember what she was saying, but it was terrible. And I'm afraid. I like my face. I was afraid, and I just screamed, "Holy Spirit." And family, this girl literally got stopped in her tracks. So again, this is broad daylight. It's not like I saw things that weren't there. She stops in her tracks. She's looking frantically around like, why can't I move? Why can't I move? And I'm watching this. For no reason, I scream, "Holy Spirit." And well, obviously for a reason, but she stops. So in like 3 to 5 seconds, she gets her stance back. So she starts charging towards me again, and I scream again, "Holy Spirit!" And like a movie, she is stopped. She is stopped in her tracks, and she can't move, and you can see the confusion in her face. Next thing you know, she's like on her knees, she's babbling something. And I was outside, I was homeless, so I had like a little of my suitcases, and then a bus comes. I just jump on the bus. I'm just like, and she stopped in her tracks. Right? Still on the floor, babbling, whatever she's saying. And I'm just out of here. Like, I don't know what just happened. So I get on the bus. I'm shook. Everybody's smiling. It's the normal day to them. And I don't know what just happened to me. Okay. So I get on the bus just to go. I have nowhere really to go. All right. So I'm just going. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go stay in a side of town that I know people, but I don't want them to see me. So I specifically go to corners where I won't be seen, where I know that the people I do know won't be. Yeah, right. So I get there and I run into my fiance, my fiance right now. Then he wasn't my fiance. I run into my fiance. So I'm like, "Hi." I ran into him in an accident, you know, "Can I charge my phone, maybe take a shower, do 1 or 2 things?" He's like, "Yeah, sure. Come upstairs, whatever." So I get in here. He's watching Truth Unedited. You know, he's watching Truth Unedited. I don't know if we know who Truth Unveiled is. There was also a Truth Unveiled. I think
Truth Unveiled. You talking about Chris? Yeah, I know who he is. He actually, like, I've been watching him before I watched Truth Unedited. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So I've known about him. He's put a lot of work in too.
Exactly.
Shout
So
out to him.
exactly. So he's watching these things, whited out series, Spanish Inquisitions, and I'm really new to these things at this time. So I'm like, why are you even watching Spanish Inquisition? What does the Spanish people have to do with your life? Like, what? This doesn't have nothing to do with us. Things like that. And but this is what he was on. So I was, again, so the house became, we were all in our flesh at that time. Even though we were trying to learn. But there were a lot of girls coming in and out of the house. We would do what we want. Like I said, I wasn't drugs. It wasn't CRACK, and it wasn't HEROIN. H-O-I-N-E, but it was drug, So, but so the homegirls would come in and go out, and amongst all of us who were coming in and going out, listening to this good word, about 15 of us, I was the only one to sit and love it, sit to, what is this about? Because I already had Bible. African children, for the most part, we grow up on Bible, even if we have the wrong understanding, but we use it, we believe in Yahuwah, and so I always had this Bible. So we would always discuss these things. We would reason together, and it was good. So it was good. This is around 2017. So I'm learning more and more about 2018. I loved mythology. I tell you, I used to love mythology. Mythology was my thing. I didn't understand why, but now I do, because now I understand that they are the Gibborim of the Bible, of Hastafar. So, and that was very interesting to me. Back when I was learning, I learned about I went on to study for myself, months of the year. If you want to know anything, my teacher always says, go and find out the origin of that, or the origins of the thing. So I was finding out about the months of the year, Saturnalia, days of the week. I also like to listen to Confessions of Witches. I used to love that. And because I am African, I'm Nigerian, we know all about these water spirits, and they're in our movies. We know that if you see money on the floor, don't touch it. If you touch it, you'll probably turn into a goat. Somebody gonna jump out, pick you up, and use you for some money sacrifice. That is normal.
Right.
Now, so knowing these water spirits and those things, Confessions of Witches used to be so interesting to me. I used to listen to Enoch. It was so interesting to hear the extra, well, they're not really extra, but the other books of the Bible that were taken out. And I was on it, just going. And but then I was also into tarot. I had just kind of really started the tarot. This is around 2018. But it was I don't really believe in it, but I just want to see, it just sounds true and things like that. And but before you know it, it will take you. Before you know it, you will be just so enamored. There's so many things to learn. Being divine feminine, anybody that has ever done tarot, horoscopes, deep, you already know. If you came out of it, you know that before you know it, you can feel like you're, oh, it's just the truth. I'm not really believing it, but I'm just watching it just to see what they say. Yeah, no, you start to really, it does something to you, even though you don't think it is. So I'm into tarot at this point. Yeah, learning. So this is 2018. So by 2019, of course, we find brother Stephen Darby. He just gets me on it. I'm already in the word. I already love it, with the wrong understanding, but I love the word. So I'm in it, whatever. So, and then there's this George MacArthur. I don't know if you guys know George MacArthur. He was also very, very good for me in learning the word. So I'm out here learning, 2019. And it's good. Let me see if I missed something real fast. Sorry. And so 2020, people, I'm still in drugs. And even while I was in drugs, I was a weird one. I was always alone. I don't want to go rob nobody. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I would be awake 2 days maybe. But even in drugs, family, I was studying the word. Nobody would sit with me and just do drugs. I would maybe take what I wanted, whatever, and go to a corner, because what I want to listen to is not what everybody else is wanting to listen to. Nobody acts actually how I was acting in any form. I was totally different, even though I was in that. Okay, now 2020. So I told you guys, I ran away from a fight. And then around 2018, 2019, I started to actually fight more. I was getting into these fights and I just didn't understand. Now, so we're in 2020. I get into a whole fight. And I actually go to jail. I go sit down for 3 years. Hello, because I'm aggravated assault. They can get these hands, family, but not anymore. Not anymore. But so I'm sitting down for 3 years, and I went to jail with Yahuwah, right? With him. I had a King James Bible, family, and I wrote a note to myself in that Bible. I'm gonna read it to you, just one line. It says on March 7th, 2020, I wrote it's 3/7/20 Saturday, 1:35 a.m. I am going to love you, Lord. So I had already promised. I already knew that we were together. I wrote him a little note. He knows I am going to love you, and he heard it, and he says, "All right, let's go." So I'm in jail, family, and I literally start writing to my fiance. We're writing. I changed my name. I'm reading a study Bible in jail, and I just see Mishael, who is what Yah is. And I changed my name in the year 2020 to Mishael. So when you said that, Yexer, you can only imagine how I felt.
Mishael?
So,
Yeah, I love that name.
Yes.
If I have a son, I'm going to call him Mishael for sure. I think that's so powerful.
It is. And I was so blown away. Like, that was the name I chose for myself 4 years ago. So me and my Yada all day. And so my fiance and he was here in the assault thing. Like, he was kind of in the police report, whatever. So I didn't want to put him when I was locked up. I didn't want to ask if I could call him just in case. So they'll be like, oh, maybe no, you're not allowed to call because he's on the police report or something. So I never talked to him for 3 years. What we did was we wrote letters. Now I had no idea of who the people were. Well, I had gone from Gentile to Hamites, and now maybe even an Israelite, Right. But so that's how it was. But he was writing. I had a great teacher. How I came into the truth, Yahuwah gave me a great teacher. This man would write me letters, 40-page letters. I write 40 pages back. Any man that can sit and write over just letters about Yahuwah is my kind of man in life. So he would just be breaking it down for me. And I would read these things. And go to the Bible and just read it. And he would write so much, and a lot of things maybe I did not understand, because where I was for 3 years, family, I had no internet. So anybody who had internet for the extra 3 years in life and has not come to this truth, you are, let's watch ourselves, because I didn't find these things. I couldn't look for these things. I was being told about them. I would read my Bible and just hold on to them. He wrote to me one time and said, Christians don't like the Old Testament. And all he wrote, that was the heaviest sentence. So I took that and said, you know what? I think he's right. And so what I did was just start eating that Old Testament, just eating it while I was locked up. So one day I was locked up, and it was like in the night, it just hit me. I just literally sat up. I'm saying, well, why did they change his name? Out of nowhere for no reason, because I have a Nigerian name. So I started to break it down in my mind. I said, my name is my name in Arabic. My name is my name in Swahili. My name is my name in French. Who changes your name? So, especially of the creator. So that put me on a tangent as well. So, but just adding it all up, I get out till 2023, right? I get out, and at this time, by 2022, Yahuwah did his thing. He took music away from me, secular music. I used to love secular music. He took cursing out of my mouth. I never asked him to do that. He just took it. And this truth that I have, I didn't find it. It found me. Yahuwah be glorified and magnified forever. because he saw me and put it on me. So I get out 2023, not strong in using the word, using the name. By the time I get out in 2 months, so I come to my teacher. Now we're able to talk. Now we're able to fill in these pieces easily. And before anything, it was like a month or two, it was flowing easy. I understood it, simple. I grew up late, but when I grew up, I moved fast, because when Yahuwah all our testimonies are almost the same. Once Yahuwah touched you, you move fast. Like you just start eating it up, start loving it, start going more and more and more.
That hunger, bro. That hunger really develops.
The hunger is real.
That hunger is strong, bro.
The hunger is strong. Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Always listening to something of Yahuwah. Like I got friends now. They come around. So I was estranged for a long time. That's why when I spent a lot on Discord, I'm saying, oh, I saw my family today. I hadn't seen my family, my American family, for like 8 years. My Nigerian family, I hadn't seen them for like 15. So, I'm like, and then I don't even call. I was just gone, And so now I'm trying to mend my relationships, because it is right. So I can at least pass on this message. I see what Yahuwah is doing. But Yahuwah's ways are not our ways. We need to know that he uses the lowly things of the world to shame the wise. So now when I'm trying to tell these people in my life about Yahuwah, they're looking at me like, you used to do this and you used to do that. And I'm like, I hope Yahuwah doesn't just use me on you guys, because that would be a shame. That would be a play on him, because yeah, you're right. I am that person, but that's how he works. He will use foolish things to confound the wise. And that's how he works. But so I get out and I put it all together, and I'm here now. Now I fast. Now I'm out here trying to learn Hebrew, seeking the word. I'm intentional. I love my word. Oh, and family, I also wanted to give another dirty, ugly truth. In the year 2012, I used to be with a girl. So you want to say what Yahuwah cannot do? There is nothing he can't do and won't do. There's nothing ugly he will not take us out of. I used to be with a girl for almost 2 years.
Hallelujah.
And that is terrible. That was about 10 years ago. And I'm only saying this to you guys because this is something I know other people are in it. They might not want to say it, but you are in it. Stop playing. And Yahuwah will take us out of it if you seek him. And I always knew that it was said, if you seek him, you will find him. And the way I found him, because I held a Bible in my hand and I read it and read it and read it. And he heard me. So he will hear us. And now I have friends, they come around, they say, dang, is this all you listen to? It sounds like you're in a cult, this and that. Every time I come here, this is all we do. I'm like, amen, amen, because this is all you're ever going to get from me at this point, and it's good for me. I love it. We find him in sorrow. We find him in lack. And I found him in that. And I'm just so glad, because I could never make friends, keep friends. And but he didn't, that wasn't for me. So that can go. Hallelujah. Now, you family, I love this family because we can talk like this. When I speak something, I don't have to explain, oh, it's the story of Jacob and Esau, this and that. Like, I have friends that they call themselves Christians and they don't even know the book. I'm like, how are you having anything to stand on if you don't even know the book? But all praises to the Most High Yahuwah, who is good, who is good, who is good. So I just wanted to share that, and that's it.
All right, sis. Thank you so much. I want to shout out to Ak John Doe. He says, correction. She was that person. You are not that person anymore, because when we become renewed in Yahuwah Yahusha, we are no longer who we were. You feel what I'm saying? We become made anew. So all things to Yahuwah says. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm going to bring up Annie K, and then if there's anybody else, we're going to close this thing out, try to close it out at 6 hours. We're at 5 hours and 36 minutes. So I'm going to bring her on now. Hey, sis.
All right. Shalom.
Hey.
So you back? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back. I first off, I just want to give praise to Yahuwah, and I just want to thank him for the opportunity for us to come together and share our testimonies, and because really, it was really fulfilling for me to hear everyone's testimony, and it really gave me guidance for a lot of things and gave me confirmation for a lot of things that I'm going through right now. Also, I just want everybody to just give themselves a pat on the back because y'all came up here, told y'all story fearlessly, and no one was judgmental in the comments. I didn't see not one judgmental comment. Everyone was so inviting and loving and understanding. And I just want to say to everyone that I'm just proud of y'all for that.
All esteem to y'all, sis. Yeah, that's what I like about this community is that, like, we may not always agree on things, but we're respectful to one another. So when I see somebody trolling, I know that they are not of us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, I'm like, Maj, you know what to do. But I'm just glad that we, you know what I'm saying, can be comfortable enough to share these vulnerable things. And listen, family, what was discussed here today does not need to go in Discord, does not need to be, brought up on people to shame them or anything. If you disagree with somebody, okay, if people want to understand these testimonies, they need to watch this stream. This does not need to be brought up in Discord or anything else, okay? So I just want this respect here. So we just got to make that clear. But yeah.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. So I'm gonna go on and drop down, but yeah. Bye,
All
y'all.
right.
Love y'all.
Love you, sis. All right, so I guess we'll close out the show. I want to show you guys something real quickly here. We all have a past, right? This is me at 18. This is me, y'all. I was a weed head, hair like wool, right? Just like the Messiah. Yeah. I was a weed head. I was lawless. You know what I'm saying? I was around the wrong crowd. Like this person did not know Yahuwah. This person did not live for Yahusha. You know what I'm saying? That was not who I was. You know what I'm saying? All these years ago, I was in the street. I was constantly getting locked up, getting in fights, getting suspended. I was wilding out, y'all. So even when I look at this image of young me, I just realize I've come a long way. And the testimony is real because it just really feels, it's proven to me that the power of Yahuwah really changes somebody's heart and making them a new creature, not just physically, but spiritually, is so real. And, I just look back on what the Most High has brought me from. And this is why I go so hard, because this kid right here, he was living in some wicked ways. So I give all esteem to Yahuwah for, bringing me out. But I'm going to bring on Idel, who I believe is Idia. Hey, sis.
Hey, brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Look, I am so late. I'm sorry about that, but this is how my days run. When I want to do something, it's a lot of things that come up at one time, that have to be done that same day.
Right.
So I didn't know that you were still on.
Yeah, we've been on this thing for almost 6 hours, 5 hours, 40 minutes to be exact.
I see.
Uh-huh.
So I had a chance to hear a bit of praying for Alicia's testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to run out again, and now I'm back. You're still here.
Right.
But listen, early in this morning, I think what time y'all start, like 9?
I think it was like 11 that I started, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
11. Well, I hadn't mentioned it, but from the time I knew y'all, I'll go back to the beginning. I was already in the Lord, but under JC. That's what I knew, and I thought I was living saved, all I knew how. But at the end of December, I was diagnosed with breast cancer.
Oh my. Okay.
So, but you know what? I've always known that he's had me. Whatever go on, I know that great is he that's in me than he that's in the world, and no weapon formed against me shall prosper. It's been so many things that he's tried to throw at me because he know I'm a warrior. And I'm a warrior for Yahuwah. I didn't know his name, but I was warring under JC for my family, for anybody that I love, anybody that asks me. I'm that person that's going to get that call when something happened in my family. And so I kind of know why I be up under attack, But anyway, I was just laying in my bed one night contemplating what I was going to do, how, with the treatments and everything that entails. And I was just talking, just praying within myself. I had got to the point that I couldn't hardly watch TV anymore. Because everything was so wicked. I got to
So
see
wicked,
something
right.
that's got a gay scene in it, or it's got something in it. It's too much blood in it, killing women everywhere,
Mhm.
I'm like, what is going on? Every movie, they're killing these women. I got to see some woman getting slaughtered, or it's a gay scene. Even if it's a children show, the children got to be gay. I'm like,
Right.
if ain't nobody gay, then the commercials that's coming in gay. I said, you know what? I'm just done with TV.
Everything is gay, right?
Everything gay. So
Everything
you
gay.
see, there's an agenda. So I'm at home, by myself. This was coming up right before New Year's.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm laying in bed. My husband go to sleep with the chickens. Bless his heart. I'm looking at the ceiling and I'm on YouTube and I'm just, kind of strolling a little bit, but I'm praying and I'm just laying there and the thing on. And I'm like, oh, Father, I know you got me. I can't even remember what I was praying to him, but I ended up strolling and I came across something that said, what are the names? What are the real name
Mm-hmm.
of God? And I said, that's interesting. And I put it on. And it came on and it was playing this music. And the narrator started talking and immediately he said, what are the real name of God? If you even know it. And now he got to explaining it. And when he got to the part of our Savior and he called this name, he called the Father name first. He said Yahuwah. And when he said Yahusha, I jumped up out the bed and left him. I said, oh, baby. So I'm trying to wake him up and he calling the hogs, y'all. He's sleeping. I just got up out the bed and started praising. I knew it. I had never heard that name before. But when I knew it, it's just like my spirit, my ruach knew it. I said, that's it. That's your name. That's your name. And I just started walking the floor, just praising him, just praising all through my house, just praising him. Couldn't wait till the next morning. I called my daughter. I'm like, look, you need to come over here. We've been praising him under the wrong name. Come and look at this video.
Right.
And I said, if you don't receive it, hey, this me. I know it's right. I feel it. I receive it. I don't know what to do with the rest of this, where it's gonna go from here, but I know that this is right. I said, because everything within me is telling me that this is right. We've been worshiping on the wrong name. And when I played it and she heard it, she felt the same way. When I played it for my other daughter, she received it too. So we knew we was on one accord and on an island by ourselves. Because I have a very big family. Everybody go to church. Everybody, cousins, everybody. I have a huge family. But we ain't on one accord, and we sure ain't on one accord now. And I don't know. I've just been going to chemo since I've been knowing you all. I started before I knew you. I'm at the end of it almost. I'm almost there. I got like about 8 more treatments and I'll be done. I do this 5 days a week. And that's why when you go on live, I'm late.
Right.
Because I do that and I'm in prayer the whole while, and when I know anything is over. But that's part of my testimony that I wanted to share with you today. And I'm gonna be all right.
Oh yes, absolutely. We declare it, in the name
Yeah,
of Yahweh Yahusha.
it's done. It's a
Hallelujah.
done deal. I mean, he's been so good, and since I've learned the names, I've been trying to learn the Bari, but dealing with that, my little what do you call this? My attention span. I got a little bit of attention deficit going on. I don't know where it come from,
Mhm.
but I'm kind of suffering with that a little bit. I know some of the letters and some of the words, but I know when I get through with this, I'm gonna be full-fledged into that. I looked
Right.
over that.
I mean, it's one thing at a time. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Once you are out of the treatment, you'll be able to have a little bit more time to kind of go through it and understand a little bit more.
but I'm hungry for it yet, sir.
Oh, that's where it starts. You
I'm
know what I'm
hungry
saying?
for it.
Absolutely. That's where it
And
starts. It was like that for me. I mean, it was like when I woke up to the truth and then I realized we were the people, I'm like, this is the same language that they told us we couldn't speak. So I was so hungry. I was like, and
yeah,
I knew most people were teaching modern Hebrew. And I'm like, I don't want to learn that. That's trash. So I
yeah.
went on Amazon. I just got a whole bunch of ancient Hebrew books. I started studying the letters, and I literally learned it in like 2 months.
Wow,
It's
that's
not
great.
hard. It's way, bro.
That's
Abari
great.
was way more simpler of a language than English is. Because
And I
English got all
believe
these
you.
rules and you know what I'm saying, all these letters that didn't exist
Hmm.
back then. Abari is just like it's pretty straightforward, honestly. So you can learn English, you can learn Abari.
I believe you because I used to struggle with. I knew that I wasn't being taught right.
Mm-hmm.
I've been through so many churches, it ain't funny. But I knew something was missing. Will you turn it off, baby? I hear it. It's interfering in my room, in our room. Just mute it. I can hear myself.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's my TV. I can hear my TV in the bedroom. I'm up front talking to you, but I can hear my TV in my ear.
Oh,
But
okay.
anyway, I knew that something wasn't right when I was in churchianity, as you call it. And I heard the spirit, the Ruach, telling me, come out of her. I left out the church years ago. I've been out the church for 20-some years, if not longer. And by the way, Kiara Ewing, that's her name, Kiara Ewing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Our
Yummy,
beloved sister, yes.
yes, and Yummy, those are my daughters.
Right.
Those are my daughters.
Yeah,
And
I think I recall them telling me that.
they grew up not celebrating Christmas and Easter and Halloween and all that stuff. They knew that as kids, but I did not know the name. I got filled with the Ruach way back then, and Kiara as a child, she was filled with it. So I don't know. For some reason, we always end up being on one accord. And
Honestly, to y'all,
like different people that y'all named about this, be going and doing crazy kind of stuff with that teaching. We came across a lot of them people too. And how about they fell off at the same time. They fell off at the same time. They just fell by the wayside. Like, no, that don't seem right. No, that don't feel right. It ain't gelling. It ain't, and they just fell off. So we listened to you. You probably was the first person that I heard that mentioned Pastor Darby. We love him. We love all of his teachings.
Yes.
I even so into his ministry too, because he still has his wife and his son, I think, is carrying on with the ministry. So, if I'm being fed by that, I believe in sowing into it.
Absolutely.
A lot of people don't understand.
Yeah, Kiara told me that I'm the one who kind of introduced her, to his teachings and stuff. So all praises to the Most High for that. You know what I'm saying? I actually didn't know about him until like 2 or 3 years into the awakening of knowing who I was, because then I started seeing his videos being circulated. So some people found out who they were through his teachings and what he was saying, but I literally ended up finding him until like 3 years into the awakening. So
wow.
Yeah.
Well, was he still here when you found him?
Nah, he had passed away, I think, in like 2018, 2017.
Man, I wish I had known him.
Yeah.
He was I know he was a man of the Most High. I know he was. I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah, he was a prophet. He was a prophet. He was a prophet.
He
Like,
was.
if you go back and watch his videos, I can't remember what the name of the teaching is, but he literally prophesied that he's made this teaching in
So
2017.
much stuff.
And he
Yeah.
said, and even when you watch his videos, like now, even though he's no longer here, you could see a lot of things that he said that was going to happen
Yes.
is happening. His videos still have so much relevance. Yes, thank you for praying for Ali Shah, beloved sister. He passed in December 2017, but his videos have so much relevance, even more so today than
Don't
back
they
then.
though?
Yeah, that's how you know he
Yes.
was truly speaking, on
I
behalf of the
share
Most High.
his videos with people, even people like, okay, my family, my brothers. I'm from a family of 10, and Yahuwah has us still here. Although some of us may be limping a little bit, we're still here. My 6 sisters and my 3 brothers, we're still here. Our parents have passed on, but we're still here. And I know it for a fact that he wants me to share this with them. I know it in my bones, and I know that it's meant for Kiara and Stephanie to share it with their age bracket, because we got a huge Jabari family. And ain't no way we did our DNA. We know we from the Igbo tribe. We know it. I've been trying to tell them for years. I'm like, listen, I want to do my DNA. I just know. I say our family do too much stuff that's sound like stuff in the Bible. I'm like, a Maccabee is a real name. That was my mother's maiden name. That was my grandfather's name, and so that's why I use it in my name. And I'm like, they do so much stuff that's straight up Jewish. I said, I wonder that I call Jewish. We didn't know no better. I didn't know. I thought those were the people. Come to find out, we the people.
Right. We the
crazy.
people.
Real
Fact.
crazy.
We the people. Fact.
Crazy. My mind's still blown.
Yeah, I know. I tell y'all this all the time. There is a part of me that has accepted we're the people, but it's like, I think it's more crazier for me because it's like, I'm realizing this whole time, this Bible I believed in for the majority of my life has been about our ancestors. It was written by our ancestors for our people. Like, and it's, you know what I'm saying? And, anybody can get in on the covenant, but it just, the Bible just hits differently. You know what I'm saying?
Does.
When I look at that image of the white JC, I see the devil. I don't see no Messiah. I don't see
what?
I see the devil when I look at that image.
You know what? My poor baby's the same way. It just do something to her. She can't even stand to hear the name for thing. I'm praying for her. I'm like, you know what?
Right.
But people gonna be slow about stop saying that, even when they accept it, because you got to grow away from that. You've been in it all your life. Some people is gonna find it easy to stop saying. It was a struggle for me because, if you're just talking in general, Lord might pop out, and then I repent for it. Oh, Father, forgive me. I didn't mean to say that, So you're learning not to use these words that you've lived by, that you was lied to about,
I mean, well, when I first started understand the names, I did, but when you get used to, like, if you have a Bible that has the true names, it'll help eliminate the LOR.
That's why I got the seeker.
Right. So you just have to get used to just getting that out of your system, because I realized, what convicted me is my heart was so grieved because I realized I was referring to Yahuwah in the name of another deity.
Right.
I didn't want that. So it's like, I honestly don't really slip up anymore because I've just got used to saying his name. But you got to get out your system.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, but I know it's meant for them to share it to the younger generation in my family. Like I told them, they may not all receive it. It may not be but one person, too. It ain't up to you to make them, get them saved. We can't do that. You just share it, and Yahuwah's going to do the rest. If it's meant for them to wake up and accept it, they're going to do it. And then they may not do it right then. It may be something else to make them click. Because for me, it's been scriptures I've struggled with over the years since I've woken up. How about, I get it now. I get it in a way that I never did. And I get it in a way that I have asked past pastors about it, and they couldn't give me a straight answer. I'm like, I just knew the answer they was giving me weren't right. I'm like, that don't even make sense though. You know, so I stopped asking. But every time, yes, sir, I would try to go up in a church after so many years. Well, maybe they teaching the right thing up. And I would always get ran up out of there because something would happen before the end of the service. Either the pastor accepted praise. I'm like, wait a minute now. They literally praising the pastor like he done it.
Right.
You know, like
the pastor not even humble enough to correct them and say, do not esteem me. I'm nobody. I mean, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I prayed for people in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ruach, the Ruach HaKodesh. I know who did it. It wasn't me. And I'm going to stop you right there. I'm like, wait a minute. Don't do that, man. I ain't got that kind of power. You know who did that. Don't get me in trouble now. Don't do that.
Right.
You know, and I'm just listening at the pastor not tell them person after person telling their testimony, and they're, you know, heaping it on the pastor like he literally was the one who done it. And I'm like, okay, I've heard enough. Because I'm waiting for him to fix it, but he never did. He's just sitting back grinning and accepting it. Okay, all right. I see what this is. You want me to get up out of here and don't never come back. Because the service seemed fine. And that's the last time I tried to go to a church. If ain't nobody passing away, I don't go up in them because something always happened that disturbed me.
And, you know, honestly, like, I'm going to be real with you, sis. Like, I feel like if the churches didn't have the music, the entertainment, would people really want to go there? The fellowship, would people really actually want to go there and sit there and listen to a pastor sit there and scream for an hour, 2 hours? They always come for the children of Yashua and draw you in by the things that we're naturally good at. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is. I honestly, most of the time, didn't care about what the pastor said. I enjoyed the music. That was one of the most enjoyable things with the music. Everything else was just theatrics, like I was praying for Ali Shah. But yeah, I mean, but that's the problem, though. Even the church is starting to become corrupted. And when I say church, as Markia said, that's not really a good word to refer to us as a people.
Right. No, I don't refer to I refer to us as the way. Me and Kiara was trying to figure it out. She said, you know, they keep trying to ask me
the
religion. Are you Jehovah's Witness? Are you this? She said, it's referred to as the way. I follow the way. And that's what I say.
Right. It's the way, right? Or the ancient path, you know, the Kadum Mahak. You know what I'm saying? Because that's really what it is. I mean, there's only one way, and that's the way of Yahuwah, he's the way to the Father, and he taught the ancient ways of Yahuwah, which is the Torah. He didn't give us religion. He didn't give us, you know what I'm saying, going to your past, going to your pasta. No, he gave us the ways of Torah that Yahuwah established. And the reason why our people end up in these lands right now, we're in captivity and so on and so forth, is because we rejected the ancient way, the ancient path.
Ain't that the truth?
It's just that simple, you know?
And you know what, Jackson, let me tell you something. My family was heavily steeped in tobacco. So was I. And I smoked for like 20-some years, off and on. I would quit and start back. When I tell you that thing just fell off and things since I found out the names, everything just got brand new and just started falling off, even the music. I'm loving this Abari music because it's giving me music back. I stopped listening to music, stopped watching TV. If it wasn't YouTube, I'm trying to find content like this.
Right.
But, you know, just stuff that just fall off that don't need to be there. Every weight that's weighting you down must fall off. And I'm grateful. A lot of things done fell off over here, and I'm loving it. I can't wait to see what he's going to do next.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm telling you, sis, I believe that the Most High is about to do things that the heathens can't explain, but his children don't know. His children don't know. So all esteem to
about to go down. I feel it. I'm excited. I'm pumped up. I can't wait. I'm on fire.
Absolutely.
I got energy today.
Praise Yahuwah.
But I know y'all been on here a long time, and I'm not gonna hold you. I just saw you were still on here, and I wanted to say hello. I love my Abari family. I love saying that. I love my Abari family, and y'all be good.
All right, I love you so much, sis. Thank
I
you for
love you
coming on.
too.
I'm glad you were able to kind of jump in on this. So thank you so
Me
much.
too.
Praise Yahuwah.
Okay, praise Yahuwah.
All right, love you. All right, y'all. So wow, we hit the 6-hour mark. I give all esteem to the Most High. This has been a very edifying stream. And I, like I said, the Most High was putting it on my heart that it's very important that we share testimonies. And I pray that these testimony, that to those watching the replay or even those that come back later to listen to it, that these testimonies will encourage you. And I'm going to put this testimony video in the live stream section of my channel. And I organize it a little better so you can easily find the kind of teachings you might want. But thank you to everybody that has been here, that has come in, that has shared, their testimony, what they've been through. We've all been through so many things, but I've noticed that the common denominator in this is that most of us who have awakened were the black sheep. We've always felt like the outcasts. We've always felt like the Josephs. We felt like, the outsiders, right? But now we're realizing that from the beginning, we were already chosen by Yahuwah. We were chosen. That's why we were separated. That's why we didn't fit in with everybody else, because he chose us for a greater purpose in him, especially for me. You know what I'm saying? I never fit in. I was, I was like the weird one. Everybody said Yexer's weird, da-da-da-da-da. Never understood it. But now I truly do. And I understand that the Father has chosen those. And those he has chosen, they were chosen when they were in their mother's womb. Just like Esther said, he told the prophet Jeremiah, our forefather, I knew you in your mother's womb. And there's a reason why you, the same individuals who have been an outcast all your life and haven't fit in with the popular crowd, have been treated as such. It's a spiritual thing. So be encouraged. Hold on to what the word of the Yahuwah says. Continue to believe in his word. Continue to walk in this. Continue to preach the Bashura of Yahusha and esteem the Most High for allowing you to truly, truly know him. So with that said, family, we're going to close out the stream. Shout out to my moderators, Markia, praying for Alisha. Let's see, Melanated by Yahuwah. Omiya Yakiyada. I know she's in here somewhere. I'm sorry. I'm just like scrolling through the comments. Yeah. So shout out to everybody that's here. I'm going to close out with Yahuwah's Palal in the ancient tongue real quick. And then we will close this thing out. It's been a long, long show, but I'm very grateful to everybody that joined into this. So let's just do the Palal, Yahuwah's Palal in the ancient tongue, and we will close this out with my song, Heaven Will Be Worth It, because we have to understand no matter what we go through, what Yahuwah has for us is absolutely rewarding. And that should just be encouragement to hang on to what his word has said. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this, into the prayer. I'll do it first in the ancient tongue, and then we'll do it in English. All right. This is Yahuwah's Palal, Abinu, Bashamayim, Yakadashamka, Malakuth Kabua, Yarauka, Alaraskan, Bashamayim Natan Lanu, Hayum At, Lakam Bahasarak, Usalu Lanu, Lakatinu, Lanu Salakatam, Lakatekam, Karalanu, Apara Lanu Lata'a, Aba Uyasha, Lanu Marasha, Lamakuthka, Shulat, Haka, Uhakabad, Bahashamuth, Alkar, Shamuth Yahuwah Uya Usha Aman. Our Father in heaven, separated is your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth, so it is in heaven. Give or distribute this day or this covenant, and forgive us our crimes as we forgive those who commit crimes against us. Lead us not astray, but rescue us from evil doing. For your kingdom reigns with power and esteem in the names above all names, Yahuwah and Yahusha. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much again to everybody that joined in with us and shared your testimony. We will definitely probably do more call-in shows and, make it more interactive. I'm going to close this song out with Heaven Must Be Worth It. I love you. Shalom.
I
I oftentimes think about the hardships we endure here on earth. I know all about it. The financial struggles, the spiritual warfare, the constant wrestling with our flesh. But Yahuwah has promised us a great reward if we endure to the end. Stay strong on this walk, for his word cannot return void. For his kingdom is the place of no more. No more crying, no more pain, for it is he who has prepared a place for the righteous of eternal shalom, a place of joy everlasting. May this song encourage you in your times of struggle.
Hey, Yexer.
I'm poor in this world, but I'm rich in faith. Material things in this world, no, they can't take its place. And all I know is struggle, yeah, I came out the mud. I'm redeemed by Yahusha, I believe in his blood. My finances lacking and economy collapsing. Everywhere I turn, demons constantly attacking. Stand 10 toes down, so remarkably with passion. Signs of the times, prophecy rapidly unraveling. Refuse to be lawless, so I'm keeping his commandments. Sometimes I feel alone, this life is difficult to manage. So many people caught in the Christian delusion, and these pastors lying to you when they sell you illusions. Would love to get married, have a wife and have children, but I don't want to see the innocence robbed by the system. And there's always lack of funds and there's constant oppression. This will all be done away one day up in heaven. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass. Stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. When you're burdened and you're weary, yeah, Yahuwah gives rest. That's Matthew 11:28, straight from the text. And I know you sick of crying and you so sick of trying. There's a crown of life waiting for you at the mountain of Zion. Keep on praying, keep on fasting, be encouraged, beloved. There's inheritance promised to the heirs of the covenant. Don't let your faith depart or be reduced by a lie. Made a promise to Yahuwah, in this truth I will die. Know your family's abandoning you, cause mine did too. This narrow path ain't easy, one day you might get through. Endure to the end, I can't stress this enough. And no pre-trib rapture times will get tough. I can do all things through Yahusha, faith over fear. And without faith you can't please, y'all, this must be made clear. Keep believing, keep on fighting, put on the armor of Alua. Heaven will be worth it, keep trusting Yahuwah. Yeah, heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass, stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass, stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven must be worth it. Heaven must be worth it. His kingdom is preserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass, stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. Heaven will be worth it. Heaven will be worth it. His kingdom is reserved for all those who deserve it. This wicked world will pass, stay encouraged and endure it. When Yahusha coming back, we will all be made perfect. One day, we will all realize everything you've been going through. The struggles you endured, the lack of money, property, the reality of poverty, the hardships in your job, your marriage, your relationships. It will all be worth it. Always remember the words of Yahuwah, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I know the thoughts that I think towards you, says Yahuwah, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an unexpected end. Then shall you call upon me, and shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. And you shall seek me, and find me, when you shall search me with all your heart. Yaram Yahu, or Jeremiah 29:11-13. Heaven will be worth it. All esteem to Yahuwah. I didn't just make this song for you. I made it for myself. Because sometimes I need the encouragement. Shalom.
Hey, Yexer.